in the Republic of Kenya, particularly on what the IEBC has set out as the process. And we'll be running a bit of graphics there to show you, so that when you wake up tomorrow and you want to go vote, it is important that you're aware of the process ahead of you. All polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and they will close at 5 p.m. All polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and then close at 5 p.m. I don't know whether we have the graphics ready to put up on air. And then after that, you will be identified electronically with a stamped ballot paper, and that will happen in the course of your time at the polling station. But I'll be taking you through that process later. Let's just focus on the papers right about now. The Daily Nation. What is contained in the Daily Nation today? Who takes it? And it has a picture of both President, or rather the Deputy President William Ruto and the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Ruto versus Raila, worlds apart. William Samoei Ruto, a youthful 55, and on his first presidential campaign, still radiates the vigor of the YK92 era when he made his entry into politics. So still a fresh-faced university graduate at the dawn of multipartyism, and it is all contained in the Daily Nation. And of course, continues to paint the parallels between the Deputy President and Raila Odinga. Uhuru talks to Mount Kenya in last dash broadcast. That was broadcast last night in Kikuyu radio stations and 2 Kikuyu TV stations. President Uhuru Kenyatta's address to the Mount Kenya region, his bedrock of support, and talking to them about his hits and misses during his reign and era as President of the Republic of Kenya for the last 10 years. What Kenyans will be voting for tomorrow is in the Daily Nation, page 2. All the presidential candidates have released their manifestos and spoken about them throughout, so you can be able to sift through them, and those manifestos are still available. So you have not made a decision. If you are one among the undecided, you can still peruse through the manifestos and probably make your decision in the course of it. A tale of two men, how Ruto and Raila have crossed paths for 30 years. I think it details all of the history of the two men and how they have worked together sometime and how they have not worked together in so many times. That story is detailed on the Daily Nation, page 4. And page number 6, you have Ruto, Raila turned to God ahead of Paul yesterday. Both of them were in different services. The Deputy President was the Jesus Teaching Ministry and Donholm, seeking divine intervention, while Raila Odinga and his running mate Mother Karua were the KICC for an interdenominational service and prayer. And that is how the Daily Nation has covered this election. There's so much, so many more details lined up on the Daily Nation that you can be able to review and have a look at once you purchase the paper. Let's go to the election process as is, or what is expected of you as a voter tomorrow when you wake up very early in the morning to go queue at the polling station. Remember, each and every polling station has 700 voters. Remember, not a polling center, a polling station, 700 voters. That means in the stream that you will be in, you will not be more than 700. That aids the work of counting votes and also aids the process in a major way. So, like I said, the polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and run through to 5 p.m. All polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and run through to 5 p.m. Now, you will be identified electronically with a stamped, with a KIMS kit. You remember, once you get to the polling center, you will place your fingers, all of them, on the KIMS kit, and that's how you are identified biometrically. You will be identified biometrically once you enter the polling station, and that means then you need to carry your identification card as well as the only thing you need actually is your identification card. If then you don't have your identification card, you can still carry your passport. It depends what document you used to register as as a voter. A voter then, after identification using the KIMS kit, will be issued with 6 stamped ballot papers. 6 stamped ballot papers is what you will be issued with by the clerk of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and then you will have the presidential ballot marked in white color. That is, the presidential ballot paper is white in color. The governor ballot is blue in color. The senator ballot is yellow in color. Member of Parliament is pink in color. Woman representative green in color. Member of County Assembly beige in color. And then once you have them, you will go to a secret booth where you will mark against your favorite candidates by either ticking or putting an X mark against the candidate that you want to elect. And there is a box provided for. So your tick or X must be inside that box. The tick or X must be inside that ballot box. And once you have marked against your candidates, that's the 6 of them, you will go to the ballot boxes. The ballot boxes have colors corresponding to the ballot that you have. The lids of those ballot boxes have colors that correspond with the ballot you have. For example, the pink lid means then that is the ballot box of the member of National Assembly, and it is also indicated there. It is also indicated on that ballot box that this is the ballot box for the member of the National Assembly. Once that is done, and you have done that, you only need to go to the clerk after you have been able to cast your ballot for the marking of the indelible ink, which is either done on your small finger or this space between the middle finger and the index finger. And once that is done, you exit the polling station. The next time we see you is in the next election. You wait outside the polling station and preferably at home for the results to be tallied, and you get those results. So Victor, that is how that is as far as it goes in terms of exercising your right tomorrow as a voter.
Very well. On the front page of the Standard, why Kenya needs you. Why Kenya needs you. Tomorrow, Wananchi will brave long queues to elect the country's 5th president and other leaders. There has never been a better time for Kenyans to demonstrate their civic duty to vote. Now that is what's on the front page of the Standard newspaper. Leaders turn to prayers a day to the election. We have got pictures here of Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua, where they had their prayer yesterday at the KICC, as well as UDA presidential candidate William Ruto with Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja during a prayer church service at Jesus Teaching Ministry in Donholm in Nairobi. That is on what's on the front page of the Standard here. And of course, Kiore, you've given that breakdown on how elections will be done, which was also conducted by IBC, the simulation. It will not be mandatory, according to the Standard, it will not be mandatory to cast ballot for all 6 elective posts. Now, the reason is unused ballot papers will be dropped in the respective boxes and counted as rejected in the final tally. And the presiding officers will submit updates to the returning officer on the turnout in their polling stations. So the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, has changed regulations, and it will not now be mandatory for a voter to cast all the 6 ballot papers handed to them once they walk into a polling station. This emerged yesterday during a voting simulation exercise conducted by IBC. Now, the decision seeks to cure one of the most complicated legal issues that played out at the Supreme Court in 2017, where and contributed to the nullification of the presidential results. Now, according to the details provided during the simulation, it is now a legal requirement that the voter must be handed the 6 ballot papers once he or she walks into the polling station. So that is what's there. So that, remember, the CJ asked what happens to the rejected votes or ballots during the 2017 presidential case hearing. And there was a back and forth as to where those papers would be taken to, whether they would be counted or not. And now it's now mandatory for every voter to get all the 6 ballot papers. All right. So according to the paper here, clerics urge leaders, Kenyans, to shun violence and accept poll results. Clerics urge leaders to shun violence and accept poll results. Clergy advise leaders who will lose not to resort to violence, but to go to court. I think that's in order. We can never, ever emphasize about that. That is just that. All right, this is not a vote for your favorite candidate. This is a vote for Kenya. More of an opinion here, and an interesting read for you to take a look at is a full page read here, so that you can take a look why this is not a vote for your favorite candidate, but it's about Kenya. You can take a look at that. Of course, we are also looking at Raila dedicates nation to God in a solemn prayer, as well as Ruto come out in numbers and vote peacefully. We have got 2 pages here of different leaders. Yesterday, they, went to church. Finally, somebody said that after all is said and done, one person will reign supreme, God. And that is the way to go. As I give it back to you, Kyoria. Yes. Atudonyang jet back 3 days to the election. This Kanu governor candidate, Nicholas Atudonyang, jetted into the country on Saturday, only 3 days before the election. Atudonyang is a US-based doctor who was elected as Governor John Lonyangapuo's deputy in 2017. There has been back and forth about his presence or his whereabouts. And now he's back.
Paul Atudonyang is an interesting character to me in so many ways, because since 2017, the election of 2017, I think he has appeared in West Pokot for very few counted times. The structure of that and how he took up that position, knowing very well that he has other responsibilities in the United States of America, is what baffles me. But I also look at that situation as well choreographed, because think about it. Lonyangapuo has had his run in West Pokot without interruption or probably any headache from his deputy. Yeah. So sometimes I think it's just very convenient, if you ask me, that the deputy is away, and so the governor can run as much as he wants, and that's just it. And I hope the people of West Pokot or any other place will not have to elect, a leader who is away for years and months. But anyway, Atudonyang, welcome back. He will have the moment to exercise his democratic rights as a Kenyan in this election.
All right.
Let me look a bit at the Star before we hand it over to Jane to take us through what she has on this smartboard. Moment of truth for Raila and Ruto, and you have the pictures at the front page of both of them in prayer. Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, the KICC, and Deputy President William Ruto, and Johnson Sakaja, the Nairobi Governor candidate for UDA at the Jesus Teaching Ministry in Downholm. I think later they went to Jesus Winner Ministry along Roy Sambu. But page 2 of a Star captures a very interesting story that will interest a lot of you, and that is as regard the visa delays that have been experienced at the U.S. Embassy. The new ambassador to Kenya, that is Meg Whitman, says the visa delays are unacceptable, and she intends to fix that. It is in page 2 of the Star. Accept IBC results, Catholic bishops advise candidates, and I think the president was also very clear last night, saying there are legal avenues available for every candidate who feels they are aggrieved by the results of the poll after tomorrow, and therefore they should explore those avenues. Otherwise, his government, for the few remaining days, will not entertain lawlessness. Page number 3, step-by-step guide on how you will cast your ballot tomorrow. I've already taken you through that, and you will have graphics in a bait. Moment of truth for Ruto and Raila. Indeed it is. And it captures all their promises there, what is contained in the Azimio manifesto and what is contained in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And it says it's a moment of truth for Ruto and Raila, obviously assuming that both of them are the leading contenders, and that is in the page 4 and 5 of the Star. It's all systems go as poll agency finalizes preparations for election. Yesterday they had a simulation exercise sometime in the evening, and it went well, so we believe the IEBC is capable and will conduct a credible election. IGAD has deployed 24 election observers, and not just IGAD. There's so many. For the first time, I think I'm seeing a lot of observer missions coming to Kenya. There's one led by Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former Tanzanian president. That is for the East African community. There's IGAD, there's for Commonwealth. There are observers locally and internationally. I even saw Kiza Besige and Bobby Wine are also in the country, again leading another observer mission. But the IGAD observer mission story is captured on the Star, page number 6. Embrace peace as you vote. Ruto urges Kenyans. That is during the church service he attended yesterday. Justino Amai, vote is now consolidated. What we don't know is whether they have bridged the differences between herself and the presidential candidate. And that is Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. As I wind up on the Star, Raila Mother seek God's hand ahead of the election. That is also on page 9. Police announced toll-free contacts for Tuesday polls. That is the number you can use to alert them of any security incidences, and that is also captured on the Star. I'm still looking for whether they've covered any other story on the election, but that's just about it. It looks like we are all up and ready for the election, and in studio we have a set of analysts who will be engaging this morning, to talk about the preparations ahead of the exercise tomorrow. In less than 24 hours, 22 million people go to the polls this time to elect 6 candidates and to decide who the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya will be, alongside their new governor, their new senator, their new member of county assembly, member of National Assembly, and county woman representative. But for now, let's engage Jane Wamboy. I don't know what you have for us, Jane.
Mentioned in regards to the preparation that we are making just on the papers that Bobby Wine is actually in the country on an observation mission, and actually we have that tweet he put out yesterday. It goes on to say, as part of our mission to observe the Kenya Decides 22 that's our hashtag, and just that being this general election that will be happening tomorrow. He goes on to say he was glad to meet and interact with presidential candidate Raila Odinga. Another part of the team went to meet with Deputy President William Ruto, and they are wishing the Kenyan people free, fair, credible, and peaceful elections. Pictured therein, you can see that's the picture that he was able to take with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And again, people continue to send out messages of peace in regards to this year's general elections. Let us see others here commenting on this particular meet between Raila Odinga and Bobby Wine, saying the mentor meeting the mentee, all in line with supporting this move, because again, elections are not just a national thing. They always go spill beyond borders, and the international community is involved in one way or the other. Others are talking about the interview that was happening yesterday. For those who were not able to understand the language, they are hoping for translations, which I'm sure will be made in due time. Again, a tweet referring to that interview that happened yesterday. Alfred Omenya saying the campaigns are over, the concluding arguments have been made. Who are you going to? It is up to you to exercise your political right as a Kenyan. More tweets concerning this particular exercise that will be happening tomorrow. Cyprian saying, Zoe Hisura Mapema after the 9th, what will it be? Kesho early, people will be rising up and early to go and cast their vote. Let us see. And again, we'll be giving you also the electoral that are in place to just let you know what says what in regards to this particular politicking season. So that is some of the tweets that we have received so far. Others saying, go ahead and vote for who you will vote for. Violence does not need to be involved in this particular exercise. 9th August is only a few hours to go. And after that, we go back to normal programming, back to life. Life goes on beyond this election. So we will be continuing to sample more tweets for you. Remember, we are using the hashtag Kenya Decide 2022. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. And of course, you can always tag us individually at J Curia, at Victor Olo, and at Jane Wamboy is how you can interact with us. We will be sampling your views and of course interacting with our different reporters across the country. And much later, we will be giving you more information in regards to the different counties, the numbers as they were going back to the 2013 general election. Just observe the difference in the voting patterns that we have seen over the past 2 general elections and what we can expect once we get to the poll tomorrow. Curia.
Thank you, Jane, for running us through that and the expectations of the country ahead of the elections. And in a bit, we'll be showing you the magic that we'll be unveiling here on the KBC Kenya Decides a new election set, as well as on the other end. It's not just about analysis. It's well detailed, as well as facts presented to you as they should be. But for now, let's have a quick look at the election process. What is expected of you tomorrow when you wake up to vote? If we can have the graphics up. That is it. So the polling stations will open at 6 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m. And a voter, once they enter a polling station, they will be identified using the KIMS kit, but you must have your valid identification card or your passport. That will be required of you, that you carry your ID or your passport, depending on which you used to register. And then you will be identified electronically using the KIMS kit. And from there, you will be given 6 ballot papers that are stamped. 6 ballot papers that are stamped, and then you will head to the secret booth to mark them. Those ballot papers have the colors as indicated, because the presidential one is white, you have the governor one as blue, the senatorial one, as you can see, will be yellow, and you can see all that captured in the graphic running up on your screen, the colors of the ballot papers. Now, they correspond with the lid of the ballot box. They correspond with the lid of the ballot box. So once you have marked the ballot papers, either using a tick is what you call a right tick, or an X mark, then your ballot is deemed as valid. And it has to be inside the box. There's a box against the candidate that you want to vote for. If it is candidate A, you will tick inside the box using a right or an X, and that is considered a ballot, or rather you have marked the ballot correctly. If the X is outside the box or the right is outside the box, then it is a spoiled vote. If you mark more than once, it is a spoiled vote, and therefore then it doesn't count as a valid vote. Something also important to note, that once you have done that, then you will be able to cast your ballot in the ballot boxes. Like I've said, the ballot boxes, the lids correspond with the color of the ballot paper that you have. If the presidential ballot paper is white, because it is, then the lid of the ballot box is white, and it is clearly indicated on that ballot box that this is the presidential ballot box. So you will cast each ballot on the corresponding ballot box. Let's say, for example, your governor candidate ballot, or the one that you have marked against your governor candidate, you cast it in the box of Member of Parliament. It is a stray ballot, and probably Wakili Shadrack will be helping us to understand whether a stray ballot is a spoilt vote or not. But there's a spoilt vote and a stray ballot, and we'll be able to look at all that in terms of what is the legal ramification if your ballot is found to be stray. But once you have done that, and you have cast these ballot papers in the presence of a presiding officer and party agents, your only responsibility now that is remaining is to go to the clerk, and they will mark your small finger with indelible ink, or the space between your middle finger and the index finger, And once it is marked with that indelible ink, by the way, that indelible ink is not something you can do away with in a matter of hours, and that is proof that you have voted. So once you have that, as a responsible citizen, you will pick your ID, go home, and wait for the results. It is important that you exit the polling center. It is not your job to hang around the polling center. Your work is to go home and wait for the results. And of course, continue with your normal life and wait for the results. Do not mill around the polling center. That is as far as the election process goes. You will have cast your ballot, and validly so, and now wait for Chebukati and his team to do their job, and trusting that they will do it in the best way possible. Let me remind you, the polling centers will open from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Legally, what happens, and I'm not encouraging the Kenyan habit of running to polling stations when it is already too late. Thing is, if you are inside the polling center by 5 p.m., you will be allowed to vote by 5 p.m. That means by the time that is coming, if you're in the polling center by 5 p.m., then you will be able to vote. But please do not run to the polling center at 4:59 p.m. You have the entire day to go queue and make your voice heard. Probably Wakili Shadrach Wamboi, who joins us in studio, and I also have Mark Bichachi on the other end with Victor Olo. But quickly on that point of stray ballot and whether it is a spelled vote, what does the law say exactly?
Thank you for having me. I think first I need to apologize to our viewers and our listeners. I am having a small problem with my voice.
Sorry.
I've been shouting all through the campaign period. The effects are quite apparent. Now, you'll recall in the year 2013, we had a problem as to what really is a spoiled or a stray ballot. So that, number one, a spoiled vote, because there is a ballot and there is a vote. Now, the ballot becomes a vote once you have marked it, so that if you desire a particular candidate to be your representative, then you either put a tick or an X. So that mark makes that ballot paper a vote, which will be counted in favor of your candidate. Now, the problem sometimes happens when you have said that you know, we've been hearing some of these candidates, when they go to the ground, they say, if you like me, tick. If you do not like me, then tick your favorite candidate and then mark an X against my box. So that in itself, you will have marked twice on a ballot paper. So that if you mark twice on a ballot paper, that makes it a spoiled vote. Now, a stray ballot is when, if we have 6 candidates we will be voting in. We'll have the president, the governor, the senator, MCAs, women representatives, and the member of National Assembly. So that if you have this pink ballot for, is it the member of National Assembly?
Member of National Assembly.
Yes. I thought it should be for women representatives. So that if you, you see, if you have thoughts like me, that this pink should be representing the women representative, which is wrong, and our viewers should hear this. So that you have this ballot in women representative box, it is stray. So it means essentially that when we are calculating the votes, because the returning officer has a certain duty, you first begin with the presidential elections. You count the votes that have been cast on behalf of the president. Then you go to the governor and you all through. So it essentially means that if you are now to assume that this stray ballot will be a valid vote, then it means you will mess up with the voting process. Because once we are done with the presidential elections, and then we find that you cast your vote for the president, and you inserted that ballot paper, or that vote now, the vote in the member of county assembly, you see, you will create some confusion. So in that sense, then what the law tells us is we will need to ignore that as you are right, because you will be misdirecting everybody. And this is a very good example.
On the basis of misdirection.
Yes. Because what do you expect to happen at the end of it all? We have finished tallying the presidential. We have relayed the results. We are now on the MCAs, and then in the MCAs we are finding the presidential ballot or the vote there. So in order to avert this confusion, then there is a sense in which you must understand where the presidential, the 2013 and 2017 presidential election dispute, the decision by the Supreme Court as far as that point is concerned. Yes.
That's quite interesting because, I mean, and viewers need to understand that you need to be very careful as you cast your ballot tomorrow, because even if you have marked against the right candidate that you want to elect and then put it in the wrong box, that ends the story and makes it spoiled. And you know, Mark Bichachi, as we throw it to Victor Olo, it was a very contentious issue in the Supreme Court in 2017. But the number of spoiled votes then in 2017 was such a huge number. Do you think the IEBC has done enough to probably have this number come down in this election?
Well, you know, you ask a very valid question. Has the IEBC done enough? The truth is, in any election, they have done a lot, but it is never quite enough, given the fact that a lot of Kenyans have not met with the IEBC educators. A lot of Kenyans have not paid close attention. And remember that the frequency with which we do elections, which is every 5 years, is not enough to put an imprint in our minds as to how it is done. What we can hope for is that Kenyans who are watching this show and watching many shows across the nation right now pay close attention and take note of everything that is being said so that they're able to vote correctly. The other issue that is there is also that I've argued this many times, is that our election is very heavy. We've got 6 ballot papers to cast, which means 6 different colors, 6 different candidates you need to know, and an array of issues that you need to be aware of. So this number of votes also affects how we vote. So the idea ideally should be that perhaps Kenya should separate its elections and have parliamentary elections separate from executive elections, so that you're only voting for a governor and a president, and then you're voting for MCA, MP, and women rep in a different election. That would have and senator, sorry, in a different election. That would have really simplified the process, but also it would have helped people to focus more clearly, because a lot of people going to vote tomorrow will have no idea who the MCA candidates are. In fact, some don't even know who the MP candidates are. A lot of people I have talked to don't even know which constituency they're in. So this kind of questions really need to be answered, and the IEBC can only do so much. There is also the part where the Kenyan must step up and also know who they are voting for, which ballot box that particular vote fits into, and the timings and how to mark their ballot and things like that. So every Kenyan must be aware and should also be warned against disinformation, which is very easy to happen as well.
Victor.
And basically what you're saying is that there was lack of voter and civic education from the part of IEBC and the political players as well. Well, not lack. It was insufficient. Insufficient in the sense that it is not like we had all 20-odd million voters put in some form of classroom and educated, because you would expect that, given that the election is a complex election. You know, you've got presidential, you've got gubernatorial, you've got senatorial, then you've got women rep, then you've got MP, then you've got MCA. Those are 6 different ballot papers. Kenyans have not seen, for example, for a lot of us, the image of the presidential ballot paper is going to be shown to us for the first time at the ballot box. You know, so that means I will not have thought to myself, is my candidate number 1, 2, or 3, or 4? I have not visualized it. So, and I don't blame the IEBC, because they have tried their best, given the budgets they have and the constraints they have. But at the end of the day, the Kenyan himself or herself needs to take that extra mile to understand this white ballot paper, where am I putting it?
And that now will also bring the issue of spoilt votes at the end of the day, because a majority, as you put it, have never seen even how the ballot paper will look like, so to speak. So this would tentatively result into a number of spoilt votes.
Yes.
Alternatively, what will be the best way to go? Because now we have no time left.
Well, the time to go, the way to go is very simple. There are IEBC officials on the ground.
Right.
What you need to do, if you're not sure about what you're doing, is ask for help. It is within the regulations of our law that the IEBC official, without coercing you as to who you should vote for, should be able to tell you, this white one, put it here, this pink one, put it here, this is how you mark your ballot. That is within the law. So without being manipulated. Of course, it is better when people go there with an independent mind, so that, because these are human beings at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But there is a recourse. You can ask for help, and if you're stuck, you should ask for help instead of spoiling your candidate's vote.
Kioria,
Yeah,
there's always a way out.
That's the biggest question. But I wanted to take up something that, Mark Bichachi talked about, because it's a proposal that has lasted for several years now, about staggering the election.
Yes.
And, Mark Bichachi makes quite a case for staggering the election. You think that's valid?
Firstly, I think it's a valid argument,
Okay.
noting too well that we have quite a number of our citizens who are not well educated. You see, the people who have the privilege of going to school are the few, you and I and some few others. So that we always have a problem when we have these general elections and we have people torn between colors. Some of our men do not even understand colors, so that you end up being confused. So it will be an important proposal to have these dates of election staggered. But you see, that can only happen if you amend the constitution, because the proposal in the constitution is that these elections must be done on a Tuesday of after every 5 years in the month of August. So really, while there is a justification for doing that, then we must be alive to the constitutional changing process. Remember, we just from a BBI process that was thrown out by the courts due to the lack of observance of the proposals that are the channels that are there in law to bring up a proposal or an amendment in the constitution. So really, it's a good proposal. I agree as much. I also agree that there is also need to have the IEBC doing even more in terms of sensitization of the voters. Yes, because really, constitutional changes, the constitutional, a change in the constitution is not something that you can just do overnight. No, this is a document that we have passed. We do not want this constitution to be like the former constitution, where it was a constitution full of amendments. So in order to avert the possibility of having a constitutional amendment due to the confusion that arises during the election date, then I think some of these things that we are doing, for example, this show in itself, you have spent quite a number of minutes trying to educate people on what they should do during that election day. So that is a good thing. That is the responsibility that this studio or this station has to its citizens. Secondly, we have the candidates who are participating in these elections. Remember, the person who will be a loser is the candidate, and to a large extent the citizens. So that you as a candidate, if your voters, and probably a majority of the voters think that you are the best served to occupy that office, then you should not allow them to be susceptible to manipulation by your opponents, where your opponents come and tell them, if you do not like me, put an X. You see, ultimately, if they are putting an X against the people they do not like, they have already voted for that person. So really, the point should be that this responsibility of educating people so that they can do the right thing during that election date is not entirely a responsibility that should be left in the hands of the IEBC. No, this is a responsibility that should be spread across everybody, every person of goodwill, so that we do not have dishonest intellectuals in this country. Yes, you and I have a responsibility. When you leave this place, you should not just stay in the city. No, just go to your village. Return to your village and help the people in the village, to understand some of these processes. Because it is true that most of us do not have the Mwakenya. We do not have the advantage of, taking a glimpse of these ballot papers before the election date.
All right.
Yes.
Let me ask a quick one. The tediousness of an election, because like you suggested, Mark does, the election is tedious, particularly this one is a tedious one. Is there a direct relation between the tediousness of an election and its credibility?
I mean, credibility goes to the entire process, really. You can, of course, the tediousness of the process, because there is a lot that is involved, might dent the credibility of the process. But I mean, there are a lot of participants in this process. One cannot say that I'm the one who has been left to do everything. So that if I am doing everything, then I have gotten tired in between the way. I will be sleeping while calculating tallying the votes and announcing the results. I mean, if it was left to one person, then I think the tiredness of this individual or this organization then will be attributed to the lack of credibility of the election process. But we have so many players. So we have agents. If you are tired and you lose some vigilance, then there are people who are going to wake you up. We have election observers. There are people there who are just keen on seeing what is happening. So that ultimately, the results that we'll be having at the end of the day, be it the presidential, be it the county elections or the national elections, then we will have a process, we will have results that are credible, things that we will say, this is fair, this is not fair. So really, the question of, there is also some cost implications. I mean, we just need to be very well aware of that. When we have by-elections in this country, we end up spending a lot of money on by-elections. Now you can just but imagine if we had the 6 elections staggered in different dates. So while there will be a point in it, then you need to ask yourself, what are the economics? Yes, because you just need also to focus on the economy of this country so that we do not end up spending so much on elections, on an MCA, while we will have done it at once.
All right.
Yes.
Mark would want to hear your views as regards, the credibility of an election, whether it is tied to the tediousness of the election process, Mark.
Well, let's be very clear. I just want to correct something Wakili has said, that we don't want a constitution with amendments. There is nothing that does not change in this world. In fact, philosophers say the only constant thing in life is change. So we cannot say that we do not want to improve our constitution when everything can be improved, cars can be improved, societies can be improved. Let us not put Kenya into a static reality when we live in a dynamic world. And having said that, the fact that elections, 6 elections at once are complicated, it has nothing to do with the cost of elections. The cost of elections in this country are brought up by the fact that we print our ballot papers from a different country. We don't print them locally. Because we don't trust each other, we have got very many officials and very many hoops to jump to make sure the election is done. It has nothing to do with how many ballot papers we have. It is how we do our elections. There's a trust deficit in our elections, and that trust deficit is brought about by many years of controversial elections. 2017 we saw the elections being annulled all the way from 1988. We saw the Mlolongo system failing. We saw the IPPG programs trying to sort out our electoral processes. So we have a trust deficit in this country that we need to actually cover. And that is what we need to discuss. The trust deficit between when people vote and when the IEBC actually tallies the vote. And how does the IEBC address that? Transparency. I think they need to carry the nation in this process and explain to us every single step, because it is one thing to explain how to vote, it is also another to explain the tallying process, what is happening, what is Form 34A, what is Form 34B, how does it turn to C and D, how do you get to the arrival of who is president, and how can Kenyans be confident that you're tallying the right thing, and that is what needs to happen in this particular election, so that Kenyans can feel confident that the IEBC is doing the right thing, and that's got to be the case.
Absolutely. All right, at this particular point, let's have the peace messages now that we are heading to the election tomorrow before we take a break.
Hi, I'm Fayaz Qureshi. We're all set for the general elections on the 9th of August 2022. Across the board, we have people with diverse views and opinions, which is good. Your thought process and voice matters and makes a difference. How does it make a difference? By exercising your right to vote safely on the 9th of August 2022. Our vision is for a peaceful Kenya.
From time immemorial, sports has brought Kenyans together. Let's not make elections an exception. One Kenya is a winning team. I choose peace.
Yangu tu ni kusema tafadhali sisi kwa wana Kenya tuhifadhi amani yetu. tufuate njia ambayo itatuletea amani tunapoelekea uchaguzi. Naomba sana kwamba uchaguzi wetu iwe ni uchaguzi wa haki na uhuru.
Basi nawaomba wa Kenya, ni wakati wa kuwa na ujasiri wa kutetea hiki kipaji. Wewe mwenzangu, hasa nyinyi wanarika, msiitikie kutumika kwa kupewa pesa ili mlete vurugu ama kuchochea. Msiitikie kutekwa nyara, kwani sio kwenye tu kipaji, ni kwa watoto na watoto wajukuu wenyu ambao tunawalindia hii nchi yetu ili iwe nchi iliyo na manufaa na amani.
Intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the Homestretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides. Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya ya Amua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya ya Amua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1. After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the Homestretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides. Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle, or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns, and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news, and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya ya Amua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya ya Amua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1. After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the Homestretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides. Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya ya Amua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya ya Amua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1.
All right, and welcome back. We are still giving you the wall-to-wall coverage on what you should expect on this eve of the election day. Behind the scene, Mark Bichasa says that Aki siezi amini ati tomorrow is an election. That's what he just said off air. Mark, why was that?
Well, simply because the country has matured. We are not on tenterhooks. There is no tension in the country. There is no pressure the way we are used to it. In fact, people are working all the way to Friday. The people who are working today, which speaks of a country that has grown. Also, our economy is still growing. I think at 5.8%. In an election year, this is unprecedented, and this is credit number one to the president, to Raila Odinga, to William Ruto, who have gone out of their way to make sure that the campaign periods was not tense. I must commend them that there was not much insults, not much hate speech. In fact, even Moses Kuria is not on record having said the things he usually said. And this is also credit to our institutions, NCIC, the police, the different, office of the Registrar of Political Parties, in really running sanitized campaign period where we did not see the typical hate speech, the typical anger. In fact, we were just discussing with you about how people were going around their businesses in Nairobi yesterday. Not Saturday, where we had two different rallies crisscrossing the country, blue versus yellow, and there was no incidence of stoning, of people being roughed up, and that's what we want. And I urge Kenyans, the same spirit we have now, the same peace we have now, let it not be lost when the results start trickling in. Let us keep the peace. I like the saying, to sublime to your leader. I don't think that is necessary. If there is a dispute, the courts have proven that they are able to settle any dispute, whether it's presidential or MCA. So if there is a dispute, trust the process. And I think that's a key message. Trust the process. And also our institutions, the police, the NCIC, the Interfaith Council, and all of these institutions are working 24/7 to ensure that we have peace and stability in this country, and we must commend them for that, but we must also allow them to do their jobs.
So what was the problem in the past then?
Well, the politician. That's where it's always been. We always thought that the issue is that Kenya is a tribal country and we vote tribally. That's not been an issue, because every time you go to the shop, you are an Opio and it is Mora who's selling it to you, or Mwende or Njoki, whoever it is who's selling to you. You did not care. We go to intermarriages, wedding ceremonies every day. It was the politician who would come and tell you, the Kikuyu or the Luya or the Kamba has betrayed us. Now we need to pay back. For as long as our politicians skip from such language and stop blaming different tribes for political realities, then the country is okay. And one of the things that politicians need to be told is they need to keeping quiet about our tribes and their affiliations. I don't think that a Luya voting for Raila is betrayal, neither is a Kikuyu voting for Raila or Ruto a betrayal. I think every person has the right to make that choice, and enshrining that choice not just in our constitution but in our political reality is critical as well.
Absolutely. So Kuria, it's peaceful?
Absolutely, and we hope everybody can maintain peace during this election, just as has been practiced throughout the campaigns, like Mark correctly points out, and we had talked about it yesterday, the maturity we saw in town on Saturday of the rivals, political rivals, really, these groupings, no clash in town as would be the usual scenes, and we have to thank Kenyans for that. But let's flip it a bit, Wakili Shadrack, and talk about why is the election in Kenya a critical process before we even move further than that.
It boils down to interest. It is always a question of interest, because people believe, and this is their fervent belief, that once you have your desired candidate, a person that believes come from your own backyard, if he ascends to the higher offices in our land, then you will get opportunities. So other than the interest, it's a question of resources. There has always been a belief, and this you will look back into the Kriegler report, when there was a report that was filed, and at the heart of the report was the allegation that the reason why our presidential elections have always been a do or die is largely because of the assumption that if you have your own ascending to that high offices, then you will more than likely get resources. If you speak about roads, you will get good roads. If you speak about employment opportunities, your people or people from your own backyard will get employment opportunities. So really, it is a question of interest, and that is why it has always been emotive. And I agree with Mark that the reason why our politics have always turned into violence, we have always had the characteristics of war after the elections, is largely because of the politicians. It is leaders who keep on, they excite their leadership, they incite their supporters, knowing too well that they are telling them that, you see, the reason why these people have stolen our elections is because they do not want me to ascend to the office. And if they do not want me to get to that office, then it means you're not going to get any resources. You are not going to get employment. Your children are going to have degrees and will still be stay-at-homes. So really, it is important for you to fight for me so that I get into that office, and then you will get your opportunities. Yes, that has largely been the reason why we find ourselves in violence. I hail from Mathare, the constituency of Mathare, and I know for quite some time now we've had our elections characterized with that violence. And this time around, we have said, we have said that it is, we are not going, number one, to take these elections lightly. No, we understand too well what is at stake. We understand that it is these same leaders who have the say on, the quality of education that our children are going to get. It is a politician who has decided that we do away with the 844. We now go with the CBC. It is a politician seated in Nairobi after the outbreak of COVID-19 that decided that you should be in your house at 7 p.m. I mean, you could not enjoy your movement past 7 p.m. That is a politician who decided that. So you cannot just leave these elections at the hands of people who do not care about our future. Remember, even while we speak about lack of trust between ourselves, the reason why sometimes we do not have ballot papers printed in our, not sometimes, actually, we have never had an occasion where ballot papers are printed in Kenya by Munga Designs or Kirwa and, those printing groups. It is because of lack of a value system. Remember, this is now the time where the citizen value is tested. Are you patriotic to your country? Because patriotism is one of the national values and principles of governance. So if you are not patriotic to your country, then that will be the influence that is the little influence you need so that you do not wake up tomorrow morning and go and exercise your right to vote.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Let's head over to Nakuru. Victor?
Absolutely. So as we promised you, it's a 360 degrees coverage, and let's start with Nakuru County. Jackie Wambiru is on standby to give us a sight and feel on what's happening on that side, the new city in town. Jackie, good morning.
A very good morning to you, Victor. We're coming live from Nakuru City, just as you've mentioned, and right here in the city. Remember, it's just less than 24 hours before Kenyans head to the polls of the 2022 general election. And last night we were able to speak to the returning officer of the Nakuru Town West constituency, Moses Ayete, who was able to confirm that they had received all the election materials and are well prepared to conduct the 2022 general election in the constituency. We shall be traversing to various constituencies right here in Nakuru County to give you an update on what is happening. And Sunday, what was happening at the tallying center was that they were accrediting the polling stations at the same time. The polling stations at the same time to be able to put together the election materials. But what's ahead of today, where at the tallying center, the presiding officers as well as the deputy presiding officers are expected to receive the election materials, where they should be paired with the security personnel who will escort them to the polling stations, where the voters will start trooping in early morning tomorrow. And remember, Nakuru County, according to the 2019 Kenya Housing and Population Census, has a population of 2,162,000 people. At the same time, the economic activities in the county is subsistence and commercial farming. At the same time, tourism, agriculture, geothermal power generation, and flower farming. Those are some of the economic activities, but agriculture is the main backbone of the county of Nakuru. And remember, Nakuru has 11 constituencies with 55 electoral wards. And just to highlight on how many registered voters in the various constituencies, Naivasha has 157,128. Nakuru Town West has 112,127, while Nakuru Town East constituency has 125,551 voters. Kuresoi South on its part has 66,000 Narok has 113 and 274, while Gilgil on its part is 94,654. And last but not least, Bahati has 97,014 registered voters. Well, some of the candidates, I'll just highlight a few. Well, some of the candidates, we look at the gubernatorial candidates, is Karanja Elijah, who's an independent candidate, and Karanja Stanley Chege, who's also an independent candidate. Susan Keheka, who's vying on an UDA ticket, who is the incumbent senator of Nakuru County, is among the gubernatorial candidates, and the incumbent Lee Kenyanjuri is also vying his seat, and Mungai James Carey vying as an independent, and Munywa Nicholas vying as an independent at the same time. And just to highlight a few senatorial candidates as well, Kiroshe Breweries Limited founder Tabitha Karanja vying on a UDA ticket, veteran politician Koigi Wamwere also vying as an independent, and former Naivasha Member of Parliament John Mutudo, who is vying under the ODM ticket, and former Industrialization Chief Administrative Secretary Karanja Rollins, who is vying under the Jubilee ticket, and Michael Washuli.
All right, that is Jackie Wambiru from Nakuru County. Jackie, good job. Keep it up, and please get us a different location. Give us the figures and what we should be expecting from that particular side of the country. What is the expectation from the locals down there? We've always known the history of Nakuru County, but from your report, everything is so far so good. Kyuriel?
I think much of the problem we've experienced with Jackie's link is the problem of sound, and once that is fixed, we'll go back to Jackie once more to continue with her brief as we get to understand the county of Nakuru. And by the way, there's a lot of Karanjas, so to say, running for office in Nakuru. I think there are about 3 Karanjas running for governor. There's another Karanja running for senator.
The default.
Yeah, so there are a lot of Karanjas running for office in Muranga, just like there are a lot of Irongos in Muranga. So quite an interesting one. But right about now, let's switch gears and go to Trans Nzoia County. My colleague Benson Chumba is on standby. Ben, good morning. You can probably give us a brief of what is happening in Trans Nzoia and the preparedness in this election. Ben.
Asante sana wenzangu Jacob John Kioria mkiwa na Victor Olo katika upande wa kwanza wa studio. Ni kweli kabisa, nimekita kambi katika mji wa Kitale County ukiwa na Trans Nzoia, angalau kukuletea mtazamaji matukio ya moja kwa moja ya uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2022. Labda tu nifahamishe mtazamaji kwamba hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia macho yote yanaelekezwa katika kinyang'anyiro cha kiti cha ugavana, ambapo kinyang'anyiro hiki kimewalete pamoja takriban washindani 7. Unatarajiwa sana kuwa baina ya aliyekuwa mshirikishi wa bonde la ufa George Natembea, ambaye anawania kiti hicho katika chama cha DAP-K, akimenyana na mwenzake wa Ford Kenya ambaye ni Chris Wamalwa. Tulipofika eneo hili la Kitale hapo jana, tuliwapata wagombea mbalimbali wa viti mbalimbali kwa tiketi ya chama cha DAP-K wakiwa wamekusanyika kwa mkutano ambao ulijumuisha viongozi mbalimbali, akiwa mmoja wao akiwa ni George Natembea ambaye ni mwaniaji wa gavana katika kaunti hii ya Trans Nzoia, alafu pia waziri wa ulinzi Eugene Wamalwa pia naye alikuwa anaongoza mkutano huo hapo jana. Na tulipozungumza na wao walisema kwamba sababu yao ya kuwa na mkutano huo wa jana ulikuwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu inakwenda shwari, kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli ya kesho inakamilika vizuri. Mwenzangu Victor, labda tu ni kuarifu kwa haraka kwamba kaunti ya Trans Nzoia ina jumla ya maeneo bunge 5, mojawapo ikiwa ni eneo bunge la kwanza, nyingine eneo bunge la Endebess, eneo bunge la Saboti na Kiminini, alafu pia kuna eneo bunge la Cheranganyi. Na jumla ya wapiga kura ambao waliweza kujisajili kulingana na tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC ni takriban wapiga kura 1398 ambao waliweza kujisajili kama wapiga kura katika eneo hili. Labda tu kwa kuangazia maeneo bunge, eneo bunge la kwanza ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1075, Endebess ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1050, eneo bunge la Saboti ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1087 na Kiminini ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1093 ambayo ni idadi kubwa zaidi ya wapiga kura katika maeneo bunge matano hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Alafu pia kunao eneo bunge la Cheranganyi ambayo ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1091. Kwa hivyo ni shughuli ambayo wengi wamesubiri kabisa kutaka kujua itakwenda vipi, na hasa tunapozungumza kwa sasa nipo katikati ya mji wa Kitale ambapo nimesema kwamba niweze kupiga tembezi kidogo nijue wenyeji wa eneo hili wamejiandaa vipi katika shughuli hii ya uchaguzi, na bila kupoteza tu wakati nitazungumza na wakazi wawili wa eneo hili. Labda tuanze na wewe Bingwa, tueleze majina yako na shughuli ya kesho ina maana gani kwako?
Okay, kwa majina ni Samuel Dirangu. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara hapa Kitale Town. Matarajio yangu kesho ni kwamba IBC vile wamepanga tukue vile walisema saa 12 tutakuwa tayari tuchague viongozi tunaowapenda kwa amani, na kisha tushamaliza kuchagua tuende nyumbani tuongoje matokeo. Alafu kuhusu Trans Nzoia County Kitale, tunatarajia gavana mwenye tutamchagua aendeleshe maendeleo yenye mwingine amewacha. Asanteni sana.
Naam, ni maoni ya baadhi tu ya wenyeji hapa wakitoa maoni yao kuhusiana na shughuli ya kesho, wakisema kwamba wangependa kiongozi ambaye atachaguliwa aweze kushughulikia masuala mbalimbali. Na mtafuta mama moja hapa tuweze kuzungumza naye, atueleze pia kama mama ni matarajio gani ako nayo. Kama mama, tafadhali hebu tueleze majina yako na ni matarajio gani unayo kwa kiongozi ambaye atachaguliwa kama gavana mpya wa kaunti hii ya Trans Nzoia.
Habari zenu wote, mimi nashukuru asubuhi ya leo. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Jennifer Simboi nikiwa mkaaji wa hapa Trans Nzoia. Matarajio yetu kama wakaaji wa hapa, tunatangaza amani. Kitu ya kwanza, asubuhi kila mmoja anapoamuka uende umchague kiongozi yule ambaye umeona ataleta maendeleo katika kaunti hii ya Trans Nzoia. Sina mengi, tunawaombea tu kesho ikiwe siku ambayo itafanikisha kila mmoja. Asanteni.
Majina yako ndugu, na labda utueleze kama wewe umejisajili kama mpiga kura.
Majina yangu ni Anthony Walukana. Mimi nilishapiga kura awamu 3 zilizopita na hata mpaka sasa niko tayari kupiga kura.
Unapigia kura kituo gani?
Mimi napigia kura kituo cha Tuwani Primary.
Unajishughulisha na nini katika mtaa huu wa Kitale?
Mtaa huu mimi ni bodaboda.
Wewe unatarajia nini kuhusiana na uchaguzi ambao unakwenda kufanyika hapo kesho?
Mimi mwenyewe natarajia uchaguzi wa kesho uwe wa amani, sababu sisi ni mahasala, tunataka baada ya kupiga kura tuendelee na shughuli zetu.
Naam, mtazamaji, hayo tu ni maoni ya wenyeji hapa wakiwa na matarajio makubwa sana kuhusiana na shughuli ambayo itaanza hapo kesho. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakuletea habari tu pindi inapojiri, na mwenzangu Victor tu labda ni kuarifu kwamba hapo baadaye tutakuwa tunazungumza na wahusika, maafisa wa IBC kuhusiana na shughuli hii nzima, kuona ni vipi wamelaza mikakati. Alafu pia tutakuwa tunazungumza na kamishna wa eneo hili la Trans Nzoia kujua hali ya usalama iko vipi. Lakini kwa sasa narejesha matangazo haya moja kwa moja hapo kwenu Victor Olo na Jacob John Kioria mkiwa Nairobi.
Wow, asante sana. That is Trans Nzoia County. You've heard it from the 3 citizens there, and the clarion call is peace, peace, peace. I think where there is peace, everything will always sail through peacefully, so to speak. All right, so Jacob Kioria, you've heard it yourself. I don't know what you're thinking from that end.
You know, before we went to Nakuru, we were there's a point we were really on, and that was on the interest in this election. But as we talk about interest in this election, something, you know, in my mind bothers me. The obsession with the presidential election at the expense of devolution. What the Constitution was supposed to cure appears like it is not cured just yet in the minds of people.
Indeed, Jacob. I mean, we need to understand that under Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution, we have our sovereignty actually embedded in the Constitution, and the sovereignty of the people is to be exercised in two levels. We have the national level and the county levels. So, in a sense, you must understand the reason why the county elections must be as important as the national elections. Now, of course, over the time, we have seen the national elections getting so much traction, and this must also explain why even the prisoners, the Kenyan prisoners or the people who are in jail and they are voters, then they are only allowed to participate in the referendum and during the presidential elections. I have not, on my part, seen any of these presidential hopefuls go to prisons to campaign, but that is not the point. But the point really is that, of course, just to appreciate why we have put so much emphasis on the national elections is just but historical, so that people still believe, which is a wrong belief, that once you have a good president, a president either from your backyard or from your ethnic extraction, then people from your area will gain so much economic advantage, will get opportunities of employment, because we are socialized to be very nepotist, and this is something that I'm hoping in the fullness of time we shall correct, so that if going by that past, where we have put so much emphasis on the presidential election, that should explain why the focus has only been on the 4 men who have volunteered themselves to be the president of this country. There has not been so much emphasis on who will be the governor for Nairobi, who will be the governor for Mombasa, Kilifi. We should be having those discussions, because ultimately the elections or candidates who are going to help us in getting rid of the high unemployment rate in this country, in getting rid of the lawlessness that we see when we have court orders and the court orders are not obeyed, is people who are on the grassroots. Just to appreciate the importance of an MC, a member of county assembly. Look at what they have done to Sonko. That is a man whose political career has been destroyed. He can only now become a broker when it comes to political agreements. He cannot assume any public office due to a stunt that was pulled and succeeded, of course, by members of county assembly, and which was approved by the Senate. So when we want to think about our role during this electioneering period, tomorrow when we go and cast our votes, we must think of it beginning from the grassroots. We must think of who will be my member of county assembly, because my member of county assembly is going to affect so much my business on the ground, is going to affect the kind of governor that I'm going to have. Because if you have people who can easily be bought by the governors who are there, now what will happen to the question of accountability of public resources? Because accountability in itself must explain, or the lack of it must explain, why we have corruption in our public offices, when we choose to, when we have decided that this is time we need to buy the Standard newspaper, and then you go and buy the Nation newspaper. I mean, that is, you're misappropriating. If the decision has been made that we are going to buy a seat as opposed to a table, it will be wrong for you to go and buy a table as opposed to the seat.
Absolutely.
So really we need to be keen on tomorrow's activity, so that we vote in people who are going to ensure that our values and principles of governance in our constitution will not just become but hollow promises. Yes.
Mark Bichachi, wrongfully or rightfully, the obsession with the presidency. Why do you think 10 years after introducing devolution, and probably more, there is yet to be a paradigm shift in terms of how we focus on the elections?
I used to be a believer in the argument that devolution was going to dissolve the interest of the people in the presidency, but I've since changed my mind, and the reason for that is quite simple. If you look at the United States of America, they have a segregated election. They have, for example, they're having many of their congressional races in the year 2020 and in 2022, and then in 2024 they'll have the presidential one. The interest in the presidential election in the United States is higher than the congressional races, simply because there's higher stakes at the presidency. The presidency determines the direction of the entire country. So I do not think that is a misnomer per se. But the only issue that we would have is we still need to have Kenyans Kenyans focusing on who their MCA is going to be and who their governor is going to be. That is very critical because a governor controls nearly a third of what happens within your particular region. So you need to show keen interest. But having said that, let us also be clear that the issue of the presidency is twofold. Number one, it's an issue of representation. It's an issue of representation because you want to see someone who represents your needs, your desires, and your dreams sitting at the top of the land. If, for example, you believe in justice, you believe in the fight against corruption, you want to see someone who's a champion of those values at the top of the seat. And that's where there is interest, as it should be. The interest that should not be there is the interest that is selfish and wrong for the country. For example, an interest in a corrupt leader so that you also can steal, an interest in a tribal leader so that you can mistreat the next tribe. Those kind of interests should not be enshrined in our political space. But what needs to happen is the good interest that we have, interest of patriotism, fight against corruption, unity, development, etc. There's nothing wrong with desiring the person that you feel is going to deliver that being at the top of the ticket, and then being supported by various governors, senators, MPs, etc., to make sure that dream happens. And that's really maturity, because once we move away from the tribe that I am a Luya, so I want to see a Luya at the top of the ticket, I am a Kisii, so I want to see a Kisii at the top of the ticket. When that shifts to actual ideals and ideas, and that's another thing that has been very good in this particular election, we have seen a lot of focus on the ideals and ideas, and most importantly on the character. What is the character of the person you're voting for? And that is very critical, because the character of the person tells you how every day will be. It does not matter in business, we say, what strategy you have when your culture is wrong, because culture, it's strategy for breakfast. So it does not matter what plan a politician has. If his culture is one to eat, he will continue eating. It does not matter which plan he has.
But then, I like what you said. This election more so should be about Kenya, not a candidate. Why do you think so? Because I'm asking this question because it's coming at a unique moment. Kenya is just trying to regain its footing from the corona pandemic. We know many people lost their jobs. Kenya is suffering economically, so to speak. A lot is happening in the country. Why do you think it's quite important for Kenya, but not that particular candidate you're talking of, Turkana, Giriama, Samburu, name it?
Yeah. The tribe is not going to get us into the future. And let us look at Kenya critically. From 2002, Kenya has been climbing. If you go and look at the economic growth of this country, it's been growing. We need a president who's going to continue growth. This is very critical.
Yeah.
Because Kenya is on the right trajectory. It is not on the wrong trajectory. That is number one. Number two is the fact that Kenya, having built the infrastructure that it has built and the structures that we have around our country, we need a leader who's going to make use of that infrastructure. We need a leader who's going to say, because we have the expressway, we are going to increase business in the city of Nairobi by 50%. We need a leader who's going to say, because we have certain berths and a shipyard building in Lake Victoria and another one at the coast, these are the many ships we are going to build. We need a leader who's going to say, because Turkana is now connected to Kitale and Kitale is connected to the rest of the country, this is how much business is going to happen in Turkana. That is the kind of leadership we need. We need a leadership that is going to use the infrastructure that is there almost as a taxiway, as a runway to make the Kenyan economy fly off. That is the only solution we have. The second thing is we need a leader who's going to care. We need a leader who's going to care about the poor, who's going to care about the health of Kenyans, who's going to care about education. We need a leader who's going to say that education has to be affordable. And I think that's a critical thing, because you build all this infrastructure without the education. Who's going to make use of it? Who's going to have the brains to use it? Healthcare. We know for a fact that if you're middle class and you're diagnosed with cancer, that one diagnosis can lead you back to poverty. So we need to talk about health healthcare, and how are we going to protect the country? So universal healthcare becomes an issue. The other issue that becomes very, very important is the fight against corruption. Yeah. If we lose 1,000, a trillion of our budget every year to corruption, we need a leader who's going to bring back 1 trillion shillings. We need a leader we can trust because they have the record of delivering to bring back the trillion shillings, because that trillion is what is going to develop this country to the next level. We do not need to talk about increased taxes and taxing the Kenyan more. What we need is to tax the corrupt more. In other words, to make sure there's 100% tax on 100% of the corruption. We get all the money back from corruption and use it for putting the economy back on track. That is what Kenyans need to focus on.
That's what Kenya needs to focus on. All right, so let's still cross over to Jackie Wambiru from Nakuru County. Jackie, once again, people are upbeat about tomorrow. What should you expect?
Thank you so much, Victor. Well, we're joining you from Nakuru Town West constituency, where, as I had mentioned earlier, the returning officer at the constituency tallying center assured us that they had received all the election materials, and today they shall be able to dispatch the materials, where the presiding officers and the deputy presiding officers are expected to receive the material, and they shall be paired with security personnel who shall be able to escort them to the polling stations. And he was able at the same time to hope that everything will be able to go as planned, and we shall be speaking to a few residents at the constituency just to tell us what is the mood at the moment, and what is their message to Kenyans ahead of tomorrow's general election. So right now I'm joined by one of the residents, and we shall just be speaking to him. Karibu sana, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Hapa ni KBC. Unaitwa nani?
Kwanza wacha nisalimie wa Kenya, mjambo. Mimi mwenyewe naitwa Patrick Nzoya.
Haya, niambie kama waweza nieleza mood sahi katika kaunti hii. Hivi tuko Nakuru City, ni vipi?
Nakuru City tuko sawa. Tunajiandaa kupiga kura kesho. Nakuru hatuna shida yoyote. Naona Nakuru wako sawa kabisa, wanafanya biashara zao wakisubiri kesho kupiga kura kwa usalama.
What is your message to Kenyans ahead of tomorrow?
Message yangu kwa Kenya mzima ni kuwa na amani. Wasilete fujo. Yule ambaye atakubali kushindwa basi atajiunga na yule ambaye atakuwa ameshinda. Kwa hivyo tupige kura na amani ili nchi yetu iende mbele. Mchague yule umpendaye. Asante.
Well, thank you so much. Na wewe basi mood yako ni vipi?
Mimi kwa majina mwanzo naitwa Jackson Oiko. Nimefurahia sana katika hii siku ya leo kwa sababu ya sisi tuko pamoja Nakuru, hatuna shida yote, tunaendelea na shughuli zetu tukisubiri siku ya kesho tuchague viongozi, na yule ambaye atashindwa akubali kushindwa, kwa sababu wakati watu wanashindana kuna yule ambaye atashinda na kuna yule ambaye atafanya nini, atashindwa. Tunamefurahi sana.
Sawa, asante sana. Message yako kwa Kenya, jina lako kwanza?
Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Kevin Nganga. Mimi naweza sema message yangu watu kwa amani, na yule ambaye atashindwa akubali, na yule ambaye atashinda pia asione kama amefanya kitu kubwa, afinyirie ule mwenye. Yani hatutaki mambo ya furujo. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Waitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Joseph.
Waweza tueleza mood katika kaunti hii kwa sasa?
Okay, wakati watu haiko sawa tu. Sioni kama kuna change yote, watu wote waiko tu peaceful.
Message yako kwa Kenya ahead of tomorrow?
Ahead of tomorrow naweza sema tukue alafu tomorrow tukifanya elections zetu watu warudi tu makazi zao. Unaona kama wakati sisi pia sahi tunaendelea tu na kazi yetu. Hatuna ile stress, hatuna ile kuogopa. Sisi tunaendelea na kazi yetu kawaida sababu tunajua election itakuja na itaenda. So tunaendelea tu hivyo sababu tunajua Kenya ni yetu na lazima tuishi Kenya hii yetu. Yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Fred Nyamonyo, ni mkaaji hapa Nakuru. Wenzangu wote wa Kenya wenzangu na waombea amani, na tunaomba na tuhubiri amani kila mahali tunaenda. Tumejiandaa vile vilivyo siku ya kesho tunapoenda kuchaguana kwa yule uongozi ambao unataka. Kwa hivyo tuweke Mungu mbele. Asante sana.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Victor, those are sentiments from a section of residents here at Nakuru Town West constituency. Calls of peace being reiterated ahead of the 2022 general election, which is less than 24 hours, so that we can commence with the electioneering process of the 2022 general election. Back to you, Victor.
Before I let you go, Nakuru, for the past few months, has been on the spotlight over insecurity. Remember the confirmed gang, and the Interior Ministry also made their way there and assured the residents that everything is going to be put under control. I don't know what is the situation as at now. Have you spoken to the police bosses around there? Or rather, what is the general security situation in Nakuru County?
Well, what we've been able to witness is security personnel have been deployed to man at the polling stations. We're able to see security personnel who will be manning the polling stations at the same time. Even as you traverse the town, the city, you can see that there are police officers, and I think so we shall be speaking as well to the Rift Valley Regional Commissioner later on, who will be able to update us on the security status or what are the measures they've been able to deploy so that they can ensure that security is upheld in this region. Well, back to you, Victor.
All right, so that is Jackie Wambiru. Jackie, thank you so much. Please get to talk to the security agencies down there and give us what they are doing, whether they are ready for the exercise during or even after the August 9th general election. Curia.
Absolutely, Jackie Wambiru doing a fantastic job in Nakuru, following up on the events as they happen in Nakuru. The election is tomorrow, as you heard from Jackie. Election material have started arriving in Nakuru, and the security situation is also, or rather you would say that the police are on top of things in Nakuru when it comes to the maintenance of security and calm in the county of Nakuru. I had Bichachi talk about representation as he was making his submissions. And over the years, again, running into this election, we have had the debate over misrepresentation. And as we go back to the question of a tedious election, maybe we can cure the problem of tedious elections with this theory of overrepresentation. First of all, are we overrepresented?
I mean, it's a yes and no. If you look at the population of this country, remember, if you look at the history of democracy in itself, long time ago, probably when we began this, the initiative of voting in Greece, is that people will assemble somewhere and then they will decide you will be representing us. But over time, and with the increase in population, right now the country is boasting of over 44 million people. Of course, you cannot expect that the 44 million people will be represented by the same number of representatives that we had in the LegCo. No, you cannot expect that. So that the reasonable expectation will be that due to an increase in the number of citizens in this country, then the representation in parliament, the representation probably in the county assemblies will also increase. But of course, there is also an argument to be made by the fact that we are spending so much paying these people. And sometimes the people we are paying do not even understand their role. Ask the MCAs, ask the senators, ask the members of parliament or the members of National Assembly when they are campaigning at your areas, what they will seek to achieve. So some of those promises that they give us are quite out of this earth. it is a clear demonstration that they do not even understand why they want us to vote them in Parliament or the County Assembly. And now that in itself must explain why the question of over-representation might come in. Probably you will want to ask yourself, in a county where we have 3 or 4 people, well, why would we, people who are well-learned, why can't we just choose one to be representing the whole county in all affairs? So that might be the argument that is made by people who want to say that probably it is time that we reduce the number of people who are representing us in Parliament or elsewhere.
Hold on, and I'll engage Mark Bichachi at some point, because the question of over-representation has always been tied with the issue of wages in terms of how much we are paying for our representation. Now, before I head to you, Mark Bichachi, let's run over to Bomas of Kenya, where Sarafina Robi is on standby again. That will be the nerve center of his election, particularly the presidential election. Sarafina Robi, what is the latest from Bomas?
Indeed, a very good morning, Korea. We're coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center, and we're here to follow up on updates from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Commissioners led by the chairperson, who is Wafula Chebukati. We expect to get more updates today. As of yesterday, they were able to tell us that they've already dispatched all the voting material, especially all the pellets that they were expecting in the country, including the 18 pellets which they had said were still being held and hadn't arrived in the country. As of yesterday, they were able to tell us that all the pilots have arrived. Every voting material that was expected in the country has already been received and dispatched as of yesterday, Sunday. And also they were able to tell us that also the training of all the clerks and agents that was going on was also completed as of yesterday. And as of today, we are waiting clarification to know whether all the ballot papers that had been deployed to different voting stations, constituencies, will be deployed to other polling stations. And also we seek to get clarification on if there's any trouble in regards to the process on dispatching of the material, given that we're also able to find that places such as Garissa and other places that are way far from the capital city, the ballot papers were being airlifted to such places like Garissa and other further places, just to ensure that there is no malpractice or any interference with the voting material. Also, as we continue to follow up on the voting process and preparations by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, we are also following up on what is expected after Tuesday, which is the actual day, whereby as of today we're able to see timelines that have been given by the Chief Justice Martha Koome on if there'll be any presidential dispute, which are always handled by the Supreme Court, saying that if there is any dispute that is to be lodged or to be filed before the Supreme Court, then she says that it should be done within 7 days after the declaration of the results. After the filing of the petition, she says that the petitioners then need to serve the respondents within 24 hours, and upon the respondents being served, they're supposed to file their responses within 4 days, and thereafter the petitioners are expected to file a rejoinder within a day, that is within 24 hours, and thereafter a third party, which is the amicus curiae, are expected to also, if they need to be enjoined in the dispute, in the petition, then they are required to file their application within a day for consideration by the Supreme Court. And going just by the previous presidential petitions that were filed in 2017, whereby the Supreme Court said that if you are allowed as an amicus curiae in a presidential petition, then you have to limit your application to one matter. Therefore, if there's any friend of the court, which is the amicus curiae, who needs to be enjoined in such a petition, then they have been directed to limit themselves to just one matter. Thereafter, there'll be there will be a conference and a hearing conference within 7 days upon the filing of the petition, and thereafter, after the hearing conference, the conference has been held, the hearing will commence immediately. Thereafter, after the hearing, then they are required to give the determination within 14 days. Therefore, we are still following up on everything in regards to these elections, especially here at the Bomas of Kenya. We are keeping tabs here. We're expecting the commissioners to come anytime and address us and tell us on what's happening in regards to preparedness. And we are at the media center, whereby a couple of journalists have already arrived here. They've already settled, and we're also here as KBC to ensure that we give every information that comes from this place. Back to you, Kyoria.
Sarafina, before I let you go, a very quick one. Before I let you go, I would imagine as the nerve center of the presidential election, the presidential candidates will be, interested in seeing the preparations at the Bomas of Kenya. Have you seen any one of them or their agents in, or rather, the Bomas of Kenya? Serafina? Well, we will be trying to link up again with Serafina Robi to respond to that. That is a little bit later. Serafina, you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, JJ.
I'm asking, this being the presidential election, I would imagine that presidential candidates would be interested in knowing the preparations at the Bomas of Kenya. Have you seen any one of them or their agents at the Bomas of Kenya?
Well, here at the Bomas of Kenya, the people that you've been able to see come to this place mostly are election observers, as well as the officials of the IEBC officials, as well as commissioners. We've not been able to spot any of the presidential aspirants at this place. And if there are any of their agents, therefore, then we're going to speak to some of the commissioners to get to understand if they are around as of today, then we'll be able to be briefed. But as of now, we've not been able to spot any.
Can you take us a little bit through the process of entering the Bomas of Kenya from the main gate, and probably emphasize a bit on the security checks before you get to where you are right now?
Yeah, actually the security at the Bomas of Kenya has been beefed up. For you to access this place, then you need a specific accreditation, which we were given as journalists. Maybe if I could be able to show you which is this. For you to be able to access this place, then you need this kind of accreditation, whereby it has special features that have been attached to it, whereby you'll be required to swipe at particular places to be able to access, and therefore the people who are allowed at this particular place are very limited. Not anyone is allowed to access the premises.
All right. Thank you very much, Serafina Robi, our reporter at the Bomas of Kenya. Will be linking you with you later, so you can give us more about the preparations at the Bomas of Kenya. Let's come back to studio. Mark Bichachi wanted to ask you about the question of representation. Those who think we are overrepresented, and this question tied to the wages we are paying to our representatives, Mark.
It's an interesting question, because when you tie over-representation to wages, you get into a bit of trouble, simply because Parliament costs us less than 40 billion shillings a year compared to the cost of the entire executive, which is over 2-point-something trillion. So if you are going to save money, it's not in Parliament you're going to save money. So over-representation has nothing to do with how much we pay parliamentarians per se. I think this is something that has been politicized. Yes, of course, they earn more than most other MPs across the world, but that's not the biggest expenditure we have as a country. The question of overrepresentation and underrepresentation actually comes in terms of resources allocated to different counties and different constituencies across the country. So let me give you an example. we had when the various presenters were saying how different constituencies have 60,000 to 90,000. I think that's the number we got from from Nakuru and from Trans Nzoia. Now, if you look at that in perspective and realize that each of these constituencies receives the same amount of CDF, then you've got to ask yourself, are we fair when you go to constituencies in Lamu, constituencies in the north of Kenya, where we've got less than 5,000 voters, 10,000 voters? How then do we equally distribute resources according to the population abundance? And that question may seem simple, because many people have then argued then it should be one man, one shilling. That's not exactly true, because the cost per kilometer per head of road, for example, or even of internet, becomes more expensive given the scarcity of people. So, for example, the people in North Hor, for example, deserve 4G networks, they deserve roads, they deserve all of those things, but it becomes more expensive per kilometer because they've got less people there. But at the same time, it becomes cheaper then to do services. So, because there are fewer people, the hospital has less stress, will require less doctors. Because there are less people, you've got less stress when you're rolling out, for example, bursaries, because there are fewer people. So there is a balance that is needed. It is simplified by one man, one shilling. But that's not the totality of the argument. We need to have two things: the services that they need and the infrastructure that they need delineated, so that now we are able to get a more equitable, not equal society. It is not supposed to be equal as in one shilling, because some places need more money for development, for example. But it needs to be equitable, that it makes sense for the entire country. As for over-representation, again, the issue has been, for how long will we do the women rep representation thing? For example, if you have women reps and then suddenly Kenyans start voting 50% and above women, is that now going to be a balanced issue? So those are some of the constitutional questions that we have when it comes to representation. But are we overrepresented? 290 MPs representing 48 million people? I think that is very fair. I think the issue really should be asked in terms, do we get value for money from our MPs? When you vote for MP and he's never spoken in parliament, how does that work? How do we answer those questions? Are parliamentary committees enough to represent the Kenyan people? Those are the questions that we need. And in my view, I do not think it's a reduction of MPs or MCAs we need. I think we need more efficient parliamentary committees, more efficient MCA committees that are then able to deliver for the Kenyan people.
All right, quite interesting one. And of course, we will take it up later and talk about whether we get value for the number of representatives we have. But Victor Olo?
He's spoken about something that some of the leaders have not even spoken. So if you go to the Hansard, you'll not find anything that was spoken for the past 5 years. All right, so let's cross over to Uasin Gishu. We have got Timothy Kipnusu. We started from Nakuru to Trans Nzoia, back to Nairobi, and now back to Uasin Gishu. Timothy, good morning. We are just hours away to the poll. What is the situation on the ground?
Very good morning to you, my colleagues Victor Olo and JJ Curia there at the broadcasting house. Yes, indeed, I'm still pitching thumb here in Uasin Gishu County, the county number 027, the home of champions and Mursik, just to get the picture of this particular election. Of course, a day to this election, and of course many things have been happening. Yesterday we were at the home of the Right Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who is one of the contenders of the presidential this year, that is the Kenya Kwanza flag bearer. And of course, we were made to understand that the prayers were conducted just a day after we arrived in that particular place. Spiritual leaders were there from different counties conducting prayers, actually to pray for the Deputy President as Kenya heads to the polls tomorrow. And of course, we were also made to understand that the school where the Deputy President will be casting his ballot, that is the Kosache Primary School, all is set. And of course, remember, Deputy President, as it is normally appears in that particular school very early in the morning. He queues just like any other Kenyan to cast his ballot in Kosache, that is in Turbo constituency. Just to get the figures, this year, in this year's election, we have 506,138 registered for voters by Independent Election Boundaries Commission, and this is an increase of 50,000. Last year's general election was 450,000 those who are registered as voters. This county has 6 constituency. Earlier on, before it became 6, it was 3. Eldoret North, where Ruto served for 3 terms from 1997 to 2013. We also have Eldoret East and Eldoret South. Right now we have the Eldoret North that Ruto served. It has been split into 2 constituencies. That is Turbo and Soi. And Turbo, Soi, Kapseret, Keses, Ainapkoi and Moiben are the constituency here in Uasin Gishu County. And just to get to the figures of the registered voters, or rather the eligible voters in Uasin Gishu County, in Soi you have 92,704 who will be going to the ballot. Turbo has the largest number of the registered voters, the home of William Samoei Arap Ruto, 120,202. Also have Moiben, we have 77,000 registered voters, 800. Ainapkoi has 62,606. Kapseret, where the vocal member of parliament is serving, Oscar Sudi, has 74,809. And Keses, one of the constituencies that has receiving a lot of critics. Why? Because the member of parliament who is serving, Swarap Mishram, he's anti-Ruto, and Ruto has been on record telling people not to elect him. And that constituency has 77,942. We also have I think I've completed the constituencies here in Uasin Gishu County. Very important to note is the independent wave in this particular county. Remember, just before the deadline of the campaign, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade launched an onslaught on the independent wave in this particular county, bearing in mind that in the last year's general election, it was a slap in the face of the Jubilee, actually for Ruto, because a number of independent candidates made it in parliament, and this year's, I'm sure, is very keen enough to ensure he captures a number of votes from this particular county, bearing in mind this is the hometown of, this is his hometown. We had talked we had a conversation with the county returning officer Arin Mutai, and today we expect that the inspection of the ballot papers and of course breaking of the sales of those papers, the ballot papers, and of course ensuring the chief agents, the political parties that are going for this race, and of course the media will be there to ensure that nothing is fishy about those papers, ballot papers, and of course to ensure that there is transparency in this year's general election. And in this county, maybe look at the gubernatorial race. We have 3 contenders. The incumbent governor is no longer vying. That is the vocal governor, or the Jackson Mandago. He's making a stab at the senatorial position. 3 governors include Jonathan B. Echelilum, famously known as Koti Moja. He will be vying using the UDA ticket. He's facing stiff competition from an independent candidate, Bundo Dich Zedekiah Kiprop, famously known as Abu Zeki. And of course, we also have a United Democratic Movement candidate, that is William Kemboi. In the senatorial position, we have Jackson Mandago. As I mentioned earlier, the incumbent is no longer running for this particular seat. That is Professor Margaret Kamaru, who is the Senate Deputy Speaker, and Mandago will be contesting or will be battling out with one candidate by the name of the veteran journalist by the name of Robert Arap Kemei. In this county, we do not have the Karanjas and the Rungus as you have mentioned, but rather we have the Koti Moja and Arap. We'll be here keeping tabs what's happening in Uasin Gishu. We'll be able to update you. Back to you in studio, Victor Olo, together with JJ Kioria and the analyst Mark Bichach.
Timothy Kipnusu. That is Timothy Kipnusu with that comprehensive background on what Uasin Gishu is all about and what we should expect come tomorrow. Thank you, Timothy. Please go ahead and give us more information, and we'll get back to you later on this particular program. So, Wakili, let me ask you this question. We all have our past as a nation, and IGAD now says that we should forget the 2017 flaws and focus on the future. I have two questions. Why should we forget about the 2017 and focus about the future? And why should we not forget about the 2017?
First, I don't agree that we should forget about our past. One thing you need to appreciate about the past is that the past helps you or informs your future deeds. So that what happened in the year 2007, 2017, 2013 and elections before should actually be the stepping stone on our preparations for the elections that are slated for tomorrow and moving forward. Remember, even the people who have presented themselves or who have presented themselves as candidates for these elections. Now, before we even elect them in, we need to have a keen focus on their history. Because these people, the likes of William Ruto, Raila Amolo Odinga, Wajakoya, the likes of Maure, these are not people who've been borrowed from America or from Uganda. These are people who've been in this country. We know their track record. On today's newspaper, you've heard the highlights of Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. These are people we know. So for us to get a candidate who will propel this country to great, to a future that is of economic prosperity, a future that safeguards the future of the youths in this country, then we need to evaluate their history as individuals. So if you also narrow down to the preparation that the IBC have been doing, there has been a highlight, even as JJ had previously highlighted, that there is a keen focus on what were the mistakes that the IBC did in the year 2017 that led to the annulment of the presidential elections. So some of these shortcomings that they had in the year 2017 are the ones that are informing their preparation, so that we do not want a repeat. When you forget about the past, you are likely to repeat the same mistakes that you did in the past moving forward into the future. And that is why the past must be very important in everything that we do, be it the preparations of the elections, be it our choice of the desired candidates. Yes, we cannot by any stretch of imagination ignore the influence of the past when it comes to the election that are slated tomorrow.
All right. Curie.
It's important, as we talk about the elections tomorrow, and ask ourselves, as we go to the elections tomorrow, what are the stakes? Mark Bichachi, we already have an advisory from Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga to dissolve Parliament for non-compliance on the 2/3 gender rule. And of course, there's that concern you raised. But as we head to the elections tomorrow, should the fulfillment of this 2/3 gender principle be in our minds, seeing the list of candidates that have been released by the IEBC and those that have been nominated by political parties?
Well, you ask a very pertinent question about how the makeup of both the county assemblies and the National Assembly and Senate as far as the gender card is concerned. Now, if you just look at the number of women, though they've increased in terms of seeking representation, the chances are slim to none that we will meet the 2/3 gender rule, and therefore the nomination coalitions will have to try and fill up that gap. Now, in the National Assembly, there is a sitting statement from the Chief Justice that the Parliament should be dissolved. Now, I am one of those people who thanks God that we did not dissolve Parliament, because what would have been the solution? We would have gone back to elections and we would have ended up with the same result. Now, the lawyers will have to answer whether that judgment on that particular Parliament is going to affect this Parliament, or they will have to start again from scratch. But I can tell you, after the elections, there'll be a court case terming the Parliament that is coming after this one to be illegally assembled, having less women. Now, it is a shame, therefore, that we had a chance to amend our constitution and find another way of actually getting the two-thirds gender rule done. One of my suggestions is very simple. The suggestion that was on the table was to move away from direct elections of parliamentarians to have a representative system. What is a representative system? That people at the parliamentary level vote for a political party. Then the political party has a list. Number 1 is a woman, number 2 is a male, number 3 is a woman, number 4 is a male, like that. Then every 7th is a youth, every 8th is a person living with disabilities, etc., etc. And then what happens, it would have meant that if a party gets 10% of the vote and they have 30 parliamentarians to be put in parliament, then we would be sure that 50% would be women. We would have a certain percentage that is people living with disabilities, and we would have a certain percentage that is youth. This is the best way to solve this issue, because immediately the automatic result of any election would be that we have proper representation. But also, one of the advantages it would have is that people would now be forced to vote for political parties which have certain ideologies they believe in, because it is the political party that will be pushing these people into parliament. And once they get into parliament, and it is a list, and we decide to do the way Jubilee parliamentarians have done for the last 5 years, then you are removed and then you are replaced with people who are willing to toe the party line. Because one of the issues that we have in this country is we do not have political party discipline. You can be in Jubilee, then you perambulate in all other parties and continue to exist as a parliamentarian. Who then are you representing? Because you've missed your mandate. So that is one of the opportunities I think we missed in terms of amending the constitution. And the only solution, and mark my words, if we're going to solve the gender question soon enough, we will require a constitutional amendment.
Quite an interesting one you raise, because you talk about a constitutional amendment. Some gender activists propose an incremental implementation of the two-thirds gender principle. Wakili, very quickly, what would be your proposal?
First, JJ, when you speak about gender, it's always an elephant in the room, because the assumption usually is that gender speaks of men and women. Remember, our constitution has gone past men and women. We have even the transgender living in our community, so that sometimes when you have this debate, you must expand it beyond that scope. Then secondly, when you think about women representation in parliament and in all our public offices, I understand pretty much the confusion that you can even hear from Mark when Mark speaks, and the usual confusion, of course, that we are in a state of confusion. We cannot achieve this, and we need a constitutional amendment. No, I don't think that our solutions lie in constitutional amendments. Well, I understand pretty much that constitutions are not static. And that is a recognition that is made in our constitution, because under Article 255, 256 and 257, there are proposals on how we can change our constitution. But if you go further and read 259, it proposes modes of interpreting the constitution. The constitution must be read in a manner that, breathes life. The constitution is a living document. It is like you and me. The clothes that you are wearing when you are young, you cannot certainly wear them now. And that is a recognition that is made in the constitution, so that your resolve cannot always be in amending the constitution. And that is a problem we had with the previous retired constitution, that every problem that you have as a society, the first thing that you decide is to amend. So you end up having an obliterated constitution. The amendments actually supersede the provisions that you passed in the initial sense, because it's a knee-jerk reaction of addressing. The only thing that we need to do is, number one, is to be faithful in our implementation of the constitution. I understand the 2/3 gender rule is not meant for women. No, it is a question that cuts across men and women, so that if we find ourselves in a fix, you know, JJ, nowadays our men are in danger. Yes, the boy child has been obliterated. He is no longer anywhere. He cannot be seen in any record. So that moving forward, if we have so many women in elective or public offices, then we can still invoke as men who are feeling under siege, we can invoke the 2/3 gender rule and say that when it comes now to nominations and other avenues, we need to balance so that we can benefit. I close this argument by saying that we just need a faithfulness when it comes to understanding and implementing the law. You do not necessarily have to resort to amendment. No, an amendment, and I would like at least to borrow a little from one of the deceased judge in the Supreme Court judge in the United States, the late Justice Antonin Scalia. Antonin Scalia argues and says that when you look at the law, you should look at the law as empty bottles. That sometimes every generation will have to put in a liquid that they think is beneficial to them. When it comes to this, in other words, means when you're looking at interpretation, so that the society, long time ago, we thought that slavery was just okay. It was sanctioned by the law. We allowed a man to be carrying another one. We allowed a man to be doing domestic work and, to be beaten up like an animal. So moving forward, it does not mean that it was right then. No, it just means that there was an interpretation of the law that was given to allow that slavery. But moving forward, we have changed as a society. The way we look at the law. Just recently we saw that in the United States of America, they disturbed the jurisprudence that had been set by Roe versus Wade. So that previously, it was allowed in the name of women their right to self-determination, that they could abort. Of course, 24 months after, not longer than 24 months, 24 weeks after the pregnancy. But now we have the Supreme Court looking at the same law, saying, no, this was a misinterpretation of the law. As far as Roe versus Wade is concerned, we will not allow abortion to be conducted at the will of a woman who is carrying the child. It ultimately boils down to interpreting the law faithfully. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Wakili. Wow, quite a legalist. We have Alan Oko in Bungoma County, also observing as the elections unfold tomorrow. He is our reporter in Bungoma. Alan Oko, very quickly, what is happening in Bungoma?
Well, good morning to you, JJ. Here in Bungoma, it is quiet, it is calm, it's a very nice sunny morning. We are at Webuye East constituency here in Bungoma County. And what we are seeing here is a beehive of activities, as where we are right now, the tallying center for Webuye East, they are just preparing the material just for tomorrow's polls. And just to give our viewers some statistics on Bungoma County, remember, Bungoma County has about 646,598 registered voters, and the registered voters in Webuye is where we currently are right now. They have 48,950 registered voters, and it's a bit contentious here because the running MP for this constituency is not going to continue because of health issues, and we have a number of candidates who are trying to clinch this particular seat. Some, just to mention them, is Carol Buyela of Jubilee Party, and then we have Martin Wanyonyi of Ford Kenya. We also have Wanjala Iyaya of DAPK, and we have Job Chelongo of UDP. We also have Noah Chili of, he's an independent candidate here. Here in Bungoma County, we have a total of 800,000 in population according to the census of 2019, and we are expecting that the turnout will be good. We spoke to the returning officer of this constituency earlier, Mr. Emmanuel Onyango, and he told us that the materials have arrived and they're just waiting to dispatch this material to various polling stations. And if my cameraman can just show you around the room, we have pallets of ballot papers here that are just reading. The officers here are just about to open them and try and verify them and so that they can be ready for dispatch. And you can see we are in a school. This is a tallying center. It's very quiet now. Children are away at school, and therefore they're utilizing this space here, which is actually normally on its normal day a library, to have this storage storage facility for these materials. We expect also later to go on to the streets and just to find a feel of what's happening on the ground. But here at this tallying center, as you can see, JJ, we are still preparing. It's morning and everything seems calm. Everything is in order here, unless you have any further questions for me, JJ?
I can see clearly there are preparations ongoing and things are on top gear. But very quickly, probably on the aspect of security in Bungoma County, you could tell us how the preparations are, whether you've been able to engage the County Commissioner for Bungoma to tell you the strategies they're laying down to protect everybody and their property.
Well, thank you for that question, JJ. We have been trying to get the County Commissioner of Bungoma County, and we shall get this report later. But what we have seen on the ground as we've traversed this county is that there is calm, and we've seen a patrol of police. The police, even here at the tallying center, are here making sure that everything is smooth and that there's no disruption. To be honest, to tell you the truth, we were very surprised to find the places are really, really calm, and everyone is going about their business. Of course, you know, this is August, and we have the circumcision ceremonies for these communities here. They're just going on as we're passing on the road, and they're going for those festivities. Everything seems very okay on a security standpoint, but we shall make sure we get an actual update from the security personnel here when we get the time, JJ.
Lastly, before I let you go, obviously the campaign period ended on Saturday. Is there adherence to that very rule in Bungoma? Or how would you say the candidates, what are the candidates doing at this particular point? Have you been able to interact with any of them?
Well, when it comes to the end of the campaigns, people have been adhering to this stipulation that there is no more campaigns at this time, which ended on Saturday. Well, we have not been able to interact with any candidate, but what we are seeing on the ground is that there is not much activity or any at all. We've actually, interestingly, we've seen campaign vehicles parked on the side of the road being dismantled, all those public address systems. Perhaps we can only theorize that the candidates are now just biting their nails, preparing for tomorrow as they strategize and see what they will do tomorrow, go and vote at their polling stations, respective polling stations. Remember, Bungoma County is a county of the current Senator Ken Lusaka, who is trying to regain back his former gubernatorial seat. And we also have other candidates, notable candidates, who are going for this particular seat here, where we have also we have Wycliffe sorry, apologies for that. We also have Alfred Sambu, who is not going to contest for the MP seat, as I said earlier. We also have Moses Wetangula of Fort Kenya running for the senatorial seat. And we also have Charles Kibambani Ng'ombe, who is actually currently the deputy governor for this county and is now running to be the senator. And then we have Herman Kasili and Jacob Matata, who is also running for the Senate seat. So all these candidates, and we have, by the way, a total of about 5 or 6 MP candidates who are running for this Webuye East constituency, but we want to go and traverse and find out exactly what the candidates are doing at this point. Right now, the time is very good. We have time to go and find out where they are, what they're doing, and so therefore we'll be able to give you a very nice comprehensive report on that as well, JJ.
Much, Alan Oko, fantastic job from Bungoma County, and keeping tabs on our behalf. And the dismantling of vehicles and sound systems, Victor Lomins, the harvesting season is over for SAP.
But Kiora, that's the reality of the ground right now. Everything is done and dusted. So if you had your colors, it's time to go back to default setting. Anyway, so
we are talking about Bungoma County, and Jane is on the smart board. Jane, over 800,000 registered voters in Bungoma County. What are the figures, perhaps, if you can take us through the figures from 2013, 2017, and 2022?
Now, let's just start with the number of registered voters. Now, Bungoma County is in this western part of Kenya, right here from this beautiful map that we have here. And this is the figurative representation of Kenya as of 2013 in Western Kenya. But let's narrow in to just see how the numbers were looking like and how the voting patterns were in Bungoma. Let's erase this right here. So a total of 9 constituencies in this particular county, and as you can see, the different colors here represent the different presidential candidates and how this particular county voted. So Raila Odinga is represented by this color orange, and you can see predominantly Raila Odinga was leading in this particular county, except for Mount Elgon right here. And you can see this is a county that President Uhuru Kenyatta did win back in 2013 with 29,000 votes, and Raila getting 7,000. A difference of over 20,000 votes. Now, when we come to 2017, still looking at Bungoma County, the total number of registered voters in 2013 was at 412,018 votes. In 2017, the number went up to 559,850 registered voters. Again, as you can see, the different colors represent the different presidential candidates as they were in those particular years. And in 2017, again, President Uhuru Kenyatta was the leading candidate in Mount Elgon with 39,000 votes, and Raila coming in second with 10,000 votes. A difference again of almost 30,000 votes. And looking at the predominant all the other counties, it was Raila Odinga who was leading in terms of voting. But now here we are in 2022. As you can see, no colors are represented here. This is meant to give us real-time information as we get the verified numbers from IEBC. But as of 2022, the total population of residents in Bungoma County is 800,000, but those that are registered is this figure right here, 600 and voters. Those are the total number of voters that are registered. But once they go, the residents of Bungoma go to the poll, we'll be able to get real-time information as per which presidential candidate has taken over which particular constituencies. All right.
Very well. Thank you so much, Jen. So, Mark, from Western Kenya, let's come back to the broadcasting house. Now, when you talk about election in Kenya and the economy, it's one of the most expensive, so to speak, in Africa, and record has it that IEBC used around 40 billion shillings for this particular election. Is there anywhere we as a country will be able to bring that figure down at some point?
Yes, it is possible to bring the figure down, because a lot of, in fact, I would say 30 billion of that 40 billion, 30 billion of it is called lack of trust. Okay, lack of trust because, number one, we print these papers internationally, so the logistics become very expensive. Number two, the amount of security features on a ballot paper is just, I think it's just out of this world. And to put it in context, we use money, and money has value, and we print it on Thika Road. All our currency printed in Kenya. But as a country, we've decided we do not trust our political exercise. So what needs to happen is we need to sanitize our political exercise. And I'm hoping the IEBC is able to do so. I hope the loser will not have a single point to say that this is what happened, my votes were stolen. I hope the winner will be able to show that these are genuine votes. The more we do that, the more our elections will be cheaper. Number two is we need to understand that as the world develops, as technology is democratized, what these exercises should be is they should be more affordable. In the United States, for example, you see it is volunteers who count the votes. Right? It's the electoral body does not spend a lot of resources in ensuring the votes are counted by professionals and they have a job and things like that. It should be patriots who come in to count the votes. It should become an exercise which we are all involved in. And paying 30 billion shillings because we don't trust each other is losing almost 100 different level 5 hospitals every 5 years. And that's just the cost of the election. Then look at the cost to the economy. And this year we are doing much better because at least some people are working today. The holiday is only tomorrow. And I hope by Wednesday people will be back to work. I hope we will not have an extended month where offices are closed and commerce is not happening, because that will be a sad day indeed. So we need to come back to a place where Kenyans trust Kenyans. Right? And when we trust each other, elections will be cheaper. We will be able to do commerce while we're waiting for results. Instead of having a 1 week extended holiday, sitting at home watching TV, seeing 1,000 votes coming from one polling station, another 1,000, another polling station. No, we need to move on as a country.
All right. Wakili, what Mark is saying is that it's just a matter of trust, that as a country we are lacking. And the security features on the ballot papers, somebody will tell you is tamper-proof, even more than the legal tender we have in our country. But then how is it going to be probably for the IEBC? Because when you look at the printing of papers, it's done in a different jurisdiction where we are able to do it here in the country. Would you look at the future and say that at one point as a country you're saying, the way Mark is saying, volunteers, can you go to polling station A and B and count the ballot papers? Are we there yet?
I actually agree to a larger extent with Mark that we have been having a problem with our value system. Remember, our constitution, we have decided under Article 10 to prescribe values and national values and principles of governance. We have said that we do not trust you to be very transparent in your things. So we have prescribed that transparency is one of the national values and principles of governance. We have said, but at times when we give our leaders an opportunity to lead, or people who have offered themselves to take leadership positions, when we give them these opportunities, they do not conduct themselves in a manner that shows patriotism. So we have also said we need people who are patriotic as a national value and principles of governance. Remember, we have a whole chapter 6 of the Constitution, a whole chapter 6 that is just dedicated to telling us that you need to act honorably, you need to bring dignity in your office while you're in that office. So even while we recognize that probably it is important that moving forward that we reduce the costs that the country suffers during the elections, it is important that we take some of these national values and principles of governance seriously, so that it can be translated in the level of trust that we see in public offices and in Kenyans. Remember, another cost that is usually underestimated is the cost of litigation. Remember, IEBC spends a lot of money paying up lawyers who take up litigation. And this litigation sometimes has always been as a cause of, firstly, people who are in those public offices, as returning officers, as polling station officers, who do not take their roles or responsibilities seriously. Now, we end up having polls that are disputed. Now, these polls that are disputed, you find these disputes moving from the magistrates court all the way to the Supreme Court. So it tells us that if we do our things right, as fast as the IEBC, we ensure that we educate people quite well on the do's and the don'ts during an election, then we are not going to see a number of litigation as against the IEBC. We are looking forward. I heard Sarafina reporting from the Bomas of Kenya, making mention of the presidential dispute that are likely to find themselves at the Supreme Court. The IEBC is likely to spend over $1 billion or something in defending the elections or the results that they will have announced. Now, this cost of litigation is probably now what amounts to the billions that you keep mentioning of, the 40 billion, the 30 billion, the 10 billion. If we just seriously look at our roles and responsibilities, we ensure that we also promote civic education. Let Kenyans understand that, of course, you can lose and win an election. The problem is we do not have candidates who are ready to accept the outcome of elections. And because they are not ready to accept the outcomes of elections, now this must explain, number one, the violence that we experience, and number two, the litigious processes that we find in our courts. So that if you focus on the Wajir gubernatorial elections, the one that began, the dispute began at the High Court, It went all the way to the Supreme Court with a determination being returned in the year 2021. Years, about 4 years after the elections were announced. So this translates to a burden in the financial in the finances of the IEBC.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for that. All right. So, General Boy, numbers never lie. I don't know what you have on the smart board there.
Now, we just want to have a look at the numbers of registered voters against what was considered valid, comparing 2013, 2017, and what those two can tell us about the year 2022 as we prepare to go to the polls. So this again here is the 2013 map of Kenya as per it was indicated. But when you look at the number of registered voters, it stood at 13,979,628. And out of that figure, what was valid was 12,221,053. When you look at those two, there's a difference of about 1.7 million, and that are considered invalid. Again, this term invalid, what categorizes a vote as invalid? Now, when we go to the year 2017, still looking at the number of registered voters, the number jumped by over 6 million, from 13 million to 19,605,895, and those that were considered valid stood at 15.1 million. Now, between the 19 million of registered voters in 2017 compared to the 13 million in 2013, a gap of a little over 6 million voters. Now, let's come to the year 2022. Number of registered voters is 22,102,532. The jump between 2017 to 2022 is only a little close to 2-point-something million, and you can see it's almost half of the number of registered voters that were experienced between 2013 and 2017. And of course, one of the issues that we were seeing IEBC talking about this year has been voter apathy, and especially so looking at the youth dividend, considering they are a huge chunk that IEBC was hoping they would register when it comes to this year's general elections. So again, looking at the number of valid votes, in 2013, there was a difference of 1 million. In 2017, a difference of 4 million. From the 19 million to the 15 million that were considered valid, there was 4 million that their vote did not count. Again, does this give a projection of what we're going to see in 2022? Given the number is 22 million, so will there be a bigger gap this year from what was registered and what is considered valid?
Absolutely. Numbers never lie, and that is what IBC is depending on, as well as the political players, because at the end of the day, that is what is going to count. So at this particular point, let me ask you, Mark, when you look at the numbers and there's that trajectory, the growth, we've seen from 2013, the number has been growing from a particular figure to where we are currently at 22 million, 0.1 registered voters. But somebody will talk about voter apathy in the country. What are some of the contributors?
Well, some of the contributors are, number one, that our civic space has been really polluted. A lot of Kenyans do not understand the role of government and the role of politics in determining their future and determining their lives. And therefore, a lot of them feel apathetic. The second issue is because we have such a negative cycle of politics that we are always saying politicians have done nothing, they are all corrupt, they are all thieves, they are all. And we've decided all of them are a scion of Kenya that does not represent us. There are many people who've pulled away from politics, forgetting it is not all politicians who are corrupt.
Yeah.
It is not all politicians who steal. There are many politicians, whether at MP level, MCA level, governor level, or even at the presidency, who have never had an issue of corruption. And these are some of the things that we need to observe. So the whole idea of bulking politics as a corrupt waste of time is not true. So many people feel that no matter who I vote for, they're just going to steal. And it's not all of them who steal. So there's that apathy. Third, there's the issue of name recognition, where people feel that William Ruto, Raila Odinga, and all these leading candidates, Kalonzo Musyoka, etc., have been in politics for so long, and they feel like they need a fresh breath, not understanding that politics is a long process. Look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden was in Congress and Senate in the 1970s. Now he's president of the United States. You look at
40 years later.
Yes, 40 years later. So to rise from being even an MCA to an MP, to a governor, to a president, you're not talking about anything less than 30, 40 years. And you need that experience, trust you me. You need that experience because when you win office, there are things called instruments of power, or in some other philosophers call them the keys to power. You need to know how to control those instruments. If you vote, listen, 2013 we did an experiment, and we brought in a lot of people from the corporate world to become CSs. By the time we were getting to 2017, we had fired nearly half of them. Why? Because in as much as they knew how to run corporates, it is not the same thing as yes, even just the procurement process is different. So one of the things, in as much as people argue that we want fresh blood and we want fresh people as quickly as possible, I have learned from my own personal experience, having worked in government for a while now, that you actually need to go through the steps. You need to know how to write a memo even. You need to know how procurement happens. You need to understand how government is created to safeguard the public interest. And once you understand that, you realize that imagine the quickest way from an MCA to presidency. Let's assume 5 years as an MCA is the least you can serve. Finish your 5 years, do 5 years as an MP. That's 10 years. Do another 5 years as senator. That's 15. Do 5 as governor, you are at 20. By the time you are becoming eligible for president, it's 25 years. So this idea that you need fresh faces, fresh voices, look at the fresh faces and fresh voices. Look at Wajakoya, who's never run before, and look at Waiga Mure. Those are fresh. If you're going to argue about freshness. But even those people who say they want fresh will not go vote for them. Why? Because you do not know them. You do not have a track record. You do not have a basis upon which to vote. So the argument that you want to stay because you need fresh voices, stay at home because it's a nonsensical voice. In fact, what needs to happen is, because you know Raila Odinga, you know where he was in 1992, you know where he was in 97, you know 2002, up to date, you know his story. William Ruto, you know his story. You know about YK92, you know he was in Kanu, you know all of those things. Then you are able to make an informed decision. Yes. So otherwise, if you are going to say you need a fresh voice, why did Abdu Badida get so many few votes when he was fresh? So the issue is not freshness either. The issue is longevity in politics actually shows a track record, and that's how you can trust people.
Very well put. Jacob Kuria.
Absolutely, longevity. I'm not sure whether Professor George Wajakoya will be very happy with the submissions by Matt Bichachi. Well, that's a story for another day. Let's move over to Kakamega County, where our reporter Judy the Caller is on standby. Judith, good morning. How is Kakamega?
Good morning, Kuria. Good morning, Kuria. I'm in this land of Murembe, and you know Murembe means peace. So everybody here is peaceful. The county is quite peaceful. And when we arrived, it was very quiet. But right now, there's a lot of activity. Everybody is going around their own business. Unlike previous years when this would be a hotbed of some kind. But right now, everything is fine. Everybody is going about their work. Now, Kakamega County is an agricultural county. This is a county where most of the people practice subsistence farming, except for the areas where we grow sugar, where there's industrial crop farming. Otherwise, mostly it's industrial. Mostly it's an agricultural county. But Kakamega also has some of the very unique features which are very good for tourism. And we are talking about the Ihongo Murui, which is a granitic toe around Ilesi on your way to Kisumu. Now, this is one of the tourist attractions because people believe that it is a crying stone, but what scientifically is actually just capillary action, where water flows from the bottom of the rock and comes out from the top of the rock, and then it is in circular motion. So people assume that definitely this rock is crying, but it's not a crying stone, but it's a good tourist attraction. Kakamega County is also home to the only remaining tropical rainforest, and that is the Kakamega Forest. And now in this particular forest is also another tourist attraction because the bird life in that forest is unique to Kakamega alone and to this particular region. Now, going back to why we are here. We are here because of the general election tomorrow, and most of the people we've talked to are very happy with what is going on. This one election that is quite peaceful, nobody's bothering the other, and people are ready for voting tomorrow. Now, Kakamega County has about 12 constituencies, and these are, we have Shinyalu, which is one of the constituencies in Kakamega County. Then there is Nabaholo. Now in Shinyalu, the number of registered voters are 71,256. In Nabaholo, we have 53,620 registered voters. We have Likuyani, which is another constituency in Kakamega County, and this one has 63,311 registered voters. We have Butere constituency that has 62,956 registered voters. We have Puisero constituency, which has 48,900.
It's a cutty shot, Judith. It appears like your camera has issues. We'll come back to you in a bit, but thank you very much again for the update so far. We'll be coming to you in a minute or two so you can continue updating us on the statistics and the happenings in Kakamega. Particularly, I'm interested in the activity you talk about this morning. You could tell us what that activity is about, but that's just in a bit. Bringing it back to studio. When you talk about the elections and the civic seats, you're talking about the MCAs. There has been a concern about further decentralization of resources. Well, yes, we send the money to governors, but they spend it at will, obviously with the approval of the county assembly. But you find that there are wards that are marginalized, probably because the governor and the MCA do not read from the same script. Is there a need for further decentralization in the sense of creation of a ward fund that is under the direct management of a county, or rather an MCA?
JJ, I look at this issue in a totally different light. Number one, I agree as much that there is a problem where we have an MCA who is not in very good books with the governor. Then the ward that he represents ends up being disenfranchised. There are little resources that are trickled down there. But you cannot run away from the problem by now resorting to, what you call we should just remove. You remove. I don't know what you're calling it.
The word fund.
Yes. You cannot run. Word fund. Yes. Number one, there is a genius idea in creating a word fund. It gives the MCA some autonomy in coming up with the projects and implementing those project proposals. That is a good thing, but we need first to focus. Why is it that, number one, the governor will sometimes disenfranchise the MCA, and number two, are there legal instruments that are in place to ensure that we put this governor into account? Of course, I agree. There is a lot of proposals in law that any aggrieved member of county assembly can explore to ensure that they put their governor into account. Remember, there is the county assembly. People have not stopped to think how important this assembly is to them. It is as important as parliament. So that when you have grievances, pressing grievances, things that affect you, at least let us have them highlighted in the Hansard, if at all there is one at the county assemblies. Air your voice. Let us hear you. The problem is we choose people who cannot even make one statement. They cannot say hi in parliament. They cannot say hi in the county assemblies. We just need people who are vocal, people who understand their role responsibilities and their mandates, so that if pressed, if push comes to shove, if they must speak, let them speak against injustices that they are facing. And on the ward, that fund for the MCAs, it's a good initiative. I believe this initiative began with the BBI. It was a proposal in the BBI, the Constitutional Amendment Bill of the year 2020, and I read it and I agreed to that extent with the BBI, noting too well that there is the need to ensure that development goes up to that lower level. We have people like me who are educated with the Constituency Development Fund. I learned through the Madare Constituency Development Fund, and then it was Starehe constituency. So when we have the CDF, when we have another kitty, I mean, we will ensure that if we have our children in our community who do not have the advantage of education because of lack of school fees, at least there are more than one avenue where they can go and seek that support and strength, so that we can remove the number of illiterate people in our society. We can ensure that moving forward, if we say that we want MCAs to have a degree, then it is a reality. It is a question that of course is ripe for discussion, because we will have ensured that education has become free and accessible to all through the different avenues that we have.
All right.
Yes.
Mark, the very question of delinking the county executive and the county assembly, in the sense that even their own salaries probably come through the county executive, and now here you have a situation where the governor wants to use development as political tokenism. Is there a way we can be able to deal with that?
Well, the weaponization of county budgets has been well documented, and a lot of MCAs have suffered because of either being in a different party or taking a different stance from the governor. Yes, I think there are two things that need to happen. Number one, the ward fund needs to be separated from the county resources. This will ensure that each ward is equal in terms of what it receives across the country. But also, number two, the county assembly itself needs to have a lot of autonomy, just the same way as parliament has, away from the county executive resources. So MCAs really need to fight for the reorganization of how their resources are allocated, so that they remain to be independent financially. But that does not mean that we should forget that the county government and the county assembly need to work together. The term government does not exclude this legislative arm, and therefore the legislative arm of a county needs to work hand in hand with the county government in order to be able to deliver what is best for the country. And that is why the process of budgeting, the process of actually being in the county assembly and speaking and raising the issues that are pertinent to that county assembly are critical. Any person who imagines that those are not critical is really wasting their time in not realizing that what needs to happen very quickly is we need to realize that the MCA is probably the most important cog in the wheel of government. The MCA is the one who makes sure that even the national government is held to account at the ward level. It is the most basic representation that we have in this country. And if we keep electing MCAs that are not up to the task, both character and intelligence wise, then we are going to miss out on a big opportunity.
I wanted to comment a little bit on the quality of MCA that as we go to the polls tomorrow one should elect, because there are counties that have wasted 10 years or 5 years, and you have seen those reports from the Auditor General's report. 10 years of wastage or 5 years of wastage, and when you look further, you realize it is because of a very unhealthy relationship between the governor and MCAs.
Yes, absolutely. The fiction between MCAs and governors, and if you look at the number of times MCA want to impeach governors because of trips, because of per diem, because of sugar in their tea, because of toilet paper in their bathrooms, it is ridiculous. Remember, there was a case in Kisii, I believe it was, where they had the most expensive tissue in the country and there was no inflation yet. So you can imagine such petty issues issues are what occupy the brains and the time of some of our MCAs, and that is the shame of the level of representation of MCA, and that's part of my argument for separating these elections. You need to take time to discover and understand who your MCA is. A lot of people, I'll give you an example. Someone who's leaving Nairobi today to go to Western, where I'm from, to go vote. How will they know who the MCA is? They've not been listening to the radio. They have no idea. They've not interacted with this person. So you show up in the ballot box, there is an MCA, you do 6-piece, or you just choose the person who looks most handsome or most beautiful. That is the problem. The other problem is this. We have seen that in nominations, the governor's girlfriend, the governor's cousin, the governor's relative is the one who's nominated to be a representative MCA. Now, if I'm going to choose my relative, at what point do you expect they're ever going to oppose me? At what point will they say no when the nomination comes from me? So the MCA ticket, the MCA level of elections needs a closer level of scrutiny, and those people who are going to vote, as you land in your voting areas and villages, speak to people, speak to the candidates, understand who is the MCA that has the best quality, the best character, and then vote for that person. Don't just go and do a picky ponky.
Victor, you know what, Kiri, what Marcus said is that perhaps you can easily reflect. The last 5 years, from 2013 to 2017, there were a lot of, impeachments and cases back and forth between the MCS and the county executive directors, and at some point it fizzled out. Perhaps it called for that initiative to learn on how to run the county government. And one governor who somebody would say really survived is Governor Wambora. During his first term, he had all the issues with the county MCAs moving into the second term. But then he served his full term, 10 years, man of nine lives. All right, so perhaps if I can just ask Wakili, what do you think are some of the hits and misses of this regime? 10 years into it, tasting the first bit of the new constitution, and President Uhuru Kenyatta is now going, and we have another transition altogether.
First, we must recognize that this is the first government that we have formed under the 2010 constitution. So we expected, because we are in that transitional moment where we get to experiment things on the first time, that there will be some misses, of course, justifiable misses, and there could be some wins. Now, this government has done so much so far. In as far as development is concerned, we have seen a number of developments here and there. We've seen the president of late moving around the country and trying to launch some of the projects. There has been a lot of insistence on the infrastructure, especially on the roads, the railway, which has been touted to be done deliberately so that they can open up our economy. But secondly, and I think this is the worst bit of this current government. It has been the discomfort, or rather the open disagreement between the president and his deputy, and which has, in a sense, undermined some of the proposals, the development agenda that the government had. Remember, we had the Big Four agenda, where there was supposed to be a focus on health, there was supposed to be a focus on food. What Galana Kulalu was supposed to achieve, he did not achieve, so that still we have problems in our country where some of our countrymen and countrywomen are dying of starvation. And this must explain, the failures in the Galana Kulalu and the corruption that we have had in this country. Remember, one of the shortcomings that we had from the investors that have been coming in the country has been that even while they are ready and willing to invest in this country, there has always been someone somewhere who is asking for bigger bucks. Someone who is asking for something not small, something big, so that they can allow them to come and develop our country. So, whichever way you want to look at this government, the disagreement between the president and his deputy has stalled development, and secondly, it has given an opportunity for corruption to find its way. That is why we have a lot of problems, in the health sector, food. transport sector, where we had the president complaining some time ago at the JKIA that some of these buses that we use when we are from the airport to probably when you are boarding the aeroplane. Some of these buses, the prices have been exaggerated, you know, and this is for obvious reasons. When you get to hear things about tissue papers, a gate that is costing 5 million. A simple gate costing 5 million shillings. I mean, this must explain some of the shortcomings that we have had. But give and take, they have done so much. They have done so well, at least. And we are hoping that the people who are going to come back to assume these offices are people who are coming back to ensure that, number one, we get rid of corruption and all its manifestation. And number two, we ensure that we promote the rule of law. Remember, Miguna is still our countryman. But Miguna, long after he achieved or he got these court orders that allowed him to get back to the country, Miguna still, speaks to us through social media. He speaks to us through these mainstream medias. I mean, we just need to think again of our observance to the rule of law. And now that we are even anticipating the elections to be conducted tomorrow, we must remind ourselves what got us to where we were in the year 2007 and 2008. It was a discomfort. There was a prevailing view that the judiciary that we had then was ineffective, inefficient. That even if it gave some orders, people will not obey them. That is why the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga chose to go to the streets. But moving forward, we've seen from the year 2013, when he felt dissatisfied, he went to court. At least he obeyed the authority of the Supreme Court. 2017, the same thing was happened. So we expect that moving forward, the best way to tackle our disagreements should be accepting the authority of the court. We accept to surrender ourselves at the feet of the courts, so that the courts can tell us what is right and what is wrong.
All right. Okay. I don't know what you think about that, Mark.
Well, the fact is that we all have to respect the preeminence of the courts in terms of solving political disputes and electoral disputes. I think that is a precedence that has been set, and we've tested our courts. In fact, in 2017, the landmark ruling of undoing the elections really set a precedence about the independence of our courts. But we also need to understand that we need to have a balance between our courts and executive. Independence does not mean living as though you live in an island. And I think this is very critical for us moving forward. The interdependence of our institutions needs to be firmed up, because the judiciary without the executive cannot execute.
Right.
If the judge was to say so and so is to be arrested because of failing to show up in court, the arm of government that executes that decision is the executive, and therefore that dependence cannot be understated. And these are some of the issues that I think in our politicization of how we do things, we've missed the point. So for example, Miguna and his return to the country, there are certain things that Miguna has to do. He cannot show up on the border of this country with an ID card having come from Canada. How did he board the plane from Canada? You know, when he is told to show his Canadian passport and he refuses, how is that the fault of the state? So we need to understand that there needs to be a balance in how we do things. One of the judgments that I fault the judiciary on is, for example, on the Huduma card number. To be honest with you, it was a process that had gone very far. It is a process that we needed just to sanitize our identity cards and identifying who are Kenyans. Bringing a chip into our identity cards, that then it's a multiple service thing. That is the future. That is where the whole world is going. Now, to be pulled back as a country, having spent that much resources, does not make sense, because they would have made the same decisions they made when they were talking about the post of chief officer. This position between cabinet secretary and PS. Not CS, CAS, yes, Chief Cabinet Assistant, CAS. The CAS position, they said, is illegal, but so as to not disrupt functions of government, let it continue until such a time as government can. And also the kind of decisions we need to make, because it is not any different. The executive's job is to try to get its job done. The judiciary's job is to try and check and make sure that the executive is doing its job according to the law.
But when you look even at the governors who are outgoing, we have governors who served 10 years. Perhaps you can give it to them because they learned on the job.
Yes. Well, of course, a lot of, and here's the issue. There've been a lot of things that have been annulled and been changed by the courts. Why? Because the executive, in trying to do its job under a new constitution, this constitution must be tested. We must stretch it. We must find out. So, for example, we must find out whether the president can initiate a public notion to change the constitution. Can the president do so? The Supreme Court has ruled that he can't. I disagree, because I think if there is any constitutional referendum that I've ever seen across the world, it has always been led by the political elite. They are the ones with the voters. They are the ones who represent the people. But the Supreme Court disagrees with me. And because the Supreme Court is superior, I have to respect the Supreme Court, but I disagree. Because the person with the biggest political clout, the person who has the representation of the people with the largest number of votes, is the president. So when he speaks as a representative of the people. So you cannot say he represents the people in one hand and then two, he cannot initiate. But the Supreme Court has ventilated on it and made a decision. So this 10 years, 20 years are going to be a stretching point. But I want to say something. Wakili talked about Roe versus Wade and how it has changed the constitutional order in the United States. True. But he also needs to remember, when the United States passed its constitution, it was less than 5 years before they had their first amendment. This idea that Kenyans think amendments are evil just because it is an amendment is a very misleading concept, because an amendment is supposed to be ventilated. And if you look at our constitution, it has created ways for people to create amendments. Look at Punguza Mzigo. It was a very popular initiative. Kenyans liked it. Why was it popular? Because it had certain things that Kenyans wanted. The same thing with BBI. I think this idea of demonizing constitutional amendments is a mistake, and we will regret it very soon.
All right. Before you regret it, Kioria?
Absolutely. We have to release Wakili. He has a matter in court for like about now, and then he will join us later. So probably, Wakili Shadrach, you can use about 2 minutes, make your submissions. Are they submissions? Your submissions, and then we release you. Will join us later.
Yes. I am conscious that I am leaving, and then I'll be back probably in an hour's time. But what is important is, or at least I pick it from where Mark has left on the question of constitutional amendments. Of course, I agree with Mark. I mean, Mark has been here for long. Some of us are just children. We are just learning from him. But what is important is that even while you think of amendments, the amendments must be done sparingly. It must not be the order of the day. Yes, it is good to change, and change is as good as arrest. But when you encounter problems, especially with your partner, it does not mean that you change your partner so that you bring another partner. No, you will still find some faults in the new partner. The only thing that you need to do is, number one, you need to understand what are the historical circumstances that led us to where we are. What historical perspective do you give to probably the issue of representation of women and men? Why do we even have the women representative and not the men representative in our current constitutional dispensation? So when you reflect on the past, on the rationale of you accepting some things, remember on the wake of this fight against corruption, the NYS 1 and the NYS 2, there was concern that we should not give these people bail pending the hearing and determination of their case. And there was also some other concerns that people who have been accused of murder should never get bail. But remember, that was the old constitutional dispensation. That the old constitutional dispensation or order did not, they prescribed some offenses. And they said that when it comes to these offenses, you should not get bail. And now, the arguments that people were making post the 2010 constitution and in view of the NYS and what corruption has done to this country was that corruption has killed so many people, even than one murderer would have killed, because it steals from patients, it steals from our public coffers, it steals from our children. So these people, on the basis of public interest, then they should not get bail pending the hearing and determination of their case.
Absolutely.
But you see, the Supreme Court, the courts here, and I thank Lady Justice Hedwig Ongudi, who is the presiding judge at the Constitutional Division. Then while she was sitting in the Anti-Corruption Division, she said, and she was echoing what the Court of Appeal had said in a previous case, that sometimes you must interpret the law and invoke it, even to against the public interest, because what we claim to be the public interest sometimes will not necessarily be what the public interest means. Because remember, when we subjected the current constitutional to a referendum, the public interest then accepted that all offenses are bailable. All offenses are bailable. So you cannot now, 10 years after we have passed the constitution, and you are the one who passed it, come and claim that now we will not accept bail for these people because we think now it is against the public interest for us to allow these people to have their cases heard and determined when they are out because of doing what they are said to have done. No, what we need to do is we just need to remember the reason why we are where we are. If we encounter any problems, and I know we are going to encounter any problems, problems are likely to be encountered because of, lack of transparency, lack of faithfulness in interpreting and implementing the law. Now, when we encounter these challenges, what we need to do is to revisit our leaders. What has this person been standing for?
But let me ask you, because you make a very important point there about public interest,
yes,
and the change of law. And you say, what was public interest then?
Yes.
When we were saying about bailable crimes,
yes,
is likely to change, and public interest is likely to change. One, because, for example, the pilferage we are experiencing right now of billions of shillings is likely to shape public interest. Why should the courts adjust?
No, of course, public interest is a factor to consider when you are deciding cases. But let us not go to the public opinion, so that we borrow the public opinion and bring it to help us in interpreting the laws that we have in our country. Because people keep changing their minds. Today, people who are supporting Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was calling Raila Amolo Odinga some very bad names. Today they have shaken hands. So we cannot be legislating on our whims and caprice.
Based on opinion.
Yes, based on opinions.
But I'm
based
asking,
on what you
issues
feel.
of corruption, Wakili.
Yes.
On issues of pilferage, for example.
Yes.
What is in public interest? Wouldn't public interest be that we stop the pilferage and punish the people who are stealing?
That is correct.
There is no public opinion.
That is correct. The correct position is people who have been found culpable of theft through a due process of law should be dealt with as the law requires. Remember, it is not justice that if the law recommends that if you have stolen, and God forbid this, I know you cannot do this for the country, but if a public officer has stolen from the public coffers and the available punishment in law is 5 years imprisonment, it does not serve public interest for us to go and hang this person. No, if the law prescribes 5 years as the punishment that this person should be given, then when you overstep the 5 years that the law has, what you're doing is you are amending the law due to your public whims and caprice, because it is an arbitrary way of dealing with the law. The next time, because it is your auntie who has stolen, other than prescribing the 5 years, you're going to give 2 months.
Let me ask, I'm sorry to delabor at this point.
Yes.
Investigations have been done.
Yes.
And traced public money in your account.
Yes.
The wheels of justice are still running before a judge. That is, the prosecution. But there is credible evidence that points towards public money being found in your coffers, and courtesy of the office that you hold as a person. When the public argues that you should not be given bail and go back to the very same office that you pilfered, isn't that public interest? Shouldn't we be able to amend our laws to deny such people bail?
that the same public decided that under Article 50 of the Constitution, you are presumed innocent until you are convicted. So really, we should not just be, when it is convenient. That is a convenient way of looking at the law. So when it is not to your advantage, you want to steal the advantage or the match from another person. No, we should just stick to the principles that we have agreed. Until and unless we change these principles, the laws of playing this game, then that is the only time. If you have changed, then you can change. But in between the match, you cannot be changing the goalpost because I'm about to score.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you after 1 hour when you're done with your matter in court. At this point, we need to take a health break. Of course, some peace messages, a health break, and then we'll be back with Kenya Decides.
Hi, I'm Fayaz Qureshi. We're all set for the general... Hi, I'm Fayaz Qureshi. We're all set for the general elections on the 9th of August 2022. Across the board, we have people with diverse views and opinions, which is good. Your thought process and voice matters and makes a difference. How does it make a difference? By exercising your right to vote safely on the 9th of August 2022. Our vision is for a peaceful Kenya. An exception. One Kenya is a winning team. I choose peace.
Yangu tu ni kusema tafadhali sisi kwa wana Kenya tuhifadhi amani yetu. Tufuate njia ambayo itatuletea amani. Tunapoelekea uchaguzi, naomba sana kwamba uchaguzi wetu iwe ni uchaguzi wa haki na uhuru.
Basi nawaomba wa Kenya, ni wakati wa kuwa na ujasiri wa kutetea hiki kipaji. Wewe mwenzangu, hasa nyinyi wanarika, msiitikie kutumika kwa kupewa pesa ili mlete vurugu ama kuchochea. Msiitikie kutekwa nyara, kwani sio kwenye tu kipaji, ni kwa watoto na watoto wajukuu wenyu ambao tunawalindia hii nchi yetu ili iwe nchi iliyo na manufaa na amani.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the Homestretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle, or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns, and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news, and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want, anytime, anywhere.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the Homestretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us through and through. Remember, you can always be part of this conversation on Twitter. We are using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1, and you can always tag us individually at JKuria, at Victor Olo, and at Jane Wamboy is how you can always find us. We welcome your thoughts, any questions, or even if you're just seeking clarification in regards to the conversation that we are having here in studio. Now, before we get to continue with today's discussion, we want to just quickly have a run through of some of the presidential candidates that are on the ballot. Again, 4 presidential candidates this year. In 2017, they were 8. In 2013, we had 7 of them, but now this year only 4 are going to the ballot. And let's start with Raila Odinga. And all this is just meant to help you polish up on your decision as to whom you're going to vote for once we get to the poll tomorrow, given there was a quite notable percentage of people that were still undecided as to whom they were going to vote for. So briefly going through his background, again, born in 1945, and as of the year 2022, he is 77 years of age, went on to proceed with his education, graduated with a master's degree in mechanical engineering from Manenberg University, and upon his graduation he went on to be a lecturer at the University of Nairobi for a period of 4 years, and when he left that particular institution, he joined the Kenya Bureau of Standards as the deputy director, again for 4 years. Now, after we fast forward to the periods between 82 to 88, and this is the time where he was in prison and he was jailed for treason for purportedly being part of the team that was planning the 1982 coup against the then president, the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Now, the following year in 89 is when he was released, only for him to find himself back in prison, and this time around incarcerated in the company of Kenneth Matiba and Charles Rubia over the fight for multi-party politics. Now, upon his release, he fled the country and went to Norway for a period of a little over a year, but returned to the country in 1992, and that is when he officially joined elective politics after the reintroduction of multi-partyism in Kenya. Now, after he joined, he now got into elective politics. He joined the Forum for Restoration of Democracy Party, abbreviated as FORD, and went on to be elected as the deputy director of elections that same year. In 1992, he also contested for the Langata Member of Parliament seat, to which he was successful, a seat that he held until the next elections in 1997, again went at it and he was re-elected. Now, Raila Odinga is known as one of the candidates in this year's presidential, one of the candidates in this year's elections to have had the most number of attempts to becoming president. And 97 made that the first attempt, which was unsuccessful, and he went at it under the National Development Party ticket. From there, we move on to 2001. The National Development Party went on to merge with KANU to form the new KANU. And the following year, through which he served as Minister for Energy. And the following year, working with Professor George Saitoti as well as Kalonzo, he resigned to form the Rainbow Movement. And again, 2002, a very significant year where we had peaceful transition of power from the then ruling party, excuse me, under the late Moi Kibaki to the late Mwai Kibaki, when Raila also went ahead and endorsed Mwai Kibaki with the two famous words, Raila Tosha. Excuse me. Now, moving on to the periods between 2003 through to 2005, he served as the Minister for Roads, Public Works and Housing. And again, 2005, there was the Yes and No movement, the Orange and Banana movement. And Orange, under the leadership of Raila Odinga, did win with a 57% margin. And that same year was the official birth of the Orange Democratic Movement. And in 2007, he was endorsed by the same party and nominated as the presidential candidate, to which he also lost the elections. And this made it the second time that he attempted to become president for the Republic of Kenya. Now, this year, he challenged the results of these general elections, saying that they were marred with a lot of inconsistencies, and this led to a lot of chaos in our country. The 2007-2008 post-election period was very chaotic, that consequently led to the formation of the Grand Coalition Government in 2008, and he officially became the Prime Minister in April of that year. Now, moving to 2010, he was also part of the team that was pushing for the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, which won with a 68% vote, and this Constitution eventually now came into place. Now, going to 2013, the third time that he attempted to become president, to which he lost, but did garner quite a huge chunk of the vote, a collective of 43% against President Uhuru Kenyatta, who had 50.51%. And he went to the Supreme Court, filed a petition, but consequently, the Supreme Court dismissed this petition, which led to President Kenyatta being sworn in as the president. Now, moving to 2017, again, his fourth attempt towards presidency, endorsed by the National Super Alliance, abbreviated as NASA, with Kalonzo Musyoka as his running mate, he managed to garner another 43% of the total national vote, and against President Kenyatta, who was leading with 54%. And again, he did contest this particular result, which led to it being filed at the Supreme Court, and consequently it was nullified by the then Chief Justice, retired Chief Justice now David Maraga, and he later called on for a rerun of the general elections under a period of 60 days, to which Raila pulled out of the race, and consequently led to President Kenyatta being sworn in as the president. Looking at the following year, in 2018, it is largely known for the year that we had the handshake in our country that brought a lot of peace between the Raila side of the divide and President Kenyatta's side of the divide. And moving on to 2019, again, a year that was notable due to the Building Bridges initiative under the stewardship of Raila Odinga, but again, it was quashed by the Supreme Court. And now here we are in 2022. He formed the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party in the company of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka, and many other party leaders. And as of 2022, he did name Martha Karua as his official running mate for presidency. Victor.
Well, so he's running for the fifth time, and we were just making some kind of a question. If Raila Odinga vied for 5 consecutive times, and you out there, you want to try something once, and then the second time you throw your ups in the air, and then you say to hell with it. I mean, there is so much you can learn from him generally as a person, as a personality, that you have to be consistent. I don't know what you think about that, Mark.
I absolutely agree. And one of the things that we need to understand is that, number one, Uhuru Kenyatta tried in 2002.
Yes.
2007 he stepped away. 2013 is when he won the presidency. Raila Odinga has tried 1997, skipped 2002, did 2007, and then he's done this consecutive elections after that. The same can be said of Biden and many other politicians out there. It takes a lot of temerity to run for office. It takes a lot of temerity to lose, accept the results after the courts have said you've lost, and then go back to the drawing board and draw your elections again. But what is interesting, and this is probably the most critical thing, is this is going to be one of the most integrated elections tribal-wise that we've ever seen. We are seeing all tribes being in almost every formation. There's no formation that can say, I've got 100% of this tribe or the other, which is a very critical thing. And I think it's a milestone. But also it's a milestone in the sense that I think this election is an election that is going to change the face of our country, not only because we will definitely have a new president when we are done with the process, but also because it is presenting new challenges and problems that we've not had before. In 2002, the question was, can we build roads? Can we even build a bridge? Those were the questions. Can we build classrooms? Yes. Those were the questions in 2002. In 2013, the question was, who is going to continue the good work that Kibaki has been doing? In 2022 is infrastructure. Who is going to deal with corruption? That is number one. And who's going to deal with an excellent development on top of the roads and bridges and whatever. The next stage was who's going to build industries, who's going to build logistics hubs, who's going to build the economic and financial powerhouses of the region, who's going to make sure the growth that we've seen in KCB and Equity is something that can make Kenya the banking powerhouse of the region. Those are the questions we need to ask. And that kind of person is someone who has a lot of discipline. And therefore the question is, between the 4 candidates, who has the most discipline?
That raises another question, that how different was this, election period, the campaign period that just ended 2 days ago, and how it compared to the past, elections?
Well, I think one of the biggest differences, of course, is the level of peace that we are having. I am excited when I see a lot of people are working today and they'll go and vote tomorrow. That is exciting news. Why is it exciting? It's exciting because that means that the country is maturing. We're getting to the point where we do not consider elections an emergency. And that's a big news, especially given that this is definitely a transitional election. But the other thing is credit to the people of Kenya who have continued to grow our economy in 5.8% in an election year. It has never happened before. Usually you check all our elections, 2002 you see a dip in GDP, 2007 dip in GDP. This is the first time our GDP is going to keep growing, and I must commend the Kenyan people for doing so. Because we can see the experts have gone, they've gone for summer holidays as they wait for our elections to calm down, but the Kenyan people have held it strong.
And this happened even in the face of the corona pandemic.
Yes.
Really ravaged us from 2019.
Yes.
So what's your focus? What is your vision post-election?
Well, post-election definitely is going to bolster a lot of confidence in the economy. I think a lot of people will bring back their money. We'll see a lot more investments. We'll see people putting their resources in Kenya. The thing that is going to affect how much of that happens is the fight against corruption. What do I mean? If you look at the ease of doing business or investment jitters in our country, you realize a lot of people are afraid to invest because of of corruption, because how do you get your paperwork? How do you make sure your offices are not raided willy-nilly? How do you make sure that once you pay for a certain certification, it will come without you bribing someone? Are you sure that the government has said this road is going north, it will continue going north? So the fight against corruption is going to be critical in stabilizing our economy, but also it's going to be critical also because we have borrowed a lot to do infrastructure. We need to pay back. And we do not have time to play around with the prepayment of loans. But also, we cannot tax Kenyans more. It just can't happen. Kenyans are sufficiently taxed. So you need then to use those taxes efficiently. And the only way to do so is to fight corruption, and after you're done fighting corruption, to fight corruption some more.
Perhaps someone can say that this is a watershed period for Kenyans. At a time like this tomorrow, we'll be talking a different tune altogether.
Yes.
Do you really think that Kenyans are ready to make that change overnight?
Well, you know, the thing is, and here's the thing that I would like Kenyans to remember. In 2002, Kenyans were arresting police officers who were taking bribes from matatus, if you remember.
Yes.
The Kenyan people can shift in a day. I'll give you an example. 2007, we were nearly at war.
Yeah.
2 people signed a document. The next day, Kenya was at peace. Okay? If you look at 2017, we annulled an election, went and did a runoff. Kenya went back. Uhuru and Raila did a handshake. Kenya went back. We are a people who can adjust, and I believe in the spirit and the heart of the Kenyan people. We can adjust in a day for better. We have adjusted in the past for worse. We can adjust for better. Look at the COVID pandemic. COVID pandemic, every other economy in the world and in the region shrank.
Came to a standstill.
Kenya did not. Even with half of the time working, Kenya did not. We adjusted in a day. When we needed PPEs, we made our own PPEs in this country. When we needed masks, we made our own masks. Kenya has the capacity. It is the reason why, as the 3rd richest country in sub-Saharan Africa, 3rd richest, it has done so. Number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, all are mineral-rich countries. They have oil, they have gold, they have silver. Kenya has Kenyans. Kenya has Kenyans.
That's interesting. I see Kira laughing on the other side of the studio. Kenyans have Kenyans.
Kenyans have Kenyans. That is why we make it. And that's the temerity that we cannot confuse. And that is why we cannot allow our politicians to stop our Kenyanness. We cannot allow them to stop it at all.
So we should be happy to be Kenyans.
Yes.
Kioria, you're a Kenyan and you have you.
Absolutely. Every single day, I am a Kenyan. And, you know, we have always come out for better courses, for wonderful courses. I don't know whether you remember, I think sometime in 2012, there was drought across the country, and there was, you know, some raising of funds as well as foodstuff. And it was dubbed Kenyans for Kenya.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, quite a moment for the Republic as Kenyans, you know, came together to support their fellow Kenyans who were suffering under the weight of drought in the northern part of Kenya. So yes, Kenyans have always stood out for their fellow Kenyans. Victor.
All right. So you know what really happens, Mark? Because tomorrow will be a different day altogether. A day after tomorrow, Kenyans have voted. We have got new leaders. What should you expect in the next 100 days? Because it's a transition period.
Well, in the next 100 days, first you expect...
Having in mind that we've been given all manner of manifestos, promises, you know, left, right, and center.
Well, first 100 days, you expect first a change of government. So you expect new CSs, new PSs, all manner of officials being changed. That's number one. And it's not an easy exercise because all of these people are in coalitions. I'm sure someone like Mudavadi is looking to see whether he'll deliver the 70% or not. So there's that. The second issue is dealing with pressing matters. Pressing matters is the cost of living.
Yeah.
So the cost, will they continue the subsidy or on fuel, the subsidy on unga? Will they continue those things? How do you stabilize the economy? That's number one. Number two is how do you prioritize your project? So some of them, like Raila Odinga has promised free education from primary school all the way to university. How do you do that? He has promised 6,000 shillings to all the needy families. How do you roll that out? So you're going to see a lot of conversations, because remember, there's a lot of public participation required before you make any decisions now. So you also expect a lot of public participation, a lot of questions, a lot of what do we do? What do you think about the 6,000 shillings? How is it going to be done? Because government can no longer do things unilaterally. Right? In as much as I consider an election public participation, they will still need to do another exercise of that. But what is going to be of most pressure is dealing with the current worldwide inflation, dealing with the cost of living. That will be the top priority.
Okay, let's talk about the big boy now in town, IEBC.
Yes.
Everybody's looking at Chebukati and the commission. They've had their past and they've had their issues left, right, and center. In 2017, they were key players in the nullification of that election. And perhaps somebody would argue that what is Chebukati up to this time around? The other day he said that, the primary register, the manual one, is not allowed. 2 days ago he said now that is going to be included in the voting system. Do you think Chebukati at this particular point can sit pretty and say, I am ready for this?
Well, Chebukati is in a very interesting position. First, remember, he has 1 year left on his term, non-renewable. So this is a legacy election for him. He has no other election. Number two, he is the chair who presided over the only nullification of an election ever in the history of this country. So, and a lot of it, the irregularities and illegalities were blamed on the IEBC. So he has the added burden of making sure that the mistakes that happened in 2017 don't happen again. Number three, he has rules and judgments that have been given just recently. For example, the one you just mentioned about having a manual register. He has to figure out how the manual register will work. He has to figure out how he'll bring it as quickly as possible into every polling station. So where is he coming from? He's coming from a place where he has a lot to prove. And he's at a place where the only destabilizing factor is if he messes up on this one.
Yes.
So he needs to be very clear that IEBC will give a fair, credible, verifiable, and transparent election. That is what has to be on his mind. But what is going to be interesting, they've chosen that at Bomas they're not going to be showing the polling station results, but rather the constituency results, which means that the tallies that we usually have are not going to start appearing that night as we are used to, where we have a bit of a trickle, then we go into the next night. You expect that you will begin to see tangible results around Thursday.
All right.
Yes.
Mark, we promised you as a viewer that we are going to give you 360-degree coverage of this election, and so far we've not even done 15. So relax, we got you. Hatujafanya hata 15. Kioria.
Thank you very much, Victor Olo and Mark Bichachi. We're about now. Let's head over to Nakuru County. Our reporter Ruth Wamboi is on standby to give us a feel of what is happening in Ma Nation and Nakuru County, to be specific. Ruth Wamboi, good morning.
Good morning, John Jacob Kioria. I am getting you very loud and clear. I'm at Masai Girls High School, where right now the security officers are being briefed on the centers that they are supposed to go. They are supposed to start going to distribute the papers from 11. Right now, if my cameraman can pan, you can see now the police commander, the sub-county police commander, Frederick Siundu, is now giving the security officer a briefing on where each one of them is going and the center that they are supposed to report to and where they will be tomorrow as they escort the materials. As you can know, Nakuru County now, here where I am on Nakuru County, it's the headquarters where all the ballot papers are now. So after the security officer and the IBC team receive this briefing, they will head on to their respective centers where they are supposed to be manning tomorrow. As we know, Nakuru County has 6 constituencies, of which we have Narok North, Narok South, Narok East, Narok West, Kilgoris, and Emuria Dikir. There are 189 polling stations plus 1 prison, which will be for presidential voting. So right now, this is what we have gathered for now from here. From here, after I finish here, I'm heading to Narok West. Back to you, studio.
I have a quick one to ask you, because what you're showing us behind you is a platoon of officers that will be deployed to the guarding of this election. Question is, as regards the IEBC preparedness, how would you rate it in the constituencies that are in Nakuru County, Ruth?
Come again? Pardon?
Ruth, I'm asking, what you've shown us is the security preparedness. I don't know whether you've been able to tour some of the polling stations or centers across Nakuru County and probably been able to assess the preparedness of the IEBC.
Yeah, earlier I had spoken to the one who is manning the center, and everything he had told me everything is quite in order, and they are just waiting for the security officers to finish getting the briefing and they start distributing the material. IBC is quite prepared here.
All right. Thank you very much, Ruth. Right about now, we'll cross over to Mombasa County. Thank you, Ruth. We cross over to Mombasa County. Our reporter, Ann Boru, is on standby, also from the coastal town of Mombasa. We'll be engaging her to also see the preparedness of the IEBC as well as the whole process that has gone into preparing for the election in Mombasa. Ann Boru, good morning. You probably can tell us what is happening in Mombasa, Ann. Anburu, my apologies. We have no sound from your end. Once we have sound from your end, we'll come back to you. Just hold it tight. We'll come to you later. Once you have figured out that you have sound, so probably you need to work on your sound with your camera person, and then we'll come back to you for more information on what is happening in Mombasa. But that's just it. We also have Junei Karisa from Kilifi. We'll be linking up with her in a bit. But as you've seen from Ruth Wamboi's report from Narok, the security officers, quite a platoon of them being briefed by the sub-county commander on what they need to do. First of all, to ensure that voters are safe, everybody is okay, and the process will go on undeterred. That is as far as the process in Narok is concerned. In Mombasa, Ann Boru will be briefing us in a bit about what is happening there once we have sound on it. But let's just bring the conversation back to studio for now, and I want us to look at the institutions that are very critical as Kenyans head to the elections tomorrow. One of the critical institutions as we vote and as you choose your representative is the institution of Senate. For 10 years we've had the Senate, looking at the running of county governments in terms of oversight. But there are those who feel, Mark Bichachi, that the Senate has fell short of expectations of Kenyans in terms of oversighting governors. Is it a view you hold? And what would be the recommendation?
Jacob, in 10 years, the Senate has not produced any serious legislation other than about maybe 5 or 6 legislations. Number two, Senate has failed in actually managing the counties with which they're supposed to oversight. It almost seems as if Senate's only job is to pass the appropriations bill for county governments. You remember, Senate only went round twice during the maize scandal to talk to maize farmers. That's the only time Senate has done a Senate-level activity. Can you imagine only 66 people being unable to manage themselves in a way that they can behave like they are the upper house of parliament? And this is why someone said that it is the upper house with the lower house tendencies. And many have argued, do we even really need the Senate? And I'm beginning to agree with them. Do we need them? Because if you ask the average Kenyan, what does your senator do? They have no clue. And when you look at the constitution in terms of what they're actually supposed to do, are those functions subsumable within the county, the National Assembly? Yes, it is possible. And this is the issue. And that's why people were saying that perhaps senators should have a double role of actually being speakers in the county assemblies, so that when you're a selected senator, you're actually the speaker of the county assembly, and then you actually have work within the county of making sure the legislative agenda of the county is expressed. Then when you go to Senate, you actually have information. The question of how do senators even coalesce with governors to work? Have we seen them working together? When was the last time your senator consulted with the governor? And it is this lack of synergy, and they seem to be removed from the realities of the county. Those are the issues. So for me, the Senate has been an unmitigated failure in my opinion, and I think we really need to go back and look at what the role of Senate is, and perhaps expand their role and make them speakers of the various county assemblies as well.
All right, thanks, Mark. And of course, when we come back, we can also talk about the National Assembly, because part of the accusations that have hit the National Assembly the last 5 years is that they are an appendage of the executive. Are they? That's another question to look at. But for now, we're flying right into Kilifi. Janae Karisa is on standby to tell us about the preparations of this election in Kilifi County. Janae Karisa, good morning. What is happening in Kilifi? All right. Well, I understand Janae is still not ready. We'll be getting back to her in a bit. But Mark, let's proceed with that question of the National Assembly and whether also it has lived up to the expectations of Kenyans, because this National Assembly, particularly this one, has even had accusations of getting bribes as less as 10,000 shillings in a toilet.
The truth of the matter is this, that if you look at the ridiculousness of how we do things in this country and the ostentatious way we treat our parliamentarians is problem number one. You become a parliamentarian, you get a car, you get a mortgage, you get a driver, and suddenly you've become larger than life. This is what really insulates our members of parliament from the realities of being Kenyan. Number one, if you go to Europe, your parliamentarian takes the same train or bus you take in the morning. Your parliamentarian does not have a lot more money than you, so he is experiencing the same pain that you are experiencing. It is only in Kenya and the United States where parliamentarians are extremely wealthy and detached from the people. And the problem of being detached from the people, thusly, is then you will make elite decisions instead of making hoi polloi decisions. That is problem number one. Problem number two with our parliament is that we gave them a quasi-executive role through CDF. So you find that a parliamentarian is more concerned about distributing CDF because that's what determines his return to office or not, instead of being focused on the legislative agenda. We need to remember, CDF is only supposed to be maybe 10% of what your member of parliament does with that 100 million. What he's supposed to be focusing on is the legislative agenda. What is the legislative agenda? The decisions about where resources go, how much of those resources go to a a certain place and how they are going to be utilized. Those kind of decisions are critical. The decisions, for example, whether to legalize marijuana or not, now that it is an electoral issue, is there are things that the members of parliament need to ventilate on. Next is the public participation. If you go to many countries, MPs go back to their constituencies and have town halls 4 times a year, talking to people. What do you want to see happen? What do you want to see changed? What should we put in the budget? In Kenya, you're a member of parliament, you see him at the beginning of campaigns, he buys your vote for 500 shillings, you will see him next when he's campaigning again. That's where the disconnect comes. So
all right, hold that thought, Mark. I'll allow you to finish up once you're done with Kakamega, because Judith Akolo is in Kakamega. We can link up with her. She was with us earlier. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a problem. Now she is back. Judith Akolo, good morning once more. You can tell us what is happening in Kakamega. Judith?
Yes, good morning, Jacob. We actually went off air because of a technical hitch, and we apologize to our viewers. And now we are back. I was actually giving a rundown of the statistics of the population in Kakamega. And Kakamega has 1.8 million. Approximate population of Kakamega is 1.8 million. And the number of registered voters are 743,766. Now, of these, they will be voting in 12 constituencies. And the 12 constituencies include Shinyalu, which has over 71,000 registered voters. There is Nabaholo with over 53,000 registered voters. There is Likuyani with over 63,000 registered voters. Butere has over 62,000. Quisero has over 48,000 voters. Mumias West has over 47,000 voters. Mumias East has over 45,000 voters. Matungu, the population is 146,000, and the number of registered voters is 61,000. Lurambi, which is actually the seat of the county of Kakamega and has a larger population than all the other constituencies, has 80,000 registered voters. Malava has 82,000 registered voters. Malava, perhaps the population is high and competing with Kakamega. And then we have Lugari, which has 77,000 voters. And Ikolomani has 49,899 registered voters. Now, this number of registered voters are supposed to elect a governor from out of 6 governors who have out of 6 candidates who are vying for the governor's position. And we have Barasa Fernandez of the Orange Democratic Party. And then you have Jirongo Shahalaga of the United Democratic Party. Kanyanya Suleiman Sumba of the KANU, Malala Cleophas Bwahungu of Amani National Congress. Then we have Omukoko Samuel of Maendeleo Democratic Party. And then Michael Osundwa, who is an independent candidate. Now, the number of senators that are vying in Kakamega are 7. And the number of county women representatives are again 7. Now, looking at the general view of Kakamega, it's a bit quiet for now, but people are saying they are ready for the election tomorrow. And from Kakamega, I'm Judith Akolo, and my colleague, the camera lady, Ifel Ager, we are signing out from here, but we'll keep you informed. Back to you, Jacob Kioria.
Judith, before you go, if you can hear me, early in the morning you said as you were arriving in the county yesterday it was a bit quiet, but in the morning it was bustling with activity. What kind of activity was there in the morning?
Yes, the activity in the morning was people actually reporting to work, and the borders are up and about with their business. The market is actually teeming with people. I think later on, after here, we'll go to the market to just show Kenyans that Kakamega is vibrant, and it's quite different from what normally happens all the other years. By now, everybody would be huddling in their homes, but right now, Kakamega is very busy. Everybody is at work. The shops are open, the hotels are functioning, everything is actually functioning in Kakamega. And as I told you, this is Mulembe County, where there is peace and people are ready for the voting tomorrow.
All right, you have given us statistics as regards the number of voters in Kakamega County, or rather what you call the Mulembe County. But a very quick one, have you been able to speak to any IEBC official as regards their preparedness for the exercise tomorrow?
Okay, thank you, Kyoria. I'll be doing that in a few minutes, and we'll be able to inform Kenyans exactly what is happening and about the preparations. They are ongoing, only that we need to go there because this is television, and people will want to see the pictures.
All right. Thank you very much, Judith. And have yourself a good day as you continue to monitor the events on behalf of us in Kakamega County. That's Judith Akolo. In a bit, we'll also be linking with Simon Achola, who's on standby in Siaya. Siaya is a very critical county. It is the home county of the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga, as well as his Bondo town. What the pictures you see there are the preparations for the elections. This should be Siaya. All right, and those are live pictures from Siaya. As you can see, IEBC has deployed every election material that needs to be deployed. I think sometime about 2 weeks ago, there was a concern, Victor Olo, as regards the gas cylinders the IEBC is using. And I don't know whether they have been able to address that. The concerns were that those gas cylinders have been used for some time and whether the IEBC needs to replace them. But it's up to them. As long as it doesn't explode as people are counting votes. And I'm sure as they roll them out across the country, you can be sure, Victor, although they have probably tested the safety and they know they are quite fine for deployment. Mark Bichachi, can I allow you to finish up on your point as regards the National Assembly being accused of being an appendage of the executive this last 5 years?
Well, so the National Assembly has a connection with the executive, and the connection is this: that when you are elected to Parliament, you are elected on a party ticket. Now, in Parliament, it is expected that you will toe the party line and also represent the people. Now, here's the thing. We have not tested our political party structures enough. Why? Because political parties disintegrate the moment they get into Parliament. We saw Jubilee as members of Parliament, some of them voting against Jubilee issues and some of them voting for Jubilee issues. That is a misnomer in and of itself. Secondly, we saw the executive having a better influence over the legislature, instead of the legislature equally having an influence over the executive. So we've not yet created a legislature that has the capacity to actually push issues. Let me give you an example. Let us take budgeting as an example. Budgeting is an extension of the legislative cause. National Assembly owns the budget, which is why it is a law. But if you look at who brings the budget, the process of budget creation, it is predominantly still an executive thing. So when Parliament goes to pass that an agency needs 1 billion, they are not adequately informed as to what that agency really needs. And they are not also informed on the medium-term, long-term expectations of government. So what needs to happen is we really, number one, need to entrench political parties within our parliament, because it's a political party system. Secondly, we need to train our members of parliament on what are the midterm plans, long-term plans, and the current plans. They need to create these committees that actually also have a role to play.
All right. So there you have it. I can see behind you there, Kuria.
Yeah, we have Junaid Karisa. She is in Kilifi County and ready to bring us up to speed with what is happening in Kilifi. Junaid, good morning.
Good morning, John Jacob Kuria. I am at the heart of Kilifi County, just outside Pwani University, where it is the county tallying center. And this morning, my colleagues and I are spread out across Kilifi County just to give you a wall coverage of the elections here in Kilifi County. So, as I have said earlier, I'm at the Pwani University. This is the county tallying center, and we are expecting tomorrow. This is where the ball rests for us to know who and who has won from the announcement of the county returning officer, Hussein Gure. Now, just a brief statistics of this county. There are 588,000 registered voters who are expected to cast their votes. This is an addition of 80,000 voters who turned up in numbers in 2017. In Kilifi County, it witnessed 80% voter turnout in 2017. So the RO, according to the RO, they are expecting that the results are similar, just like 2017. Now, there are 7 constituencies here in Kilifi County, and the one that has carried a bulk of the voters is in Kilifi North, where we have five member of parliament candidates who will be contesting for that seat, which is followed by Malindi. Malindi constituency has 94,605 voters. That is in comparison to Kilifi North, that has 116,742 voters. It is closely followed by Magarini, and in Magarini there are 80,128 voters, followed by Ganze constituency, which has 67,257 voters, followed by Kaloleni has 73,009 voters, and then lastly we have Ganze constituency. These votes, these registered voters are coming to about 588,605. As my colleagues have mentioned earlier, the prisons are not excluded from this exercise. There are 240 registered voters across the prisons, and of course we will be seeing 4 tallying centers erected in those particular areas to ensure that those votes are cast tomorrow. Now, there are 1,144 polling centers. These are spread across these 7 constituencies. And we are expecting that these 1,000 polling centers, over 1,000 polling centers, will be relaying their results, and they will be announced here. The final tally will be announced here at the Pwani University. We are just hoping to catch the RO who was holed up in the meeting with the Joint Task Force conducting this election, to see if we can get a status update from that area on how the preparedness of this county. However, we have received reassurance that the security apparatus has been deployed as from yesterday. For example, in Malindi constituency, 400 police officers were deployed in that area to ensure that peace is restored. Right about here, the situation is as normal as you can imagine. Everybody is going about their business, just a peaceful atmosphere, if I can put it. Everybody is charged for tomorrow, but we haven't seen any incidences. There are few, of course, from the political class just trying to point fingers of alleged ballot papers being found. However, we have received confirmation from the RO that those papers they were being used to train the personnel from the IEBC on how the elections will be conducted. So we are trying to get a good look of how this county will conduct itself. So far, so good. Everybody is anxious, of course. Everybody is waiting to see how tomorrow's exercise will be conducted. Inside the tallying center, it hasn't been opened yet. The RO says he has to finish his meeting, then come to Pwani University and start dispatching the election materials. So we are waiting for him to come and dispatch those materials. Then we can accompany some of the ballot boxes to the constituencies to ensure that they arrive at those places very safely. So what we know, we are on high alert. Security has been deployed. Of course, there are hotspots here and there. We have been assured that police will be deployed in those particular areas to ensure that no incidences of electoral intolerance is reported by the electorate. So we are on standby, just waiting for the brief from the county returning officer on the status of the election preparedness, why the election materials are yet to be dispatched to the constituency, and what is the way forward when it comes to the election preparedness of this county. John Jacob Curia.
Janae, from Kilifi County, that's just about the status of preparedness of the election in Kilifi County, the deployment of security officers, as well as the election material by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is the IEBC, and clearly you can see Malindi is ready for the exercise tomorrow. We're going to go to Mombasa now and see whether we'll get Anburu, who is our reporter in Mombasa. Anburu, if you can hear me, you ready? All right, we'll get to Anburu in a bit. But Victor, you just can get a feel of just how things are across the country. Just about the same reports about calm, security being tight, and IBC being on top of things.
Absolutely. And you see, that's the most important thing, because from what we saw even with Ruth in Nakuru County, the security operators actually were getting their brief before they're deployed. And that is quite paramount, because if you remember what Interior CS Fred Matiang'i said, is that all the officers have been deployed, plus all other officers from different departments, from the prisons, from the KWS, just to ensure that the country is safe. Now, without security and election, we all know what can transpire in an election, but that is not the way the country, is planning to go. From 2007 to 2013 to 2017, it was all chaotic. But this time around, from our guest we've had here, Mark Bichache and Wakili, they're saying that everything is calm. And I think with the police officers being deployed in different areas, IBC saying that, every polling station will get 2 police officers, and then the tallying center will get a maximum of 20 armed police officers. Now, that is just enough to tell you that security is something which is quite paramount in an election. But all in all, I think people should take the responsibility.
Absolutely. Like I said, all of us need to do this morning is to sit back. We're going to take flights to several places. Now we're in Mombasa, where Anburu is on standby. We couldn't hear her earlier, but now she's good. Anburu, good morning.
Good morning to you, to Jacob Curia, and sorry for that technical hitch that we've had. We apologize for that. Right now, like I had said earlier, I am at the National Industrial Training Authority in Nyali constituency, that is the Nyali sub-county, which is in Mombasa County. And as you know, Mombasa County has 6 sub-counties, namely Nyali sub-county, Jomvu sub-county, Changamwe sub-county, Likoni sub-county, Kisa Kisauni sub-county and Mvita sub-county. So in Mombasa County, we have 641,913 registered voters. And in the different sub-counties that you have, the 6 sub-counties that you have, we have in Kisauni being the highest with 135,276 registered voters. Nyali constituency being the second constituency with the highest, with the number of 124,253 registered voters. And then we have Mvita constituency that has 118,974 registered voters. Likoni County has 94,764 registered voters, followed by Changamwe constituency that has 93,561 registered voters, and finally Jomvu sub-county, which has 75,085 registered voters. And according to yesterday, the county returning officer, Madam Swalha Yusuf, alluded to us that they have marked different areas in Mombasa County that are hotspots, with Nyali being the first one, and Kisauni constituency and Likoni constituency. Those are the 3 areas that have been marked as hotspots in Mombasa County, and they've even had to change the tallying centers in these sub-counties. So right now I'd really want to be joined by the police commandant of Nyali constituency, Mr. David Mumasaba, who's going to just give us an overview and tell us how they have planned their security in this particular sub-county. Welcome to Onset. So initially, you'll just begin by telling us how well prepared you are, because Nyali constituency, we've seen that there have been a lot of issues. We've even had, that should be on Friday, there was one person who died because of the clashes that these youth have between the candidates, the top 2 candidates, that's Mohammed Ali and Said Abdallah, the ODM party. So I would like you to tell us how well prepared you are for these elections tomorrow.
My name is Daniel Masaba, the sub-county commander of police Nyali. We are very much prepared. We are set. We have got enough security in place. We have got 195 polling stations, and each polling station is manned by 2 armed police officers. We have got the hotspot areas, of which you have taken care of. We have got unriot police officers who will be stationed in those areas in case there will be anything that they want to riot. Then we shall have to meet the full force of the law.
Maybe what should you tell the supporters of the 2 groups that have continued to bring chaos in this region?
I'm appealing to them. We want a very peaceful election so far. Any sort of malpractice in a way, maybe they want to cause fracas. They will meet the full force of the law, since all of us are ready to participate in a peaceful election.
And as for the voters, what would you tell them after voting?
I'm appealing to all voters. After voting, go home and wait for the result in your particular place where you reside.
Thank you so much. This is what we have from the security personnel. And as you can see behind me, right behind me, you can see that the election materials are already being, they are ready for distribution to the different polling stations. You've seen that the lights will be there in case of any blackout, and during the night, there's going to be enough light. We have seen that also they are well equipped with the gas cylinders, we have the ballot boxes, the ballot papers. So right now I'll be joined by the returning officer from this constituency. He's just going to give us an overview of what is happening today on the preparations, and what time they'll be distributing the papers, and maybe how many polling stations we have in Nyali constituency. Karibu sana Onset, you'll start with your names and then you'll tell us about the exercise today.
My name is John Oletaiswa. I am the returning officer for Nyali constituency. Right now we are still preparing and arranging all our materials, the ones that we have not yet arranged, because 90% of what we have done, around 95% is already. Our ballot papers are the ones that we are putting in placement to our ballot boxes to the right polling station. In the afternoon, that is at around noon, that is when we'll now be distributing the polls official joining together with our police force to go to the polling station. So all the preparation are intact.
Maybe you could tell us how many polling stations you have in Nyali sub-county.
We have in Nyali constituency, we have 195 polling stations. And all of them will be manned by 2, that is 1 presiding officer and 1 DPO and 6 clerks. And where we have very many polling stations within a center, we'll have also the queuing clerk who will be directing the voters to the right polling station. So we have 195 polling stations in Nyali constituency.
What is expected of the voter tomorrow when they come to cast their vote?
We expect the voter to be responsible enough, 1, to come out to vote, secondly, to maintain peace, and we normally say just after voting, let them go and wait for the results at home. So we expect them to come in peace, and go in peace, vote in peace, and we normally say there's no way to peace, peace is the way. Yeah.
Maybe anything else you want to say about the voting exercise, because I've seen everything is ready. And what time would you be distributing these materials, election materials, to the different constituencies?
We'll be distributing them from noon. Once our presiding officers and all the officials together with the police officers, after eating their lunch at around 2 p.m., will now be distributing to go to the station. We expect at around 6 all the presiding officers, all the polling officials are in the station waiting to arrange themselves at the polling station for tomorrow's work. Yeah.
It's all systems go here in Nyali sub-county, and as you've heard, Nyali sub-county has 9 members of parliament who want to vie for the seat. The incumbent is also vying for the same seat, wants to retain the seat. And generally, we have the candidates in Nyali constituency are 85. So that is what you have right now from Nyali constituency, but I'll keep you updated as the day progresses. Back to you, Studio Curia.
And just hold on a bit, because I have a quick question for you. Because you talk about candidates who have engaged in electoral violence, which constitutes to an election offense. Are you aware whether IEBC has been able to take up that and probably take action against those 2 aspirants who are engaged in electoral violence? And
so far, we know that when they engaged the first time, when the supporters engaged in the fighting during the campaigns, we saw that the Said Abdallah made a report at the Nyali police station and received an OB, where both of them were summoned by the police. And so far, we know that investigations are ongoing just to find out what exactly transpired during that particular time. So yes, there is an OB, there is a report at the Nyali police station on that. But for the IEBC, they were also summoned by IEBC and the security personnel, and they were asked if at all the same happens later. There was, the action will be taken against the person who will be found culpable of the offense.
Thank you very much, Ann Mburu. Fantastic job. See you later when we link up later. Ann Mburu from the county of Mombasa speaking to us from the Tarling Center. About now, we'll head over to Kisumu. Wycliffe Okech is in Kisumu, as well as Kevin Washira, who is also in Othaya. And once we have them, we'll be linking up with them. But Victor Olo, it's quite a serious indictment. Okay, I'll come to you later on the indictment that I'm talking about. So we start with Wycliffe Okech from Kisumu. Wycliffe?
Well, a very good morning to you, John Jacob Kioria, back in Nairobi. We are, of course, coming to you live from Kisumu. Right now, we are at the Kisumu National Polytechnic, which is the Tarling Center for Kisumu Central Constituency. And we've been here for the last 1 hour or so, actually just observing all the developments here. And since morning, what has been happening that when we got here, we found the deputy returning officer for this constituency briefing, actually, the presiding officers and the clerks at this center here. That that was followed by the briefing of the agents of the chief agents of the various candidates for these elections here. And just a few minutes, just a while ago, what has been happening here is that the returning officer for this constituency, Mr. Yegon Kibos, has been leading, actually opened the ballot boxes here in the presence of chief agents of the various candidates for the various elective seats here. And that has been happening for the last few minutes here. And just joining me on set right now, Jacob, is the returning officer himself, Mr. Yegon Kibos, here, just to give us a feel of what has been happening here since morning. Briefly, Mr. Yegon, we are live on KBC, and probably if you can just give us a feeling of what has been happening since morning. We can see the presiding officer have been briefed, the chief agents of various candidates have actually been briefed, and now you've led the opening of the ballot boxes. How do you make of that?
I think, thank you very much, KBC. I think what we say is that it's all systems go for Kisumu Central. We've just done the final critical process of opening the ballots. In the next 2 hours or so, we'll be releasing the presiding officers and the deputy presiding officers to join the clerks in the polling stations as assigned. With all the materials, strategic and non-strategic, they're already in place. Basically, what we're waiting for is the whole team of security to assemble, and you can see already some are here with us. When that team is in full, we'll start moving to the stations. I hope we'll do it early enough so that we don't have anybody leaving the station by night. Thank you very much.
Tell us about the security situation in the area. I can see a contingent of police officers around.
The security is good enough. We don't have a security issue. The only thing is the officers you see with us are the officers assigned to the stations. They're actually going to deliver the security in the polling station. As far as security is concerned, it has been well known, and we are very grateful to the residents, the voters, and the community at large. Yes.
Thank you so much. John Jacob Kioria, that is Mr. Yegon Kibo, talking to us about just the level of preparedness with regards to tomorrow's vote. And actually, like you've already mentioned, that the preparations are now top gear, and that what is remaining is just the distribution of the electoral materials to various polling stations. In Kisumu, we have about that is for Kisumu Central, 222 polling stations. That is in Kisumu Central constituency. But in the entire county, we have about 1,170 stations there. And what is happening right now is that all the tallying centers have received the strategic and non-strategic materials, and that what's awaiting is just the distribution of those materials to various polling stations. With regards to security, that is where we really needed to put the underlinement. You know, Kisumu County is one of the counties that was mapped by the NCIC as one of the potential hotspots in this electioneering period. But then just before this live update, I was speaking with the regional commissioner for the Nyanza region, that is Mr. Magu Mutindika, who assured me that actually gave an assurance to the electorate here that the security is in check, and that there's nothing to worry about. Well, John Jacob, like I've mentioned, we are the Kisumu Central constituency, and we've been going around. I'll be going around just to see what's happening in that centers. Right now, as we live here, we're going to Kisumu West constituency, going to the tallying center there just to check the level of preparedness. And with that, let me hand it back to you in studio. John.
Yeah, Wycliffe, before I let you go, because you mentioned, and very well so, about the mapping as a hotspot by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. But other than that, there's an advisory existing by the U.S. government as regards personnel in Kisumu. But I'm sure, being in Kisumu for several days now, you can tell us about the mood of Kisumu town and how it is right now.
You're very right. Regarding that advisory that was issued, I think last week, the advisory itself has been since recalled by the U.S. Embassy. And you just like reported the other day is that just 2 days we had a briefing with the regional commissioner, and alongside the government spokesperson, that is Colonel retired Cyrus Oguna, who alluded that that advisory could have been issued based on perception regarding Kisumu. You see, the past electoral cycles have been marred with with some sort of electoral intolerance, and that issuance, the issuance of that advisory might have come because of that perception. But then the security apparatus in Kisumu here are in top gear, are actually have their eyes out, especially in the border constituencies of Nyakach, Moroni, and Nyando. And just like I've shared with you before with this live update, I was speaking with the regional commissioner, Mr. Magu Mutindika, telling that so far so good. There's no or rather hike to worry about. And like we were speaking with I was engaging the rest of the various residents in the county, or rather in the city of Kisumu. Yesterday I was speaking with them at the bus park, and they're just the message they have is the message of peace, calling upon the residents of this region actually to coexist with one another peacefully ahead and during, ahead and after the electoral process. John Jacob, another question, unless you have any question for me, I think that is it from our end.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. A fantastic job you're doing there. Let's release you so you can go to the rest of the constituencies and describe the feeling for us. Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. That is Wycliffe Okech reporting from Kisumu Central constituency. And of course, he will be going to the other areas around the county to give us a brief on what is happening there now. Let's cross over to Othaya and get to see what Gishuke Wachira is doing. Nyeri County is the home of the Kenya Kwanza deputy presidential candidate Rigathi Gachagua, who comes from Mathira. But Kevin Wachira is in Othaya, the home of former president and the late Mwai Kibaki. Kevin Wachira, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Kuria. Good morning. It's a very cold morning here in Mathira constituency. A little correction, Kuria. We are in Mathira constituency. Right now I'm at Karatina Girls Secondary School. This is the tallying center for Mathira constituency, and as you can see behind me, it's a beehive of activities here as IBC officials try to do the final preparations to ensure that the boxes that will be delivered to individual polling stations later on in the day or in the evening got every document that is required. What we are seeing is images of presiding officers that will be manning the polling stations, ensuring that the material are as are required. And now joining me here is the returning officer of Mathira constituency. This is the person who will announce the parliamentary results and also the presidential results for Mathira constituency. Karibu sana, Madam Faith Mogo. Maybe briefly you can tell us what is happening in this room and how far are the preparations ahead of tomorrow's general election.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Faith Mugo, the returning officer in charge of Mathira constituency. Now, IBC is very ready. Like you can see, we were able to get all the materials that we need to conduct the election the way it should be. And we have trained our poll officials. They are all ready. And like they can see, now it's the POs who are just confirming the materials before we can release them to go into the polling stations later in the day, where they will be accompanied by the security officers and they will be provided for transport so that they are there on time. Now, tomorrow in the morning, 6 a.m., we'll be expecting the first voter to vote until 5 p.m. And if anybody is still in line by 5 p.m., they will still be able to vote. And our appeal is that Kenyans come out and vote because we are ready to serve you, and please come out and choose the leader of your choice.
How many polling stations are we looking at, and what time should we expect the results to start trickling in?
Oh, well, in Mathira, we have 4,000 registered voters. I think it's good to know that. And then the polling stations in Mathira, we have 6 wards, and we have 201 polling stations. Yes, so about the results trickling in, that one I might not be in a position to say because it will depend on the pace of the POs. By the time they are finished and they start counting, and definitely when they are done, they'll get me here at the turning center where I'll be waiting for them with the chief agents and the turning center agents. They will all be here to witness that what we are doing is a free and fair and credible process.
Maybe briefly you can tell the voter what he or she expects when she comes in the morning. What should he or she carry with so that she can exercise this democratic right?
Thank you. Now, the voter must come with an original ID if it is the document they use to register as voters. If they used a passport, that old passport that they had used during registration of voter, that is the one we are going to use. So even if they may have renewed, they may still come with a renewed passport, but they are going to be identified by the old passport that they had used to register as voters.
How long should the process take?
The process per one voter. It shouldn't take long because we are identifying them with the KMs, and we are also going to use the manual register. So we're going to use it as well. So that should take each voter less than 3 minutes at the clerk, and then they are given the 6 ballots, and they go to the booth and mark the people of their choice, and then they will then cast their votes in the ballot boxes.
Thank you very much, Madam Faith Mogo. Asante sana. We will be working together till and after the elections.
Thank you very much.
That was the returning officer, Mathira constituency, Madam Faith Mogo, telling us about the preparations that they are doing here in Mathira constituency. Now, Mathira constituency is a critical place because for the last 5 years, this constituency has been represented in Parliament by Rigathi Gachagua, the running mate to the United Democratic Alliance flag bearer William Ruto. And I've tried to talk to residents here about how they feel about the election. And something that you'll notice is that the residents who support the UDA party here are very excited that their member of parliament could be the next deputy president if Kenyan voters vote in favor of UDA. Now, a brief profile about Mathira constituency. It has 104,000 voters, as the returning officer has exuded, and 6 aspirants are seeking to succeed Rigathi Gachagua, that include Eric Mwangi of United Democratic Alliance, Deresge Kandi Waroru of NAK Kenya Party, Kiragu Nicholas Karweru of Usawa kwa Wote Party, Maranga Wambura Phyllis of Jubilee Party, Daniel Muriuki Kige of Justice and Freedom Party, and Thuku Fenasio Wangombe of Farmers Party. We'll be giving you more reports about the preparation and the delivery of the material. Maybe if you have a question, Kyoria, you can get to me.
No questions for you, Ashira. Fantastic job. Clearly, it looks very cold in Mathira. We wish you all the best as you continue to cover the elections in Mathira. Kevin Ashira there, speaking to us live from Mathira constituency. It is the home county, the home constituency of Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president candidate for Kenya Kwanza and the UDA party. And we'll be linking up with several other reporters of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation who are strewn around the country. And by the way, a little bit later, we'll also have an interview with the diaspora, because there are 10,000 votes in the diaspora that will be cast in this election, and we'll be trying to speak to some of the people in Kenya's diaspora. I don't know what Kenya's diaspora is, but we'll speak to people in the diaspora who will be participating in the exercise tomorrow to just get a feel of the preparations in the diaspora. But in studio, I'm joined by a man who I've had the pleasure to talk to, I think, the entire month of July, Archbishop Anthony Muheria of the Nyeri Catholic Archdiocese also joins us in studio this morning. Archbishop, karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
We've been talking about elections, I think, in the entire month of July, and here we are.
True.
Tomorrow is the big day.
True.
How do you feel about it?
I feel first that we are prepared and we are happy to hear all these reports that the Kenyans look forward. It's not only a constitutional right that we have, but I feel that there's a positive feel to all this as compared to other moments. I also think that the whole message of peace has come across very, very strongly, not only from the electorate, the citizens, but even from those who are seeking office in the presidential competition or the others. And I think that is a very big plus. So we feel comfortable. And on my case, I feel very much at ease, ready tomorrow to go and exercise this duty and exercise it with God's presence. That's something sometimes we don't hear enough, that it's not just about going out there to do a civic duty, that we are not just alone, that this is a huge project, and the project is made by small blocks, including the vote I will make tomorrow, that all this is within God's care and protection. So it's important that people don't let themselves be carried away by fears, by anxiety, like things are going to go wrong. And I think all the messages we've had this morning, I'm very, very pleased to hear. They're extremely positive and optimistic. They didn't say if, not if my candidate wins, not if this happens. They're saying we'll keep peace. They're saying we'll go to vote. And so today is to tell every Kenyan, let's go out there, let's vote, let's go out to make a covenant with our nation, with the generations that will come. And it's a day of joy. It's a day that we should actually celebrate. I would almost tell them, dress up for the vote. You know, it's an important day that you're going to remember, and your grandchildren will remember if you do it right. And this time it looks like we'll do it right. So exciting.
You speak, Archbishop, to a very important subject, and I think it creeps in the minds of Kenyans and hearts a day to the elections, or even after they have cast their ballot. The question of anxiety. How, approaching it from a religious perspective, how does one deal with anxiety? Because there's so many people sitting where they're sitting today and wondering, will the candidate that I've supported for all this long win in the election tomorrow?
Thank you, Jacob. But I mean, it's normal. I'm sure you've been watching the sports, the athletics in Oregon and now in Birmingham. And you've seen how even before the competition, everyone is nervous, everyone is edgy, because it's normal, it's human. And only when you start running do you now start seeing. So I think it's not bad to have some anxiety, even the candidates, because that's normal, because you want to win, and the uncertainty brings anxiety, a measure of anxiety. What, however, we have to guard ourselves from is anxiety that leads us into suspicion, into statements that are misplaced, into a fear that inhibits our action. So from the religious point of view, that's why we had these 2 days to cool down our tempers and to pray and to ask for wisdom. We've had it all from all these candidates. They've told us all that they could have told us. So right now it's just to calmly, soberly review what they said, stand before your God and say, first, which is the best line I should go?
Let me cut you short at that point. Just a bit, we'll come back to you.
No problem.
And head over to Western Kenya, where we have the Western Region Regional Commissioner Isaiah Nakuru, speaking about the security preparedness generally, about the elections. Over to you, the team in Western Kenya.
Okay. The regional commissioner, we know that security is a very important. Security is a very important matter when it comes to elections. What are the arrangements that you've made in this particular region to ensure that we are safe as we vote?
Thank you so much, Judith, and for having us today. I want to begin by saying we began making arrangements as early as January this year, because we knew elections was going to be held in the month of August. So we came up with a raft of measures, security measures, to ensure we have credible, fair elections. And as a government, we have to create a very conducive environment to facilitate the credible and fair elections.
What are some of these measures that you put in place?
Okay, one of the measures, first of all, is to engage the public, sensitize the community, so that we have peaceful elections. In fact, we have 3 phases. Phase 1 is before elections, we had to ensure there is peace. And I want to confirm that we have not had any ugly incidents before elections. Now we are moving towards during, that is tomorrow. And we have already put in place security measures to ensure that tomorrow Kenyans will vote without any fear. Mine is to appeal to members of the public to come out in large numbers and exercise their democratic rights. We have created security measures. All the polling stations will be secured. We have secured all the polling stations. We have deployed adequately in all the polling stations, and including the tallying centers. We have deployed adequately. We also have officers on standby in case of any ugly incident, which we don't anticipate of now. So those are the security arrangements we have put in place, and I want to thank the public.
What is the security strength like?
No, we are adequately. That's why I'm talking about adequacy. We have adequately deployed, and when I say we are adequately deployed, meaning we have enough security officers in every polling stations. We have drawn these officers from the National Police Service, from NYS, from other security agencies, GSU, ASTU, and all those will be playing a key role to ensure that the elections.
Some of our regional countries, are we expecting anything spectacular, or the area is well secure?
No, as of now, we have not had any ugly incident, of course, but we have to be alert along our borders to ensure that no cross-border, criminal activities are reported. We have to ensure that we have patrols along our borders. We will also engage our neighbors, because we have very good working relationship with our neighbors across. So we'll have to ensure that we work together in Busia, Bungoma, so that we do not have any disruptions from any quarter. And these meetings have been going on. The cross-border meetings have been going on between our security agencies and the security agencies from the other side. And as I've told you, we have also engaged the public. So we'll monitor, and we'll also erect roadblocks where necessary to ensure that nobody comes to take advantage of our situation. Criminals will always want to take advantage of a situation. So we want to ensure that we do not allow any criminal act or any ugly incident to disrupt the electioneering period.
The NCIC had identified some areas as hotspots. Are there any such areas in the Western region?
Well, NCIC have their own mandate, and usually, I don't know if they identify our regions as a hotspot, because what may appear a hotspot to them is not hotspot to us. Okay? So we have isolated areas where maybe, based on the past occurrences, we may have to treat them as hotspots, especially Mount Elgon, because of the previous cases. We may be having some remnants, of those criminals, but so far we have not. But we are going to have these activities I've told you about, the roadblocks and all this, so as a deterrent, okay, so that we deter anything that is likely to take place. And all our officers along the border are on high alert. All the way from Luahaha up to Budalangi. We have deployed adequately. Patrols, motorboats will be patrolling our lakes. We have the Marine Police, the Coast Guards will also be there to work very hard on the other side. So far so good, and I believe Kenyans from this region will come out with line numbers tomorrow to vote. And this is my appeal, that after voting, they have to go back home. We are not going to allow any groupings. We are not going to allow crowds. We want to request us kindly, all Kenyans, to vote and go. You can watch the proceedings from your house. You do not have to go, and we will not allow any meetings, because they had enough time to campaign and meet and hold meetings. But now, this is now the time for voting and waiting for the results. And wait for the result at home. That is what we want to see.
Okay, which are some of these areas that you erect the roadblocks?
There is no specific, especially the areas I've told you, especially along Mount Elgon area, Busia County, even with Kakamega, areas where we think, we are likely to have criminal activities. And we are also monitoring, and this is my appeal to even the politicians. They had enough time to campaign. So anybody who will want to, either groups or use for the border for their self-defense, their time is not there now, because they had enough time to mobilize their supporters. So now this is a time for voting, okay? So everything has a beginning and an end, and there is time for everything. So this is now the time for voting. It's not time for mobilizing and campaigning. Yeah.
We are very grateful for this time.
Thank you.
For your time.
Okay.
I'm sure Kenyans have had.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to do more stories. With the information you've given us, that's enough for us to run 3 or 4 stories.
Wonderful.
Out of it.
Wonderful. Otherwise, I want to assure you and to assure even everybody of their security. The region generally made up of the 4 counties. So far, it is calm, generally calm, and we want to ensure that even after voting, we want to ensure that we are going to sustain the effort we have already put in place. Okay? Our regional police commander is on top of issues together with everybody, and we believe we are going to have very, very peaceful elections, and those who may be harboring some other ambitions, including intention to cause chaos, we are on alert. They should not try, because they will regret. Thank you.
True. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's very rare to find a senior government official.
All right, that is Isaiah Nakuru, who is Regional Commissioner, Western Region, speaking to our reporter there. Just giving us an assurance that everything is in place in terms of security and mapping out some hotspots that he's actually said that police officers have actually sealed, and there is no any form of tension in the western region. All right, so from western part of Kenya, let's cross over to ground zero, Bomas of Kenya, where everything will be taking place, and we have Sarafina Robi there to give us an update. Sarafina, good morning. 2 hours later, and we are still here. Give us an update on what's happening on ground zero.
One, two. Indeed, a very good morning, Kioria. As you had requested earlier on, that we tell you about the security preparedness of the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. And right now we are at the entrance, whereby anyone accessing the premises, which are the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center, has to come through this place. And as you can see, these are just some of the security agents at this particular place, whereby when you come here with a vehicle, there is a security security procedure that you are subjected to. And as you can see right now, we have a couple of vehicles that have already arrived. These are just some of them that are leaving, that were inside the Bomas of Kenya, just being checked out. And now we have a few members, officials, delegates, observers, agents are coming in. And now we're going to see just some of the procedures that they are taken through to ensure that the security inside is up to the point. And as you can see, they are taken through a mirror scanner, which is put below the vehicle to just scan through. And later on, they're also taken through an explosive detector that is used to scan also the vehicles. And for those that are inside, they're asked to come out, and they are scanned also. And then the driver is also taken through a security check to ensure that they do not bring in anything that can endanger anyone that is. You can see there just one of the procedures that is being done on the incoming vehicle that is going inside the Bomas of Kenya. You can see a thorough checkup by the security agents that are at the entrance. The driver being taken out and being searched. In case the driver had other passengers in the vehicle, they'll also be asked to come out. Upon being searched, then the driver and the vehicle are allowed inside the premises. And now we can go into the procedure that is taken through people who walk in, whereby when you come, you're now taken through the body scanner, the luggage scanner. Just in case you have any luggage, you then it's put through the luggage scanner and scanned. And then in person, you walk through the body scanner. Then you have to have the card, the accredited card that I had mentioned earlier on, for you to access these premises. And the accredited card has a QR code, which you can see is scanned at the gate for the gate to open. So the card, the accredited card with the QR code is taken out of your badge, scanned at the gate, and then you're allowed. And then after that, so we are going to walk in after you are allowed inside, since I had already been scanned earlier on. So I'm allowed to walk in. Thank you very much. Thank you. So upon accessing the premises, and in case you have any gun or any other apparatus within you, now this is the armory where they are put. We are not allowed to get in there. Perhaps my cameraman can just show you. So that's where the armory, where if you come with any other security that you have, is taken to the armory and placed there, so that at the point when you want to leave, then you'll be given back your equipment. And then thereafter, also inside, when you come into the Bomas of Kenya, we're already inside the premises. We have other checkpoints at the far end. The first checkpoint there, just to ensure that the security is up to the point. You can see those are just some of the observers that are coming in, agents, media personalities. We have a number of checkpoints inside the premises, different parking spaces for the VIPs, for the other delegates that come in, as well as media personalities on the other side. So we will be able to just walk you through, though the checkpoints are very far from where we are. So curious, as you can see, as they had requested earlier on, to just so that we can give you a picture, detailed picture, or a clear picture of what happens for anyone who wants to access this place. Not every Kenyan or any voter is allowed here, just the accredited people. And even if you're accredited and you come here without this particular card, then you'll not be allowed to access these premises. That's it from us, Curia. Back to you.
Sarafina, you have just given us a breakdown on how the security is taken care of there, because that is a ground zero, the nerve center of where everything will be taking place. And you can remember that's the National Tallying Center. And as Chebukati said, that security is paramount and almost everything has been taken care of. Let me just come back to you, Shadrach. And when you look at that kind of security measures put there, they even have an armory almost 200 meters away from the Uchaguzi Hall. That tells you the level of security that has been put there. And Chebukati and his team is, they're not leaving anything to chance.
Yes, Victor, I appreciate the work that the IBC has done so far in ensuring that we have a free and fair process, of course, with the guarantees of security over property and during the process of election. Remember, the issues about security during or insecurity during the electioneering period has always been a concern. So much so that when people from either your region have voted, then people from your competitors from another region will probably cause violence, or you cause violence so that you disturb the election process. And ultimately, when we are telling the results, we arrive at the conclusion that out of the 10,000 voters that have been registered, only 1,000 voters voted, and you have probably 900 votes in your favor. And because of the simple mathematics that an election is won by the number of people who turn up, people who vote, not people who are registered in an election. So because of that, we have had situations in the past where people who are essentially set up for a loss during the elections end up winning an election because of improper influences or instances of violence during the election. So the guarantee that you are seeing from Bomas of Kenya and elsewhere, where the IBC and our National Police Service have come out and assured Kenyans of their security during the election period, it is not idle. In any event, it sits well within the national the values of an election process that are guaranteed under the Constitution. Remember, for any election to stand, and in any event, for the election that was nullified in the year 2017, was nullified based on its lack or its respect for the values and principles for election that are set under Article 81 and 86 of the Constitution. One of these principles of an election is that there must be, the election process must be free from improper influence. So improper influence is an influence that perhaps is as a result of instances of insecurity during the electioneering period. So people must be assured that if I am leaving my property in Mathare or in Kajiado to go and vote in Mathare, I must be assured that when I return back home, my property will still be safe. So if I lack that, that assurance of my property being safe when I'm going to exercise my right to vote, then there is no incentive for me to go and participate in the elections. Remember, even as we acknowledge that voting in itself is a right, and again is also a civic duty that you have. That recognition, I will not enjoy my right. I will not discharge my civic duty. If I feel like my property or myself, I will be in danger if I participate in those elections.
All right, that is it. But then just to hand it over to you, Kioria, perhaps let me ask guest there. Let me just get it. Behind the scenes, the church preparations, that certain things that we don't see, or even the media, the common mwananchi, what are some of the nitty-gritties that as a church, as interfaith organizations, the religion in this country, what are some of the behind the scenes that you people took in place, and you can now assure the country that we are safe?
Thank you very much. I think first is to say behind the scenes are meant to be fairly discreet. So you wouldn't expect me to say what we've done behind the scenes, because that's meant to safeguard precisely that confidence, and in case things go south, in case things don't work. But I think there is a lot of talking, conversing, both with the candidates, both with the major, you could say the major competitors, trying to put reason and trying to put safeguards so that they understand this idea that our nation is more important than their ambition. And that is a conversation that goes a long way. We also look at what are the interventions we as church can make. And part of these interventions that I'm sure, Jacob, you realize our presence in media, our presence to speak to the people is just maybe the blossoming of this activity and these efforts. But most importantly, is when we have a chance to address the congregants in their places of worship. As Catholic Church, in the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, we have insisted every Sunday to have a specific message. And these messages are not pessimistic messages. They're messages of hope, they're messages of encouragement, and they're messages also that after having interactions with the concerned institutions, we're able to stand and explain to the Kenyans what we assess. For example, one that we can speak for sure is we've had a sit-in, discrete sit-ins with the IEBC, just to have an in-depth explanation of what exactly does the preparedness mean. So they have really gone to the extent of explaining to all the security features, all the possibilities, what flaws, where, if there is anything that could go wrong, and so that we feel convinced enough to speak to our congregants and say, in terms of preparedness, they are prepared. The same happens with the judicial, the judicial system, our courts. So behind the scenes, we try to talk, to converse, to dialogue, so that we safeguard the peace, but also safeguard the credibility of the election. So it's not only about peace, 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 it's also about delivery. And this is a time we've challenged IEBC. We want to see the best. We want to see and evaluate you as the best IBC or the best election body, not only in Africa, but even in the world. And I do believe that they're in the run. And if they really do this well, it is something that will earn this country great honor and reputation. So there's a lot of that, but the other issues of who do you speak, where do you speak, how do you speak, precisely is the discretion that makes that most effective.
All right. Let's finish up on the point of anxiety, because before we went to Kakamega, that's what we were speaking about.
Yes.
On dealing with anxiety for the voter. One, because of probably the candidate you support, and number two, because you're not too sure of what happens after that.
So anxiety, as I said, is not bad. It's a human feeling, emotion. But what you were saying is to make sure that that anxiety does not in any way become desperation. It's when anxiety is wishing that the one I'm supporting, my candidate, or wishing that the candidate is wishing that he may succeed in his pursuit, that the votes come for him in his favor. That's all right. And I think if they're not anxious, it means they didn't want that job. So I think it's okay. But we must guard, and that's where I was. We must guard against the transformation of anxiety into desperation and the acts of desperation. And the acts of desperation is where we lose control, and because you have lost or you have won or you see things are going in this way, you start making declarations, you start expressing suspicions, you start saying things which are improper and out of place, that does not look at the nation, does not look at the good of the nation, but rather looks at your own, maybe at that moment we can term it selfish goal, which perhaps the voters don't want you, and therefore you have to accept. So I also think that our candidates must be prepared that they can lose, and we have 98% of the candidates will lose. There won't be so many winners. If you think about all the candidates in the entire country, there'll be a lot of people who will not achieve what they desire. And so we better prepare ourselves for the possibility of loss. And how do you handle that? And I think graciousness in loss makes you able to come back and run and try to get that seat in the next round. So despair is something we must avoid.
And we'll talk about candidates at a later stage, because there's quite a political responsibility on their end after tomorrow. But from where you sit as a religious leader, Bishop, the importance of this election, because I mean, you've had even seen from opinion polls, there's quite a number of people who are undecided, others who are lethargical about the whole exercise. But emphasize from where you sit the importance of turning out to exercise your democratic right to vote.
Thank you very much. And I do think that is something that you in the media have really continued telling us. But I do appeal to any Kenyan who at this moment is still undecided whether to go out to vote or not, to tell them that this is not about you. It's about the generations after you. This is about your grandchildren. This is a building block we're making for the Kenya we desire. A Kenya that will be built by small baby steps, and perhaps there'll be times we make huge strides. It's you who is going to push it forward by making, perhaps you feel in the choice you're making at whatever level of leadership that you're going to vote. Perhaps you feel that people do not deserve your vote. That's not true. What happens is that is not only the person, it's the nation. Which direction do you give the nation? For not giving a positive push or contribution towards a better leader, you leave space for the country to go towards a worse leader. So you might not choose your preferred, excellent, idealistic leader, but here you push the country towards getting good leaders in future. So this is a building block, and it's about the generations. It's about our grandchildren. You are starting off a direction. And then the second is to realize that as we go to vote and the exercise this civic duty, it is also something that the nation as such you will have a say going forward. It gives you like a bit more rights to even question or assess accountability of the leaders who come into office. So I want to say yes, because of the choice of candidates may not be excellent, but secondly also, especially the young people, that perhaps they feel their issues have not been addressed, or perhaps they feel in this situation of despair. A lot of them may feel it won't help, and I want to tell them it will. In fact, it is the best bet you have for the future, in that you be engaged and you start being engaged in what the country will be. So especially the youth, I want to appeal to them. Perhaps is not the ideal situation. Maybe they don't have jobs. Maybe they are desperate because they don't have finances. Maybe they haven't found resonance in their needs in what has been put. But the way to start bringing your agenda on board is first going to exercise this right and look at that candidate who really enshrines something positive for the future. It's not just for what you get now. It's not an immediate gain. It's not the 500 shillings you get or the 1,000 shillings you get or the fun and jumping that they want you to dance with now. It is about the person who can chart a path for you that will be a future where you will have the environment of growth. So the youth should not be captured by petty gains. Those are the freebies. But you should look at who has vision for something where we young people can actually start blossoming.
All right.
So it's not what gives, not who gives, but who is going to give me an opportunity. So please go out and vote, even though you feel a little lethargy. Make that effort for the sacrifice for your grandchildren.
Okay, let's head over to Garissa. When we come back, we'll talk a bit about that desperation of people who are seeing the usual faces, maybe nothing new, and the desperation has crept in, like probably, I just need to keep away from this exercise. We'll talk about that when we come back. But for now, let's head over to Garissa County. Khalid Abdullahi is on standby. Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning, Khalid. What's happening in Garissa?
Dakta kabisa, kama ulivyosema, zimebakia tu masaa machache wa Kenya waende debeni kumchagua mgombeaji ama yule ambao wanamtaka, na sasa hivi tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Garissa, kaunti 007, ambapo sasa hivi niko katika chuo kikuu cha Garissa, ambapo itakuwa ni kituo cha kudumisha kura katika kaunti hii ya Garissa. Na kama tulivyoona asubuhi katika picha zetu, hali iko shwari bila shari, na kwamba swala la usalama limepatiwa kipaumbele katika kaunti hii ya Garissa. Na hapo jana katika picha zetu tulikuwa tumefahamishwa kuwa kikosi maalum cha usalama kilikuwa kimepatana angalau kujadili masuala ama hali ya kudumisha usalama wakati huu wa uchaguzi mkuu hapo kesho, ili kubainisha tu masuala kuhusiana na vijikaratasi vya kupigia kura ambao vimefika hapa katika chuo kikuu, na ungana na msimamizi wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka hapa katika kaunti ya Garissa, Abdi Wahid Hussein, angalau atupatie tu uhondo na taswira kamili na jinsi maandalizi ya uchaguzi yanaendelea katika kaunti hii. Karibu sana kwenye KBC, angalau utufahamishe tu, je, mmejiandaa vipi na maandalizi yakoje kwa sasa?
Ndio. Nawashukuru wanahabari wa KBC. Karibuni Garissa. Mimi naitwa Abdul Wahid Hussein, mshirikishi wa tume ya uchaguzi na msimamizi katika kaunti magatuzi ya Garissa. Tuna furaha kubwa kwa kuwa saa hii tumepata material zetu zote zile ambazo zinahitajika kutekeleza uchaguzi. Pia tumeweza kuandaa vilivyo katika kutayarisha wale wafanyakazi ambao wanafanya kazi. Pia tumeweza kufanya mikutano tofauti na washikadau ili kuhakikisha kwamba watu wataweza kujitokeza vilivyo, na pia kuhakikishiwa usalama wao. Tunaweza kufanya vikao kadha wa kadha pamoja na wale wasimamizi wa vyombo vya usalama katika eneo bunge zote 6, pamoja na pia hii gatuzi ya Garissa, wale ambao tunaita County Security and Intelligence Committee. Na hata jana pia tulikuwa na mkutano nao, na sisi kama tume tumeridhika kwamba hizo vyombo vya usalama zimeweza kujiandaa vilivyo, kupatia wamejiandaa vilivyo kwa usalama.
Naam, kuna swala la ukame, maeneo tofauti ukame, na ukiangalia kwa wakazi ambao wanaishi kule ni wakazi wa kuhama kutafuta miche. Mmepanga mipango gani kabambe angalau vijikaratasi ama hivi vijisanduku vya kura vya wao?
Ndio, sasa kitu kikubwa ni tumeweza kufanya mikutano na takriban wagombea wote katika hii gatuzi ya Garissa. Tumeweza kutembelea katika zile maeneo bunge tofauti. Tumeweza kukaa na viongozi wale wa kisiasa wenyewe pamoja na washikadau wengine, ili kuhakikisha kwamba hawa watu wetu waweze kuwa mobilized, waweze kuelezewa na waweze kuja karibu kwa ili wakati wa uchaguzi utakapofika waweze kuparticipate. Na kazi ambayo sisi tumeweza kufanya kama tume ni kwamba tuko na so many zile tunaita tumeongeza the number of polling stations katika hii county ili to take care of the nomadic pastoralists. Tumeweza kuongeza idadi za polling stations. Ukiangalia kama chaguzi iliyopita ilikuwa ni kama 300, saa hii tuko na 558 polling stations. So hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba tume inaweza kujizatiti kujaribu kuleta ile huduma karibu na wananchi zaidi. Lakini muhimu zaidi ni kwamba wale sisi wote tunaelewa kwamba changamoto ni hiyo, watu kuweza kujitokeza, na hiyo ni jukumu la jamii. So sisi kazi yetu ni kupeana information, na pia all the polling stations ambazo tumeweza kugazeti, to make it public knowledge, ndio watu waweze kujua, na wananchi wenyewe wanajua mahali ambapo wanafaa kupiga kura. Lakini vile tunavyoelewa ni kwamba kura ni lazima ipigwe siku maalum na wakati maalum. Kwa hivyo tunaelezea kwamba unapofanya mobilization ya mapema, watu wahamasishwe na mapema, ili hata kufikia leo umekaribia katika zile vituo za kupiga kura.
Sadakta, wito kwa Wakenya kwa jumla.
Mimi naomba Wakenya kwa heshima, na hasa watu wa Garissa, kwamba hii chaguzi ni muhimu sana. Chaguzi ya 3 katika tangu tupate katiba yetu mpya, na ni transitional, ni ya kumove kutoka kwa serikali moja na kwenda kwa serikali nyingine. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana, hasa ndugu zetu vijana, akina mama, walemavu, kila mtu ambaye ni Mkenya ambaye yuko na kura aweze kujitokeza na kuhakikisha hiyo haki yake imeweza kutekelezwa. Kwa hivyo watu wa Garissa naomba kwamba wajitokeze, na mtu akipiga kura tafadhali aende nyumbani, kwa sababu kura ni siku moja, lakini maisha itaendelea baada ya kura. Na wale ambao Mungu amewajalia kwamba watashinda, na wale ambao wananchi watawachagua kwa haki, basi waweze kuja, na wale ambao hawataridhika, kwa sababu hapa wagombea ni wengi sana, lakini vyeo ambazo zimewekwa katiba ni kidogo. Kwa hivyo wale ambao labda hawataridhika wako na fursa ya kwenda kotini bila kuleta vurugu na mashida. Kwa hivyo na wale ambao watashinda, tunaambia kwamba wakuwe na humility, wasilete kiburi, wasilete hisia nyingi, waweze kuwa na humility ya kuaccept kwamba wameshinda, lakini pia wasilete hisia ambazo zinaweza kuleta chuki zaidi. Ndio.
Shukrani sana.
Asante sana.
Naam, huyo alikuwa msimamizi wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini hapa katika kaunti ya Garissa, Abdi Wahid Hussein, akituelekezea tu ama kitupea tu taswira kamili jinsi wamejiandaa kufanya uchaguzi hapo kesho ifikapo saa 12, wakati ambapo vituo vya kupiga kura vitakuwa vinafunguliwa rasmi. Mtazamaji, kama unavyojua kuwa kaunti ya Garissa ni kaunti ambayo ina idadi ya watu zaidi ya 200,000 ambao wamejisajili kuwa wapiga kura, na kama alivyosema msimamizi Abdi Wahid Hussein, amesema kuwa imebidi wajizatiti angalau waongeze zaidi vituo vya kupigia kura kutoka 200 hadi 500 sasa hivi. Ni swala ambalo ni ya kufurahikia kwa kweli, na kuna kipute ama kivumbi kikali kinashuhudiwa katika kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana katika kaunti hii, ambapo vinara watatu wanaonekana kujizatiti sana angalau kila mmoja apate kupata kiti hicho. Ni kivumbi ambacho tutakuwa tunaisubiria tu mtazamaji, na tutakuwa hapa kwa ajili yako kukufahamisha yote ambayo yanatendeka na yanafanyika katika kaunti ya Garissa. Kwako.
Asante sana mwenzangu Khalid Abdullahi ukiwa katika kaunti ya Garissa na kutuelezea matukio jinsi yalivyo katika kaunti hiyo, na tutakuwa tunarejea kwako baadaye kidogo ili uendelee kutueleza jinsi hali ilivyo, matayarisho ya IBC na vile vile matayarisho ya usalama. Now KBC is going to give you a coverage like never before because we are factual. There's no bias. And our coverage is not just limited to local. We are going to be international. For the first time tomorrow, you're going to be seeing coverage of elections even outside the country. And we are talking about the United Kingdom, the United States. All those pictures, you'll have them on KBC. So Victor, when we say that KBC is ready, we mean business.
Absolutely. And we said this in the morning that we are going to give you 360 degrees coverage. So far, we've only done 25. So you can imagine what's remaining. So
there's so much to do. Right about now, let's head over to United States degrees. All right?
Right.
All right, we want to head over to the United States of America, joined by two Kenyans who will be voting tomorrow. We have Maurice Ndole and Muthoni Njore. Maurice Ndole is in California. Maurice, thank you very much for joining us this morning. I know it's late in the night in California, but just tell us a bit about the preparations of the IEBC for you people to participate in that exercise Tuesday.
So from what I understand, the IEBC held a Zoom meeting with the Kenyans in the United States, where they gave us a rundown of what it's going to be like to go in and vote in the consulate offices down in Los Angeles and New York and Washington, D.C. And it was a pretty informative Zoom meeting where they told us what is needed. There was a lot more people who came into the Zoom meeting. And the diaspora vote in the United States was not high as we hoped. We even came over there asking if they can register to vote now. So it was a good, informative meeting. I think the IEBC is as prepared as they can be. I'm going to be one of the observers in the election in Los Angeles. So I'm looking forward to a smooth voting exercise. So So hopefully the people who registered are going to show up.
About how you feel about the exercise so far. But let me link up with Muthoni Njore, who is in Seattle, the United States of America. I don't know whether she's ready. Do we have her? Okay. Once we have Muthoni Njore, we'll link up with her. But let me come back to you, Maurice. That is as far as the IEBC briefed you about the preparations. But as a Kenyan who is in the U.S., who will participate in the exercise, have you probably visited the consulate and seen the preparations there?
No, I'm not.
Have you been able to visit the consulate to probably assess the preparation for the election yourself as a voter?
I've not been able to. I live in the Central Valley in the U.S. and the Los Angeles is down south, so it's quite a travel. I'm going to be traveling about 3.5 hours to go there to vote. So it's not one of those things that you can just go and visit without a plan. But from that the IBC people arrived there on Monday, and they arrived there last week on Monday, and they've been preparing for it.
Is it the first time you're voting, Maurice? Obviously, you've stayed in the US for some time. Is it the first time you're voting?
No, I voted in Kenya. Before I moved to the United States, I voted in Kenya. I participated in at least several elections in Kenya before moving to the US. And this is the first time we're going to be voting in the United States. So everybody is excited. It's a historic moment. And the people who registered were just registering for the purpose of the history. Of course, it's going to be a little bit not as comprehensive as what we are doing back at home, because over here we're just going to be voting for the presidential candidate, not for the down ballot.
How would you term your engagement over the years? Because I believe we spoke last year, and you were talking about the ill preparedness of the IEBC in terms of engaging you as diaspora voters. Over the years, how would you engage, or how would you rate the engagement of the IEBC with the diaspora vote?
Well, I think the IEBC has improved, but then it has not improved to where you can actually count. So as much as we see that they've come out, they're trying to reach out to us, a lot more needs to be done. What we are seeing as a problem is there is a communication problem between the IEBC and the diaspora. We need to engage the diaspora by involving the diaspora, members of the diaspora in the community, what we call mashinani. Engage the leaders, engage the churches, engage the organizations. And that's how you reach the diaspora. It's like even for the recent Zoom call that they did, they just announced that we're going to have a Zoom call. There was no notice. And if you're going to engage the diaspora, you need to do a lot more planning than that. You need to give them like a 15-day notice so you can permeate, because the United States is huge. We're talking about 50 states. Okay, a state is almost like a country. So imagine you're talking about a country, 50 countries in one. So if you're going to engage those people, you need a lot more planning. You need to involve people on the ground. And so far, IBC has not been able to do that. But in fairness to IBC, I've worked with some people in the IBC when they came in to register the voters. They're making an effort, and we appreciate the effort they're making. Hopefully, this is just going to improve, and we're going to see better results in the next elections.
You will be participating in the presidential election. The campaigns ended in Kenya on Saturday. I don't know how the presidential candidates, the four of them, have been able to engage the diaspora, and particularly the ones that are far-flung like yourselves in the United States and the United Kingdom. Have you had any level of engagement by the presidential candidates?
Yeah. We've had multiple engagement with the presidential candidates. I wasn't able to engage really with Ruto, but with the Deputy President, William Ruto. I was able to engage with the former Prime Minister, the Azimio candidate Raila Odinga, who had a rally that happened before President Kibaki passed on, and that rally was supposed to come and visit California, but he was cut short because he had to rush back and attend the funeral for President Mwai Kibaki. During the time over here, he had a huge interaction where we were able to participate, and Mudhoni was even able to go over there and meet with him. So I can say that the level of engagement with the diaspora, with the presidential candidate, especially the Azimio candidate, has been good.
I'll pick up with Mudhoni at some point. Tell me a bit about because when we talk about the diaspora vote, we are only looking at 10,000 votes. The number of Kenyans outside this country are not 10,000. Even in the US, where you guys are, is not 10,000. So I would ask, what is the missing link between the number of Kenyans out there who would want to participate and the number that is being registered now, 10,000?
10,000 is a terrible number. I mean, the numbers are even worse in the United States. It's the same thing: logistics, management, and communication. So if you don't do those things, if you don't involve people on the ground to participate in the process of planning, then you're not going to have the results that you need. For example, if you're going to have people to register to vote in Los Angeles is a big city. It's a big place. So even the people in Los Angeles, if somebody is on the other side of Los Angeles and you ask them to come to downtown Los Angeles, you are asking them to commit at least 3 hours of their time to beat traffic and to go back. So all those logistics have to be factored in. And for other places, I'm just going to use the U.S. as an example because I'm in the U.S. The U.S. With 50 states had 3 stations to register voters. For one station in Washington, D.C., another one in New York, and another one in Los Angeles. Very big cosmopolitan towns. So, like for Mary Mudhoni to register, she had to travel from Seattle, fly from Seattle to Los Angeles, which is going to be a good 4-hour flight. And then she has to go over there, register, spend the night, The price tag for something like that is close to at least $1,500. So if you translate that into Kenyan shillings, about almost 200,000 shillings. So it was a very expensive enterprise, and I don't think as much as people love Kenya and they want to vote, at some point you have to look at the economics of things. So all those things factor in. So what we are proposing in future is we need to either bring those polling stations closer or allow people to register using online registration, using a platform. People give an example of something like e-citizen, which you use to register for immigration stuff. Or, the IBC cannot use e-citizen, of course, because it's a government platform, but they can form something similar to that. And then we're also looking at maybe working something like a Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, if that is both candidates, the Deputy President William Ruto and Raila Odinga, have all accepted that they're going to form something similar to a Diaspora Affairs Ministry. And if they're able to do something like that, we should be able to lay all the groundwork ahead of time. And we're going to collaborate easy with the IBC and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Immigration and all those other bodies. And that's going to help us to engage the diaspora better. The diaspora there's about 3 million people in the diaspora. And that's a very, very big number to ignore, considering that the percentage of remittance is about 4% or 5% of the GDP right now. So we can do better with that, tapping into that resource.
Tell me a bit, about the country as you see it from where you are. What would you tell your fellow Kenyans participating in this exercise tomorrow? What will be your message? And do you have any concerns as Kenyans in diaspora about this election?
Yeah, so my message is to conduct the elections peacefully. Kenya is bigger than the candidates. So go out and vote for your candidate, do it peacefully, and then accept the outcomes. If there's any disputes about the outcomes, in an orderly fashion. Because at the end of the day, we want Kenya to live through the moment. We want a democratic process to fester and to permeate through the country. And for our people in the diaspora, I just want to remind them that we are all Kenyan. So being Kenyan means that you have to have goodwill with our country. We have to connect with our motherland. We have to figure out ways of actually extending our hand, and at all times have a sense of spreading goodwill. We do have a lot of access in terms of technology and things like that other people might not have in Kenya. So we need to use those things for good. All those nasty memes that are going on the internet, please do not share those, because some of those are inflammatory and they can cause problems. So let's just have a peaceful election and let's conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion.
Thank you very much, Maurice. We'll be engaging you throughout the course of this election because you are in California. We'll be relying on you. And thank you very much for your time. And we wish you all the very best as you and your stay in California. We come back and we'll be talking to Muthoni Njore, who is in Seattle, a little bit later. But let's just come back to Kenya for a minute and go to Beatrice Gatonye, who is in Kiambu County, Gatundu South. Specifically, Beatrice, if you can hear me, bring us up to speed with what is happening in Gatundu South. And by the way, Gatundu South is a constituency of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Beatrice?
Thank you very much, JJ Kuria from the studio. I'm coming live to you from Gatundu South, where the tallying center, the constituency tallying center, here at the DCC's office. There is a community hall here. And as you can see, the IEBC officials right now, they are very busy trying to sort out all the materials so that the dispatch of these materials can take place to the polling centers and polling stations thereafter. Right now, what I can say, the security is tight here. I can spot a few police officers and security apparatus here who are manning these exercises as it goes on, or manning this place as the exercise goes on. Gatundu South has a population of 122,103 people, and the registered voters are 79,860 compared to 2017, where registered voters were 75,858. More 4,002 voters have registered this year. Gatundu South has polling stations, 152 polling stations with 4 wards. Kiamwangi has 13,808 registered voters. Kiganjo has 19,067 registered voters. Darugu ward has 14,486 registered voters, and Genda ward has 32,499 registered voters. Gatundu South is an interesting constituency. This constituency has produced 2 presidents of Kenya, the former founding father, Kenya's founding father, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and the current president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who took power in 2013, and his tenure is coming to an end according to the constitution. Here at Gatundu South, since inception, it has had 8 MPs, and right now it has 6 candidates, 5 male and 1 female. Gabriel Kathuka Kagombe of UDA, Isaac Gitangu Kamau of the New Democrats Party, Peter Kongo Kibadhi is an independent candidate, Geoffrey Njinji Murigi is an independent candidate, Onesmus Gitao Muihaki of Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, and Joyce Wanjiko Ngugi of Jubilee Party. All are eyeing to replace Moses Kuria, who is the current MP and who is also eyeing the gubernatorial seat of Kiambu County. According to the returning officer of the tallying center here, Maurice Ligulu, I spoke to him earlier and he said the materials are here. And for sure, the materials are here. And what is happening, the IEBC officials right now, they are dispatching, they are actually sorting the materials so that they can be dispatched much later. I don't know if my camera lady can show you here. And when we talk about materials, what are we talking about? I can see aprons for the IEBC. Modoni, if you can show them, this is an apron. I can also see banners for the IEBC banners. I'm also seeing a lantern lamp over here. I think for the evening, just in case the lights are off, the IEBC have a backup. We will have enough lights in the polling centers, and then we have the ballot boxes. We also have the ballot papers, which have not yet been opened, but they are being sorted according to the polling centers and according to the polling stations where they're supposed to be dispatched to. So currently at Gatondo South constituency, it's all system go. IEBC are getting ready. Officials are getting ready to ensure that all these materials get to the polling centers in good time so that tomorrow morning the exercise will start as everything will be set. So that's what I can say as of now. Earlier on, the DCC, the Deputy County Commissioner, Stanley, I'm forgetting his second name. He had his committee. He had a meeting with security operators here, and he will be coming. We'll be filing a report with him later, so that they can tell us about the security preparedness of this place. But I can tell you, I have spotted a number of police officers here, and he had told me that they will also be dispatched as from this evening to the polling centers so that tomorrow's elections will run smooth. I take you back to the studio. I'll be coming back to you with more updates from Gatondo South. I will be looking and ensuring that I bring you reports from all over, including Mutombo, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to be voting for from tomorrow. Back to JJ Kioria, to the studio.
Thank you very much, Beatrice Gatonye-Ngetich, on standby at Gatondo South in Kiambu County. Fantastic job there. We'll be linking up with you later. And of course, we also hope to fly over again to Seattle in the United States. But before we do that, Victor, do you want to drive us to Baringo?
Before I take it to Betty Kiptum in Baringo, someone on Twitter called Governor 048, I don't know whether we have such a county in Kenya, saying that Walongai wamekuwa factored in as diaspora. Just a joke out of it.
We will, maybe.
Just a joke out of it, all right? Okay. So let's cross over to Betty Kiptum, who is in Baringo County, to give us the sweet message. You know, that's the land of honey, Baringo County. Betty Kiptum, good morning. Right, yeah, good morning. What's the latest from Baringo County?
Broadcasting House in Nairobi. We are coming to you live from the Baringo Central Constituency Tallying Center, which is in Kabarnet High School. This is also the dispatch center of election materials that shall be going to various polling stations in this particular constituency, that is Baringo Central Constituency. Just a snippet of what Baringo County looks like in terms of elections. There are about 281,053 registered voters, and they shall be casting their ballot in 892 polling stations across the county. This county has 6 constituencies, namely Baringo Central, where we are, Baringo North, Baringo South, Mogotio, Eldama Ravine, as well as Tiati constituency. Now, on matters candidates for the gubernatorial seat, the incumbent, who is Stanley Kipis, will be vying on an independent ticket against Benjamin Cheboy, who was the first governor of this particular county, who is vying on a UDA ticket, as well as Moses Lesonet, who is vying on an independent ticket. For the senatorial seat, we have the incumbent, who is Gideon Moi, vying on a KANU party ticket, as well as his favorite William Cheptumo, who is the current member of parliament of Baringo North. He is running for senator UDA UDA ticket. Just quite a number of candidates, including the women rep positions, or rather women county member of parliament position, that is there who is vying. That's Florence Tematia, vying on a UDA ticket, is going against the incumbent Glad, as well as 3 other candidates. In this particular constituency, Baringo Central, for the member of parliament seat, Joshua Kandie, who is the incumbent, is vying on a UDA ticket to defend his seat against Sami Mwaita, who is vying on an independent. The main issues in the elections in Baringo County: security matters. Quite a number of people, thousands actually, have been displaced in the recent months in various parts of the county, both in Baringo South constituencies. And there are fears of low voter turnout in those areas. Remember, IEBC declined to relocate those particular polling stations that are in bandit-prone areas. And just that move in itself has elicited fears of low voter turnout. There is also a concern by the members of a county assembly, the member of county assembly in those areas, that they might not get their voters to vote for them. The area county commissioner about 5 days ago assured that there will be security, but we shall be expecting from Abdurizak. He is the county commissioner, the Baringo County Commissioner Abdurizak Jaldesa, on matters security preparation. Currently, we are informed a meeting that is happening before security personnel are dispatched, as well as the election materials. Well, that is the latest we have for you. Once the county commissioner speaks and the IEBC official is so open to speak, we shall be talking to them. My name is Betty Kiptum. Back to you in studio.
Very well, that is Betty Kiptum coming to you from Baringo County. We promised you that the wall-to-wall coverage here is unparalleled. All right, so we're still continuing our discussion here in studio. And Kioria, as you're talking about the diaspora vote, so many questions were being raised, even online, how the number of Kenyans in the diaspora who are also interested in taking part in this democratic space. Remember that Kenya has, in the last many years, been remitting, a lot of revenue into the country, thanks to the diaspora. So I think to the IEBC and even the political class, it's very important that people living in the diaspora are well taken care of. But before you respond to that, let's also cross over to Kajiado County. We have Nancy Okware also standing by to tell us the latest update from that particular region. Nancy, good morning. And how is Kajiado so far?
Morning to you, Victor Olo. We are coming to you live from Moi Girls Secondary School right here in Kajiado. This is in Kajiado East constituency. This is where the tallying center is situated, meaning that all the results from the various polling stations in Kajiado East constituency will be tabulated here and of course made public as the exercise, that is the voting exercise, kicks off tomorrow. Kajiado County is one of the most interesting counties because the gubernatorial race actually brings together the incumbent governor, that is Joseph Olelenku, who is vying under the Orange Democratic Movement. He's also going against Devin Kedienye, who is vying under the Jubilee Party. Remember that all these two are under the Azimio la Umoja, meaning that it's going to be a tight race. We also have Kato Olemetito, who is vying for the gubernatorial seat under the United Democratic Alliance. And of course, we have Kago Peter Ambrose, who is vying as an independent candidate. Kajiado County has over 463,000 registered voters. And right here at Kajiado East, the number of registered voters stand at 116,336. So what is happening right now is that the IEBC officials are actually preparing the election material for dispatch to the various counties. We do have the various ballot boxes that will be handed over to the presiding officers and their deputies, and they are already on location, ready to receive the material for dispatch to the various polling centers. Some of the contents that are in the ballot boxes include the KIMS kit. We also are going to have the manual voter register. We also have the lamps that are going to be used tomorrow in the evening when the tabulation exercise kicks off, meaning that it is all systems go. The officials will actually start by dispatching the materials that are being taken to the farthest points and polling stations in this constituency, and of course the others will be receiving their materials a little bit later on. So Victor, there's not much activity that is ongoing here, and later on we'll be proceeding to Kajiado Central, which will be the center for the county, which will be the county tallying center, and of course we'll be updating our viewers. But for now, it's back to you in studio.
All right, Nancy, quite an interesting background info there on Kajiado County. But then, what time do you expect these ballot papers and materials to be dispatched? Now that the polling stations will be open by 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Indeed, we managed to speak to the returning officer, and he informed us so far they are actually on standby. We've actually seen the presiding officers and their deputies outside awaiting to be given the materials. So it should be any minute from now, because what is happening, the materials are already, they have already been prepared. So any minute from now, the materials should be dispatched to the various polling centers. Remember that the presiding officers and their deputies will also be given around 2 security officers that are going to accompany them, and we've already seen that the security officers are on location. So any minute from now, Victor.
Live from Kajiado County. Thank you so much, Nancy. We'll be getting back to you later on so that you can give us an update on what is happening on that side of the country.
All right, thanks very much, Victor. It's time for us now to go to Siaya County. Simon Achola is on standby. Simon, can you hear me? Kindly bring us up to speed with what is happening in Siaya. All right, clearly, Simon Achola is not ready just yet. We'll be going back to him once the sound hitch has been sorted out. Let's come back to studio before we also head off to Seattle. And Bishops, we were talking about the importance of an election for the people who will be participating in this election. But we were also talking about the desperation that has crept, that has seen quite a number being undecided, and some others completely keeping off the exercise because of what they have seen over the years. There's nothing new, Bishop.
Yes, it's understandable that people can get a bit worn out because of repeated cycles. But I think it's important that we speak about our gains. That so far, I think we experienced a very good presentation, a scenario where not only we've spoken about the IBC, but also the voter maturity. During the campaign trail, we didn't witness much of the flurry and sometimes the skirmishes that come normally between groups. So there has been a certain maturity. We're not there yet. We are making steps, and I think it's important that we realize that some people believe that in a certain false messianism that overnight everything is going to change in Kenya, that once we are going to have from a very bad election to a very good election. This is gradual, and so we've made big strides. So let's celebrate what we've done. I think that sense of that we are going nowhere is the prophets of doom who are constantly shouting to us and telling us, oh, you haven't done this, lamenting. I think it's important that we focus on the gains we've done. We have done a fairly mature mature campaign. We have gotten more issue-based, not entirely, but a little bit more issue-based campaign. We've gotten these people platform in all parts of the country without having any skirmishes. That I think is a big gain. And then that the Kenyans in general are committed and have realized they are the ones who own this moment. They hold the key to peace, and they hold the key to the next elected leaders that we have. Something that has had to go, we have to go gradually. They always have, election period has been, what do you guys have in store for us now? Immediacy, satisfaction. And so even with the unga business that we've noticed, shortage of unga, that has not become very important factor for the people. In the past, people have been manipulated that with 2 or 1 packet of unga that you give up your vote, or you are constrained to vote for some person. So I do think that that's not the picture of where we are in Kenya. And finally, that it's also a wake-up call to all citizens that we aren't there, that there is still a better Kenya we can achieve, and that we must continue working. It's not just electing, as I was saying before, it's the day of a covenant with a great Kenya, a Kenya we desire, that we commit we will walk. It's not the end. This is a beginning. This is a beginning of building and removing the ills that constrain us. And the biggest ill, which perhaps we don't have time to discuss much here, is the corruption, the sense of corruption that sits smack in all these processes that make Kenya somehow paralyzed to do what it can do, because there is this impairing reality. And so when we start addressing all those things gradually, if this new government will be able to start addressing this in a strategic way, not just a knee-jerk, not just cosmetic, then we'll be making even huger strides. You know, if you run with your legs tied, it's very difficult to beat the record. It's not possible. So if we can untie our legs, if we can loosen our possibilities, then I have no doubt we'll even go much faster than anyone would have predicted for us.
Wakili Shadrack, because you're a youngster, so to say, looking at the numbers of young people who registered in this in the last continuous registration of voters, it paints a very grim picture of the number of youth who are interested in issues election. What do you think is the source?
Well, JJ, I agree with you that there has been a lot of voter apathy, especially amongst the youth. There is a sense of despair. People have lost faith in their country. People have lost faith in the leadership or the leaders in this country. And this is just historical, because most of the young men, and I speak, of course, with authority, being one of them, or falling within the category of the youths in this country, is that we feel sometimes that, the leadership of this country has not done so much. Number one, to fight corruption. Number two, to ensure that we get opportunities of employment. Remember, even while the government has put in measures in place to ensure that we get at least access to the university education by giving us access to HELB loans, immediately you graduate from school, you tend to spend so much time, or even your lifetime, looking for employment. You do not get employment. And the little employment opportunities that are there actually spread amongst some of the kins, the relatives, friends, and probably loved ones of people in the political offices. And you'll recall, a while ago, we were discussing about the nomination lists that has been out there. You will go and check it for yourself, where we have people who've been nominated to the Senate, we have people who've been nominated to the National Assembly, people who've been nominated to the county assemblies, or the MCA's assemblies. And these people are actually either girlfriends affiliated by way of blood or marriage to some of these political kingpins that we have.
As a quick swipe.
So it tells you that we don't have a merit-based approach when it comes to employment of people in this country. And that is why one will ask himself or herself, why would I be spending so much time, why would I be spending so much time voting in, or rather even queuing from morning up to evening and voting someone in who is not going to ensure that he ameliorates my lifestyle, he makes better my life as a youth. So that has been the sense of despair. But it does not mean that is the position I subscribe myself to. No. In any event, I have been spreading the message of, I have been encouraging my age group or other people who've grown up together with to participate meaningfully into these elections. Right. Remember, we cannot despair. We cannot lose hope in this country. And if we feel that the leaders that we have are not sufficient, do not have the wherewithal, they do not have the experience or rather the competence to lead us to the promised land, I think the time is also ripe for some of us who think that these people are not competent enough to also present themselves as candidates. All right. So we can vote them in.
All right, Wakili. Let's head over to see a link up with Simon Achola. Simon Achola, good morning.
You from Siaya Institute of Technology in Siaya County. This is a tallying center for Alego Songa constituency. Now, Alego Songa constituency has the highest number of registered voters in this county, and from the figures that we actually have here, we have about 103,334 registered voters in this particular constituency, and of course we'll be casting our eyes not just on Alego Songa constituency but all the constituencies that are in Siaya County, and in total we have about six constituencies in Siaya County, and we'll be casting our eyes far and wide just to ensure that we traverse the length and breadth of Siaya County so that then you can actually get first-hand information of exactly what is happening. What has been happening since morning today has been the dispatch of materials from constituency tiling center to various polling centers across the county. As I told you earlier on, is that this particular county has about 916 polling centers, of course, spread across the county. And of course, we are expecting that about 457,953 registered voters across this particular county will actually be trooping into those polling stations to ensure that they did cast their vote. Now, coming back to Alego Songa constituency, we are having our returning officer here who is actually overseeing the dispatch of materials to various polling centers across the constituency. So he will actually just allow him in so then he comes and fills us in of exactly what is happening today and how far he is in terms of ensuring that this material are actually at the right place so that then the activity can actually begin on time. Good morning, sir. Introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Yes.
I'm George Obando, the returning officer at Lego.
George Obando, we can see the exercise is actually underway. Just tell us what exactly is happening, what the clerks are getting, and what is inside those boxes.
Yeah, we are packing our materials. Mm-hmm. The materials contain non-strategic materials and strategic materials.
We just want you to move this so then you
contains non-strategic materials and strategic materials. Mm-hmm. Now we are packing. The POs have arrived and they are ready to go. Yeah.
What time are they expected to start moving out of this tiling center to their respective stations? And so far, how is the exercise?
Tentatively at around 1, they will start moving out to their polling stations. The farthest will start, then the closest will be the last to move.
When you say the farthest, kindly tell us which is the farthest place and of course the closest.
The farthest places are Southeast and Usonga. Yeah.
So in terms of preparation, just fill us in how well we are prepared in terms of ensuring that indeed this particular exercise goes down well or as planned tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we are ready, and as you can see, the materials are ready. So we are only waiting for our officers to be briefed. They take early lunch, then they leave to their various stations. Yeah.
Going back to what actually is we can actually just move with my colleague. Just actually what is inside these boxes. The viewers out there would want to know in this particular box what is going to be found in here.
Yeah, what is going to be found here are non-strategic materials. We have the ballot box. We have the seals, we have the rubber stamp, we have the lid, we have the various forms that are going to be filled. We have things like solar. We are going to use solar. We have gas lamp in this particular box. Yeah, we have those are directional posters showing direction. We have the banner. We have the sisal twin that is used to demarcate a polling station, and several other. We have the felt pen. We have the glue stick. We have the pens that are going to be used. We have various items. What is still missing? That is going to be released last minute.
And I want to move like this so that you can.
What is still missing? The ballot papers.
Ballot papers.
Yeah.
So when are they likely to come in?
Immediately finished, they'll be the last to be packed. Because the ballot papers must be confirmed by the POs. That's the serial number. They have to write their serial number. They have to count that they have been given the correct number of ballot papers as indicated at the back of the ballot papers. So that one, before he's put in the ballot box, the PO has to confirm the serial number, he has to confirm the number, and he has to confirm whether they are all labeled correctly. Yeah.
So far, probably even before the ballot papers actually now put out there for the POs to actually now ferry them to their respective stations. Have we actually looked at the ballot papers, or that is something that cannot actually be done?
No, that one cannot be looked at earlier. We have to open it in front of candidate agents, and I've called them. I think they have come. I've not seen. Then they have to certify that before it was opened, it was foolproof. There's nobody who had opened it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, just give us the statistics of this particular constituency. We understand that is has the highest number of registered voters in this particular county. Just break it down for us. The number of registered voters, the number of candidates that are actually going for MP for this particular constituency, and of course the number of votes that we have in this particular constituency.
Alego Songa has 122,900 registered voters. It has 6 wards. Member of the National Assembly is competing at 3. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. So the last word for the voters in this particular constituency?
Peaceful election. Come out and vote.
Yeah. Fantastic. That is a good place to end this conversation. That is the constituency returning officer, Mr. George Obanda, Jobando, who has actually been briefing us exactly what is happening here. And of course, he has enumerated the facts and figures of this particular constituency, but more importantly, calling on the locals to turn up in large numbers and actually participate in this exercise, but do it in a more peaceful manner. Back to you.
Thank you.
All right, Simon Achola from Siaya County, give us an update on what's happening there. And so far, everything is on the way to ensure that tomorrow is a success. Jacob.
All right, thank you very much, Victor Lo and Simon Achola, again for a good job done. And Siaya will be linking up with him later also because we'll be going throughout the county. Right about now, we take another flight, this time headed to Seattle in the United States of America. We link up with the president of the diaspora organization in the U.S., that is Mary Mudhoni Njore. Mary, good afternoon. It's a good afternoon in Kenya. I'm sure we've kept you for so long because it's night time in the US. Good afternoon.
It is in the morning here. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday. We are just from Sunday. We are going to Monday morning. And so we've been up for long. Hi, John.
Preparations. I'm shocked to hear that you will fly for 4 hours from where you are to the Los Angeles consulate and then have to sleep over so you can vote.
California. I live in Washington, Seattle. That is the Northern Pacific. And actually, the distance from here is like going to Sudan, maybe, or Dubai. It's like 4 hours and something. Maurice is also struggling, and he lives in California. what I'm saying is that California is very big. You know, it's the size of maybe Tanzania or Tanzania plus Uganda, and we are the size of Kenya and or more. So the distance is quite challenging, and also it's summertime for people to travel. It's becoming very expensive, but we trust that anybody who is able to go and vote, who is registered, will be able to go and vote.
Maurice, as the Diaspora Association, do you probably have a way of coming together to help each other travel, to exercise your democratic right?
No, we will only communicate to people through the churches, the community leaders. And actually here, it's about yourself. And we don't meet. There is no much social life here, like there is a meeting place. Actually, we do it on Zoom. So that's the only way we can be able to encourage people. And also, we had the Washington embassy organized for us a Zoom meeting, which not many people joined. So it's like people are not very much aware, but we trust that we'll have a majority go and vote.
All right. Over the years, Maurice Ndole, there's something I want you to mention because we've had several complaints, either directed towards the IEBC or directed to the national government in terms of, first of all, recognition, and so you can be able to also help your peers back at home. Have your concerns been met so far, not just by the IEBC, but even the national government? Maurice?
Well, no, the concerns have not met. The concerns are still being evaluated. But there is both leading candidates have addressed the issue of having Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, having something to be representative of the diaspora. So we are seeing some forward movement. So far, no action has been taken. We are happy with what you're seeing. There is some hope, at least there is some response. But bado tunangoja.
When I was speaking to Maurice earlier, he was talking about the engagement they've had with the presidential candidates, particularly Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Has the engagement been about you, all of you together, or you have been engaged as different states differently by the presidential candidates? Mudhoni?
I didn't hear that.
I'm saying when I was speaking to Maurice earlier, he was telling me that you have been engaged by the presidential candidates, but only probably from the point of Maurice. I would want to hear from you. Have you been engaged together as a group, or each state was engaged individually by Raila Odinga or William Ruto?
Oh, the principals happen to travel here. And the main place they go is Washington, D.C., because that is a center of business, international business. And for me to travel to Washington, D.C., I went there when Raila was there, but it's like 8 hours or 9 hours flight. It's like traveling to London all longer. So only the people in Washington, D.C. and Maryland, Bay, Baltimore, and who are able to join when they were here, Dr. Ruto and Prime Minister Raila. But Raila had decided that he would come to the West because of the East. So the West is from and the East is to the Atlantic Ocean. So, but I discussed because of the death.
All right. Clearly, it looks like you have an issue with your link. Mudhoni will be coming back to you later. But for Maurice, the next administration, regardless of who forms it, how do you want the diaspora to be engaged by the next administration? Okay, looks like we have lost both of them, but we'll try to link up with them a bit later and pick up this conversation, just see how ready they are. But you can see, I mean, the IEBC has tried this time that these people will be able to vote this time around. Yeah.
Indeed, I think we should give them big kudos. But still, let's not count success. Let's not shout victory. Let them challenge them, show us how prepared, make us proud of what you deliver. And our prayers are with you, but we also expect that the skills and professionalism, and that you really, really are going to make sure that there is nothing untoward that comes within this process. So, and that is not always easy, but we trust that this time they seem to be very focused. And they also, and congratulations that they also now seem to be talking the same language. In the press conferences, we've seen several commissioners talking. It's not only Chebukati speaking. So I think that also gives a feel to all the commissioners that they own this process together of delivering to Kenya an election and an election result that is fair, credible, and indeed responsive to the will of the Kenyan people.
All right. I understand Muthoni and Morris are back. Let's head back to them. Muthoni was responding as regards the question of how they have been engaged by the different presidential candidates and whether they have been engaged as a group, and was talking about the meetings Raila Odinga had organized. Muthoni, continue.
Yes, and he also had DP Luto come to Washington, D.C. What I was saying is that we only happen to have the people who live around that area who are able to attend the meeting. And actually, I personally attended Raila's meeting, which takes me like 8 or 9 hours to fly to Washington, D.C. So this coordination is kind of disturbing. Also, we have the West and the East. So I think the Kenyan government should know that. The West is the one to the Pacific and the East is the one to the Atlantic Ocean. So we had Raila had planned to come to California, but his trip was cut short by the death of the former president, Mwai Kibaki, so he had to go back. Although we, I think Opalanya went to California. So we'll still be waiting to see what different things that we'll have to the upcoming 2027 elections. Maybe it will be different.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Because I understand you were to be a candidate in Kenya, but obviously there was a problem somewhere. But are you ready to cast your vote as a Kenyan in the U.S.?
Hey, was that for me?
Bobby, can you hear me?
Likely to have that challenge. But then you can hear me now?
What I'm saying is that the time we were supposed to renew our passports, there was lockdown because we were supposed to travel to Washington, D.C. That is the only place that had the machine to take the biometrics. And there was lockdown. So many people did not register because of their expired passports. Number two, we didn't have the right information that you could also register with the ID, and the people were still at the embassy. We did not get that communicated very well. So when they went to check my name, it was not there, just because of my vote wasn't updated with biometrics. And actually, I voted in 2007. I also voted for the referendum in 2010. But I understand your name has to be there updated from 2012.
Right. I will take each one of you, your last remarks. Start with you, Morris. What do you want to hear? What do you want to see from the next administrations as regards the affairs of the diaspora? Morris?
Yes, so the next administration has a big opportunity. The diaspora is getting engaged. We're having a lot of people who are actually doing very well in the diaspora. The amount of money that we send, about 5% what the income of the diaspora is. And there are people who are ready to invest big money. So right now we're talking about $4 billion, which translates to about 400 billion shillings. If we had to buy 20%, looking at about another another $10 billion or something that can come into the economy. The diaspora is one of the biggest employers in Kenya, and we have an engagement going on right now in the diaspora with the Middle East, in Europe, diaspora in Africa. So the Kenyan government has a big opportunity to tap into this wealth of resource. So I'm looking forward to whoever becomes the president, we're going to be ready to work with them. That way we can expand this resource that we have that can come back and help our country in solving the problems that we are facing. We love Kenya and we want to see Kenya prosper.
All right, Muthoni, what do you want to hear or what do you want to see from the next administration in regards to the engagement of the diaspora?
We need an upgrade in the IEBC, and most likely we can also have commissioners coming from diaspora, because when people come, those commissioners come from Kenya, they don't understand here very well, especially things to do with the weather and the distance and what have you, and the challenges that people have in diaspora as a whole. So we would like to be involved by the IEBC, maybe or some of the people in diaspora to be employees of the IEBC, so that they don't have the commissioners to travel here or to go to London or to go to South Africa. We can have them in there so that they can be able to work with them and to know the challenges that people are facing. Number two, the registration of voter registration has to start taking part early, so that we can have as many people in diaspora registered. Early means that immediately after this election, we can have a way of being registered from now so that we can have a good number. Because 10,004 million people, I don't even know what percentage that is. That means something is wrong somewhere, and it is our right to vote. It is our democratic right to. Number three, we have revenue, as we said. We are doing even maybe better than the tourism ministry. So we deserve a ministry. And we are going to work with the president who is going to be there. And we still ask for the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs under a CS, not a diaspora desk at the office of the president. We want a whole ministry because we are qualified, because we are doing better in terms of revenue.
All right. Thank you very much, Maurice and Muthoni, for your time. And we're sorry for keeping you late. But of course, throughout this election process, we'll be engaging you also to hear from your end. And we'll be relying on you. Thank you very much, both of you, for your time. And that is Muthoni Njore from Seattle in the United States, as well as Maurice Ndole from California. Thank you to both of you. Victor, we should head to Murang'a, maybe?
All the way from America to Kenya and straight to Murang'a. Caroline Njenga to give us an update on what should be expecting on that particular part of the country. Mount Kenya, to be specific. Caroline Njenga, good afternoon. What is the latest from Murang'a County?
Well, good afternoon, Victor Alo and John Jacob Keria, right there back in the studio. We are in Murang'a County, County 021, and we are right in the middle of Murang'a town. We are just here to assess how the electoral process will begin, and also how IEBC preparedness and also the security personnel preparedness here in the county. But just to give you what to look out for here in Murang'a County. The county here is the headquarters, or rather where we are standing in Murang'a town is the county's headquarters. Now, Murang'a has a population of about 1.05 million Kenyans. This is according to the Kenya Population and Housing Census that was conducted in 2019. And out of that, the registered voters are 587,000 Kenyans who have registered with the IEBC, who will be participating in this 2022 general elections here in Murang'a County. Now, Murang'a County has about 7 sub-counties, and these are Maragua. We have Maragua, which has or rather, let's start with Kangema constituency, which Kiharu, which has a total number, which is the biggest actually, registered voters at 111, 260 registered voters. Baragwa, which is 96,078 registered voters. Kandara, we have 98 and 633 registered voters. Kegumo, 78,481 registered voters. Mathioya constituency, which is where I'll be heading to after this link with you, JJ and Victor Olo, has a registered voters of about 54,940 registered voters. Now, Mathioya, which is a constituency I will be based here in Murang'a County, has about 111 polling stations, and these are situated across wards, and these wards are Getugi, which has about 19,723 registered voters. We have Kiru, which has 20,785 registered voters, and Kamasharia, which has 14,432 registered voters. In total, Mathioya constituency has about 54,940 registered registered voters. The current member of parliament for Mathioya constituency is Peter Kimari, who is actually, it's a tight race here in Mathioya where he'll be pitting against some of the candidates or candidates that are also vying in other parties. But then, just to update you on the current members of parliament here in Murang'a, we have Gatanga MP, who is Joseph Ndwati. We have Alice Wahome at Kandara, Mary Waithera, who is the Maragua member of parliament, Ruth Mwaneki Kegumo, and now Dendi Nyoro, who is also the member of parliament for Kiharu, and the governor for Murang'a County, Mwangi wa Iria, who also is joined the Azimio party. Remember, previously he was the presidential candidate who was willing to lead this country to the polls, but then later on he did join the Azimio party. We have the Senator Irongo Kangata, who is vying for the governorship here in Murang'a, and he is the current senator of Murang'a. We have Women Rep, who is also part of the Azimio presidential campaign. They have been campaigning all over the country. She is Sabina Chege, who has been the women representative here for the last 10 years. Now, the aspirants for this constituency, let's go back now to Mathioya constituency. We have the first-term MP, had mentioned earlier on, Peter Kimari, and the race is also crowded with 8 candidates who are also eyeing the slot. Earlier on, we did speak to the county commissioner for Murang'a, that is Ngumo Karoko, who said that they are prepared. They have deployed security personnel to various sub-counties, and also dispatch of this material will be happening in the afternoon, where they will be taken out to various polling stations here in this Murang'a County. There are about 1,189 polling stations, and this dispatch of the electoral material will be happening later on in the afternoon. And he did say that they will seek reinforcement from the NYS to ensure that each and every polling station is manned, and also to ensure that this exercise is conducted smoothly at the polling station. He did also call on to voters and also to Murang'a residents that once you vote and once you cast your vote, you head straight to home and wait for the results later in the evening. The opening of the polling station is from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. And with me right here is a resident of Murang'a County, who is Engineer Samuel Ngede, and he'll be telling us how the residents feel, and also what they think about IEBC preparedness in terms of conducting this election. Ngede, if you can just join me here and just tell me a little bit, Engineer, how has been how voters here in Murang'a feeling about this electoral process?
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Irungu Ngede. I'm a resident of Murang'a town and a community leader of Murang'a County. Here in Murang'a, we are pleading to Murang'a population to come out in large numbers and vote. Don't refuse to vote. There are some people who are saying they will not vote, but we are pleading to them to vote. And also pleading to able the people to assist the sick and the elderly and take them to voting stations such that they can vote and elect the people they want.
What about, you're a community leader and also you're part of the Nyumba Kumi initiative. I'd like to know, how about the elderly, the disabled? How are they going to participate in this process? And is there a liaison between the community leaders here in Murang'a County and IEBC to ensure that the elderly and the disabled or able differently are also exercise their democratic rights?
Thank you. People have frontiered themselves with their vehicles to take them to their polling stations, and after they vote, they take them to their homes, or if it is hospital, they take them back. Yes.
So it is a smooth process for the elderly. Okay, thank you so much, Engineer. And that is just one of the residents who is speaking to us right here in Murang'a County. From here, we head to the tallying center. There are 8 tallying centers here in Murang'a County, and we'll be going to one of them where Saumu Chilchil, who is the county returning officer, will be dispatching the IEBC material to various polling stations. We'll be giving you a live feed from here, right here in Murang'a County. Now, JJ and Victor Olo, back to you in studio.
All right. Carol Ncheka, before we let you go, behind you there is a gentleman who passed Akibeba Njugu. And so to speak, it's agriculturally blessed county with a lot of history, from politics to economic stability. What should you just tell us the situation is right now, even as we head to the polls tomorrow?
Well, if my cameraman can show you around, people are just conducting their normal businesses, as they wish to head to the August poll, rather the tomorrow's, to cast their vote. Here, the mood is just peaceful. Kenyans are just calling, Murang'a residents are just saying they're going to conduct a peaceful election. Once they're done, they go back to doing their normal business. And as you have rightly said, this is an agricultural activity. People have things they're doing, they're conducting in their farms. So it's just waking up early, casting their vote, and continuing with their normal day-to-day business.
All right. Caroline Njenga, please go and grab something. I've seen some kibanda behind you there. You can also grab something for yourself. It's cold there, Kioria.
First of all, I would want to admit, number one, that I am from the constituency where Karo is headed. That is Mathioya.
Okay. So you're at home,
particularly that ward called Keru. So my advice to Karo, just across the street, there's a hotel, you will see there. Do something on my bill. I'll sort it out. That's Murang'a town. And one interesting thing you need to know about Murang'a, Victor, is that as we talk about the 2/3 gender principle, Murang'a County is one county that has been able to achieve that, because among its 7 MPs, that includes the woman rep, 4 of them are women. You have 3 MPs representing constituencies and 1 representing the whole county as woman rep. So you have 4 women in Murang'a County.
Yes, so we can say that.
So 2/3 gender principle, the lesson can be learned from Murang'a County.
So we can say that democracy lives in Murang'a.
You're not that wrong.
All right.
And let's wind it up here with Bishop Muheria, because he has to rush somewhere. And you were talking about the covenant that Kenyans are making tomorrow. But there's the obvious question of, as we make this covenant, what quality of leadership are we looking at? Knowing the problems that bedevil us at this point, what quality of leadership are we looking at in this election?
Our prayer, and this will be like a scorecard on which each one of us can check and see who scores highest on this. The first is that we need a good leader who is humble, aware of his vulnerability. I would even put it, a leader who is able to say, I'm sorry. A leader who is able to listen to counsel. A leader who you can sit down and converse. It's important. Humility be in front of the assignment that we are given, the stewardship we are giving him. Humility also, and here I think is also important, before God. A leader who respects the place of God in society and does not in any way try to take over this place of God. And this is something we're also trying to say across the board, and it's not only any of the top, the presidential governor, but we're speaking about any leader must have that humility to know his place before God, his place before the nation, and his place before the law of this land, which is enshrined in our constitution. So humility. A leader who is truthful, We need a leader who, even when the truth is hard to say, is able to say it, who is able to guide us with truthfulness, and the truth be what guides his interaction, when he speaks to this nation or when he speaks to the constituencies of whatever it is. And therefore, linked with truth is honesty. A leader who is honest. And of course, here is difficult to say, we're not saying for an angel. We're not expecting a super leader, but we have to score them. And a leader who is a leader in terms of organizational capacity. A leader who has shown that he's able to work with others, even others who don't think like him, because half of parliament will be opposition. How do you work with that half of parliament? Half of Kenya will vote, or whichever portion of Kenya will vote other leaders other than yourself. How do you work with those? So a leader who is able to bring people together in spite of the diversity of opinion, diversity of background and culture, and make a true nation. These are the leaders at all places, and even at the village. A leader who is not parochial, who doesn't just think about your ward or doesn't just think about your constituency. A leader who sees the big picture. So I feel those are places where we can score them. And I feel that if we get a leader who we can walk and talk with at whatever level, then we will be able to progress as a nation. But if you think that we have a great leader who has very great intelligence, but believes he is the only one, then we are headed certainly for disaster as a nation. So we hope that we are going to create nationhood. This issue of corruption is a leader who is able to speak to it and not speak at it. Not just point. A leader who is able to come out and say, this is my goods, this is what I own, this is what my interest in this issue. Complete speaking about what may be conflict of interest, openness, and a leader who is able to speak on where he stands. I still look forward to a leader who is able to organically present to us a systemic way we are going to start driving in trying to cut the legs and eventually slay this dragon of corruption. But that cannot be just rhetoric. It must be a leader who truly has got and has thought it through. Most of the times we've heard they're just selling the idea, but they're not really thought through. So those are part of the qualities we hope. And I do pray that that is what will make us then be blessed with our leadership. Because it's not just a leader, it's a leadership, the whole block of leaders. And that's the Kenya we are going to be covenanting to ourselves. We'll be making a covenant with this nation. We'll be making a covenant with God and with one another that this is where we want to go, and we will eventually, with step by step, be seeking a better, to up that standard, to up what we are able to get at this moment. So, and that can only happen if we go out to vote, and that we vote with our conscience, not with our stomach, but with our conscience, that we have thought through. This is a leader who deserves now in this particular position. If you do that, then you're giving our generations to come a great legacy. And that's what we are praying for. We will kneel, we pray, but we need that the Kenyan takes charge and votes with his conscience.
As Victor Law comes in, because he has a quick question for you, this period is full of misinformation. The period between the last 2 weeks and right now. And I don't know whether you've seen rumors about yourself, that you have said several things to your worshippers in Nyeri that you will not give them Holy Communion if they don't vote in a certain way. I don't know whether you've seen it.
I haven't.
And you can confirm to us whether you have done that.
I have not. This is the stage and the moment of the peddlers of conspiracy, peddlers of fake news, peddlers of lies. They even Photoshop if they need to be. And I think Kenyans must wake up to reality and sieve off all that. I think there will be a lot of stuff said about every one of us by the peddlers of doomsday, by those who are bent on doing evil, on spreading evil around. And I think we must be prepared for a bit of it. But I think Kenyans are a bit smart. I mean, surely I would like to hear where that was said. And of course, they can even craft a vibes, one of those clips with my voice and maybe say some stupid things. But I think let's not get caught in these side shows. Those side shows are side shows that will make us lose our eyes on the ball. The ball is the election. We want peaceful, fair elections. I want to go and vote for lead this Kenya somewhere. That's the ball. Don't let the side shows in the stands distract you. Don't let the stories and the fake news distract. When you get a fake form on Twitter that has been doctored, don't pay attention to it. Just listen. And so the points of reference are IEBC, and the points of reference are the news that is brought to us officially. The rest are peddlers. And even when they start peddling hate or peddling mischief or peddling conspiracy, let's not listen to that story. We've seen that a lot. I remember there was a saying told, don't let the eyes of the frog not you take the water. That's what they say in my village up the slopes. Yes. So let's not look at the frogs that are in the pool. Let's go for what we want, the water. Eyes on the ball at this moment and knees on the floor praying for Kenya.
All right, Victor?
Well said. But Archbishop, let me just ask you, in the past that churches were accused mainly of taking sides, politically speaking, and this was quite evident way back in the years of 2002 when church was blamed for not taking action, and even as media we were blamed. But let me ask you, because you sit at the top level of the church and in the way of strengthening democracy in this country, do you believe that church has done its best, and to what level?
I think once we speak about church so globally or so in such a huge, wrapping around such a huge word, it becomes very difficult to actually answer that question, because church is not just every believer. Church, there we have had established churches, groupings, sects, some commercial, some for other ends. So I think it's good to speak about what is the churches. Each church should take a little bear the weight of their own actions, but together, mainly the mainstream churches and the organized groups that we've had a very strong campaign, and I do believe that thanks to that we are seeing the peace that we have. We've been able to reach the hearts of Kenyans and even reach the hearts of those who are seeking offices. I also want to say we've also reached the hearts of the youth, trying to address the issue of desperation or the issue of lack of hope. So I would say in general, in particular as a Catholic Church, I do not think we have ever come out in favor of any particular candidates in all the other elections. Some people have purported that there was a priest or a church leader, and that's, you can't have 100% allegiance, but in general, in this particular cycle of elections, I can say fairly well that most of the religious leaders, and I include beyond just churches, most of the religious leaders have actually stood out for vote for the candidate you desire, because we have amongst our file in the pews people who support various candidates and various political leanings. So I really believe that we will give a good score to the religious leaders of this country at all forums, including the inter-religious forums, including the NCCK, the EAK, other Protestant Pentecostal groups, the Catholic Church, and even individual churches have made many initiatives. The peace campaign, the peace trails or trains that have been going, caravans. I think we've really invested this time a lot to that. And I pray that this will be the mode or the custom going forward, so that we hold this nation. We are the safeguard. We are the safety net for this nation. Just as we are conscious of this nation, we should hold it, both those who are on this side or the other side of the discussion, and the candidate who wins and the candidate who loses are both ours. And we must address that issue so that we accompany them as they go forward in their various roles.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Bishop, for your time. And sorry for keeping you, but always your input very much appreciated.
I thank you so much, and I really wish all Kenyans a wonderful, as I said, jokingly, I wish them a wonderful voting period. Go dress up well for the voting. This is a covenant. I'm going like I'm meeting my fiancé. I'm going for a covenant. I want to do it with style, with a smile, knowing there is hope, and a lot of hope for our nation. Don't let the doomsday prophet take the day. We have the day, and tomorrow will be our day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Archbishop Anthony Muheria of the Catholic Nyeri Archdiocese, thank you very much again for being with us. Dress for the day. That's the parting shot of Archbishop Muheria, because this will be a covenant you're going to be making with your country. Victor Olo.
All right, I'll also dress for the day tomorrow in suit and go and exercise my democratic right. Thank you so much, Archbishop, for gracing our show. All right, so coming back here, during the debate, as we were talking, there is a new development from the Supreme Court, and I'd love to get your word on that, Wakili. The CDF Act is facing a lot of turbulence as we speak from the Supreme Court. And it means that the reason why I'm asking this is because the next lot of members of parliament who are coming on board, senators and even the executive, will have to go back to the drawing board, because we all understand the genesis of CDF, what it has done, how it has helped even the constituencies, and even how members of parliament who are now, so to speak, living or seeking re-election, have been using the CDF in their respective constituencies. What's the latest from the Supreme Court?
Well, if you were to look at probably the intention of the CDF, or rather the Constituency Development Fund, was essentially to ensure that we have, development in terms of development that we can find in the constituency level. But moving forward, you will recall that the CDF Act was first enacted in the year 2007. Now, this was pre the 2010 Constitution. Subsequently, we had the CDF Act repealing the 207 Act in the year 2013. Right. And subsequently, because of a lot of challenges, and I will explain to this shortly. Now, we now currently have the National Government CDF Act of the year 2015. So when you look at the challenges that have been posed, the constitutional concerns that have been there, especially regarding the constitutionality or otherwise of the CDF Act, has to be to what extent is this CDF Act or the CDF in itself involved with the county government. Remember, the CDF Act is a national proposal. The member of National Assembly is actually a national elective position. Yes. So that when you look at the design of the Kenyan Constitution, particularly when you want to interrogate the thread the golden thread that cuts through the Constitution, you will find that devolution is one of those golden threads, and secondly, you will find that the sovereignty of the people is a second golden thread that cuts through the Constitution. Now, this sovereignty of the people, as I had said previously, is supposed to be exercised in two levels: the national level and the county level, so that when we come up with any proposal, we must ask ourselves, to what extent does it involve the national level or the county level? Now, when we have a legislative process, the legislative process must be concerned with whether this bill will affect the county governments or not. So that if it affects the county government, then the bill, which is not a money bill, must also be debated in the Senate. Now, the Supreme Court now, when reviewing the constitutionality or otherwise of the CDF Act of the year 2013, arrives at the conclusion that, you see, to the extent, number one, that there was the Senate was not involved, and this CDF Act is supposed to also ensure that there are developments within the wards or the counties. So to that extent, with the sidelining of the Senate, then the court arrives at the conclusion that this bill or this act cannot be constitutional because it did not follow the proper chains of the promulgation or the enactment of a law.
Yes.
And if you return back to the book written by Dr. Mutaha Kangu, when he writes, he's the only person who has written about devolution in this country, which is a very sad state of affair. And he prophesies and says that devolution will become a hotly contested issue. It is going to form most of the constitutional concerns in courts. And living true to that one, now the Supreme Court is speaking about the CDF Act. But now, the most important thing is this. What then is the fate of the CDF in itself as a proposal when it comes to development in the county, the constituencies? Now, we have the NG, the National Government Constituency Development Fund of the year 2015.
Okay.
This act did not repeal, expressly did not repeal the CDF Act of the year 2013.
Okay, just to make it so simple for the common man, so does this mean that the next lot of members of parliament will not have CDF?
No, they will have the CDF, but now it is a CDF under the National Government Constituency Development Fund.
Not under the members of parliament?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just get you through, to cut it short, and come to the orders of the court regarding the same, that the appeal, let me just get it right, the appeal before the Court of Appeal was not moot. The CDF Act of 2013, as amended by the CDF Amendment Act of 2013, is unconstitutional on account of procedural lapses, what you've just talked about, because the Senate was not involved, for failing to involve the Senate in its enactment, right? Thirdly, the CDF Act of 2013 does not offend the constitutional design. The CDF Act 2013 offends the division of functions between the national and county governments. And last but not least, that the CDF Act 2013 offends constitutional principles on public finance. And finally, the CDF Act of 2013 offends the constitutional principle of separation of power. So these are the orders of the court. That the appeal dated 29th December 2017 is allowed. The cross appeal dated 6th November 2019 is disallowed. A declaration is hereby made that the Constituency Development Fund Act 2013 is unconstitutional, and finally each party to bear their own costs. So the way you've said it, CDF is unconstitutional, right? And now members of parliament will all have to go back to the drawing board when they are sworn in.
Victor, it's important that we highlight for the benefit of the viewers and listeners.
In 10 seconds, because Jenny is on standby.
Yes, it's important we highlight. What was in controversy was the CDF Act of the year 2013. What was not in controversy is the national government...
Maybe just hold that. We go to Jen, and then when we come back, we can clarify as a closing remark. Kindly. All right, Jen, 17 hours to go. So what are the 1 and 2s, A and Bs, in terms of election, and what you should expect tomorrow from 6 a.m.?
All right, so we want to dot the I's and cross the T's with you here on Kenya Decides, so that tomorrow becomes such a breezy process for each and every adult Kenyan that will be showing up at their designated polling stations to cast their votes. So again, with about 17 hours to go to official hour to start casting votes, as per IEBC, all the polling stations will be open between 6 a.m. until 5 p.m. And remember, if you will still be in queue, you will be allowed to vote, and you are advised to come with a document that will enable them identify you. That is your national ID or your passport. Those are allowed. Now, once you are there, the IEBC officials will use the KIMS kit to be able to electronically identify you and allow you to proceed to the next step, where you will be issued with 6 ballot papers. Each individual will be getting 6 ballot papers, of course, for the different elective posts. Now, you will be given this and you will be directed to the next step. Now, each ballot has a different color. We start off with the presidential ballot paper, which will be white in color to enable you identify all these different ballot papers with much ease. So the presidential ballot paper will be white in color. We have the gubernatorial, or rather the governor's balloting paper, which will be blue in color. Now remember, all these ballot papers are allocated different colors to enable you have an easy time identify which particular ballot is for which elective post. The senator balloting paper will be yellow in color. Remember, presidential white, governor blue, senator is yellow in color, again to help with the ease of identification. Next, we have the women representative ballot paper, which will be green in color, again listing all the different candidates that are on that particular ballot in each and every county. The next ballot paper that you will also have been given is the Member of Parliament balloting paper, which is pink in color. For members of parliament, the balloting paper is going to be pink in color, listing the number of candidates that are in that particular county, and also the member of county assembly balloting paper will be beige in color. Now remember, all these colors have been made exclusively different to each and every elective post to help you identify them with ease. Now, once you have been given this balloting paper, comes the process of marking the paper. There are two options that are allowed here. Number one, you either put a tick or put an X mark. Two are allowed, a tick or an X. These are the only forms of marking that are allowed on these balloting papers, all right? Now let's move on to the next step. Once you have gotten your ballot papers and you know which one is for which elective post, comes in the marking. Now, when it comes to the actual process of marking, you need to make sure that you mark within that particular box that has been given there. Don't mark under it or above it or outside the borders. Mark it within the bounds of that particular box alongside the candidate that you are going to vote for. And if you do any of those others above or beyond this particular vote borders, your vote will be considered as spoiled, all right? Now, once you have identified which candidate you're voting for, casted your vote, made the correct markings on the paper, you will then be allowed to now cast your ballot paper in each of the boxes. And each of these boxes will be having leads that correspond in color with the particular ballot papers that you have. The presidential ballot paper will be having the white lead with a white color to identify that this is the ballot box that will be receiving the presidential ballot papers. Now, once you have done all that, comes in the final step. There will be an IBC official to help you go through the process of depositing these ballot papers in the different ballot boxes. And once you have done that, the next step is to ensure that IEBC has noted that you have voted, and this will be through two options. They will be using the indelible ink to either mark your index, the space between your index finger and your middle finger, or the second alternative will be having your small finger or the pinky finger being marked with this indelible ink. And remember, this ink is not easily removable, and it's meant to be proof that you have casted your vote in this particular voting process. And after that, you are required to exit the polling station. You're not supposed to continue moving about within the bounds of this particular polling station. But remember, if you will still be within the bounds of the particular polling station that you will be voting to, once the time hits 5 p.m., you will still be allowed to cast your vote. So that is generally the process that will be happening tomorrow from 6 a.m. until 5 p.m. tomorrow. So Victor, as you can see, it's meant to be a very breeze process, a very smooth process that each and every person that turns up at the polling station can be able to follow without much problems.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. According to the Commission, that process should take a maximum between 5 to 6 minutes for you. Exactly. Exactly. So let's wait and see how that will go on. Thank you so much, Jen, for that. All right. From the broadcasting house, let's go straight to Benson Rioba, who is in Kisii County, as well, to give us an update on what's happening on that side of the hilly county. Benson, good afternoon. What is the latest from Kisii County?
Thank you very much from Broadcasting House. We are coming to you live from Menyanya Mixed Secondary School. This is the Tallying Center for Borabu constituency. Now, Borabu constituency has a total registered voters of 64,075, and as you can see behind me, there's a flurry of activities as IEBC officials do final touches or make final preparations for tomorrow's elections. Joining me now to give us a brief overview, I'm joined with Major Okeo, who is the returning officer for Borabu constituency. Welcome.
Thank you.
Preparations.
The preparations are over. We are ready to dispatch the presiding officers and their deputies, plus the security officers, to the respective polling stations where they have been posted. So they'll spend there overnight, then open the stations tomorrow at 6 a.m. to conduct the polling exercise. Yeah.
How many polling stations do you have?
We have a total of 128 polling stations in Borabu constituency. Yeah.
And what can maybe voters expect tomorrow?
Yeah, the voters should expect a free and fair, credible election from us. We've trained our officers very well, and they are ready to conduct the elections in those polling stations in the best way possible.
And if I may ask, what should be expected from the voters in terms, or should they carry?
Yeah, for the voters, they need to carry their identification document. If they registered using national identity card, then they should produce that when they turn up at the polling stations. If they're registered using a passport, then they should avail that to the PO once they turn up at the polling station. Yeah.
And how many streams are in one polling station? Because we have had complaints from a section of observers that a stream is supposed to have 600, but some streams have more names.
Not really. That's far-fetched. That's not the truth. We don't have streams. So what we have are polling centers, which are 71. Then in those 71 polling centers, we have polling stations. So that's why the number rises to 128. For instance, we have a polling center just next to the tallying center here. That is the Manyanya SDA Primary School, which has a total of 5 polling stations. Yeah, so the number of registered voters per polling station is capped at 700. So there is no station which has more than 700 voters anywhere in Borabu constituency.
And in terms of security, have you maybe spoken to some of the security agents so that we can assure our voters that they'll be safe when casting their votes?
Yeah, we are working in partnership with the security agents in the constituency. We've held several security meetings and everything is okay. We don't have very serious security issues. Yeah, so security is top-notch, and even in the polling stations, we've posted security officers, 2 per polling station. Yeah.
And when will the polling station open tomorrow?
At 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
Till when?
Till 5 p.m. Yeah, in the evening. But if maybe for unavoidable circumstances, if a station opens late, then there'll be the presiding. Yeah, to extend the closing with the similar time that was lost at the time of opening. So if say maybe opened at 6:30, then is expected to close at 5:30. Yeah.
And maybe when should we start expecting results to trickle in?
Yeah, once they close, then they'll start counting. So once they're through the counting, they'll start with the presidential ballot papers, votes. Then they'll do transmission, which will come to the constituency tallying center, county tallying center, and the national tallying center. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's it from us. We keep you posted throughout this election process in our subsequent briefing. Back to you.
All right, Benson Rioba there from Kisii County giving us an update on what's happening on that particular side of the country. All right, this is the point that we say thank you so much for joining us from 6 a.m. It's now a few minutes to 1 p.m. We have been giving you an update, wall-to-wall coverage on what has been happening from Kenya to United States of America and Bomas of Kenya. Thank you for being a part of the show. To the reporters, wherever you are, stay safe. And remember, this is what's going to happen. We are going to give you the best until the end of the election. My name is Victor Law, and on behalf of my colleagues Jen Wamboy and JJ Kioria, Have a good afternoon and see you tomorrow, 6 a.m.